Next, we'll go to Joe Lewis, goddamn MVP here on this channel, a VIP MVP in this channel. Joe Lewis, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Hope everyone's doing well.
Huh?
Doing well.
All right, cool. Nine Tails, thanks for coming back after joining us on the Primetime Royale. Thanks for being here. And then we have who is the next person on the thing? Octavian. Octavian, hello. You can barely see you there, but you're all in the corner.
Sorry.
It's fine. But thanks for stopping by, Octavian. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Next, another one of my illustrious mods. His name is Polar's World. Thanks for coming through. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I've had a crazy weekend. I've been dealing with some after watching that Destiny versus Vosh conversation, I've been dealing with a lot of epistemology, and I have this question. Is there really anyone stronger than Susanoo Madara Uchiha? I really can't tell you. So that's what I'm dealing with this weekend. It's a very tough weekend.
Existential crises.
Oh man. Okay. All right. For the small percentage of my audience who knows what he's talking about, this is actually a tough question. Tough anime question right there. But thanks so much for being here. Next, another one of my mods, my illustrious mods, who's been a little bit busy lately, but we're happy he's be able to stop by here today. How are you doing, Smug Pug?
Yeah, doing good. Doing good.
Great, thanks.
That's it. Yeah.
Amazing.
Got same with that spice for later. I don't know.
Well, we have some spice right now. Spicy Zigzy. How are you doing, Spicy?
It's Syzygy, by the way.
Syzygy, I forgot.
Well, good. Yeah, I figured you guys needed another token Aussie, so.
Okay. Oh, yeah, fantastic. Yeah, sure. Always use smart people from that imaginary land. Land of make-believe. Okay. Stardust, thank you for coming through. After that devastating loss, Stardust. Thanks for.
Thank you for having me. I had a lot of fun, so I don't mind.
Okay.
I just like yelling with people on the internet.
And you might get them
yelling
next time.
with the boys.
So we'd love to have you definitely again. Yeah, you and Nine.
Yeah, if you'll have me, I would love to. I would love to come on. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. You, Nine Tails, and Biggs actually. Yes, we'd love to have Biggs as well. Next, we have Swamp Fox. Swamp Fox, thanks for being here. Thanks for coming through yesterday as well.
Yep, just being a Christ-like base dude. So, hi everybody. Worship me.
Wick. Hello. You're a new person, I believe, right?
I am very new. New to this stream, at least. HJ Fudge in chat. You may have seen some of my comments, angry or otherwise. But I just thought I'd stop on, say hi, and give my opinion on some things too.
Okay, fantastic. Last but certainly not least, we have Revolt Rise. Revolt Rise, who's apparently shy today, he doesn't want to show himself on camera. But Revolt Rise, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. And it's not that I'm shy, it's that I'm working, and I get double time on Sundays, which this counts for. So sorry, but not sorry.
Okay, fair enough. All right. All right, that's everybody. Thanks for being here. All right. So we talked about some interesting topics during the Primetime Morale. We could try to visit those, or if you all have something you really want to discuss, let us know.
I'd like to respond to Polar.
Oh boy. Go ahead.
Go for it. The most powerful is clearly Goku after he hasn't nutted for a month. Just blowing a load. That's the most powerful.
Okay.
You know what?
Yeah.
I would say I don't even respond to this meme anymore. I have to stop.
It's gonna be serious.
It's gonna go a little further, but no need to.
I'm sure. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we so first we'll revisit those topics. See if you guys had anything you want to respond to. We had the maybe we should avoid the suicide topic. We had the responsibility of if the U.S. should stay in forever wars, which I thought was a really good topic. Whether the U.S. should continuously engage in those wars. We had the topic about the Atlanta massage parlor shootings and whether we can trust the cops to actually handle this case. And Ken Leftist, who constantly criticize America's past injustices, can they be patriots? So if there's anything there you'd like to respond to, now's the time to do it.
Bastiat had a great rant against Redneck. That was awesome. He came in here and just went completely off. I mean, he was absolutely right. Like, we are in a forever war with Afghanistan. The kids that we mixed with back in the day, now they're old enough to vote. I just think it's part of the world, right? It's just how it is now. Syria. Like, how long will Syria be in a civil war? Is civil war now just their main economy? Is it their main economical export? Like, I have to assume, yeah, right? Like,
is that how it is? Like, is that how it is? That, like, we are just stuck in these wars?
I don't think it has to be. I don't think it has to be. It is now, but we can intervene in a military way without causing the damage that we have done in many countries. It's not impossible. We cannot do it the same way we have been doing it. We have to learn from the mistakes we have made in things like Vietnam and things like Afghanistan. But I don't think we should do it near as much as we have been. But if your question is there ever a time where we should step in militarily? Then the answer is clearly yes. There are times. It's just where we draw that line.
we already are, though.
I think
There's so many times, like, for example, like when we look at these instances of, because there's times when we otherwise say that we justified U.S. intervention or U.S. military intervention. Like, more commonly, we would say World War I, World War II. We justify those as, like, the U.S. rightly going there. Korean War may be a little sketchier, depending on if you're part of the tanky crew or not. That may be a little bit more divisive whether or not you're feeling towards the Korean War. However, though, in those instances, the scale of success and the scale of a victory was otherwise overt. This is a section of geographical area that we now have for our particular side. But however, though, I think nowadays when we look at, like, more recent types of warfare, in particular when we talk about guerrilla warfare and the hearts and minds types of policies, is that's effectively when we go in and have, like, these types of resolves. This puts us in the forever war, because these are the situations where we don't actually have a solid foundational change that we could actually implement in these areas, and because it's all on a subjective scale of the hearts and minds, that keeps us in these fucking forever wars, like Vietnam, like Iraq and Afghanistan, because the arbitrary and subjective nature of when we decide when to pull out. And as it was said by Charmel correctly, we're at a time where kids are getting killed in Afghanistan for a war that was started over an event that they weren't even fucking alive for, that they weren't even in existence to be in. And effectively, like, forever wars aren't justified for obvious reasons, but, like, they could stop. I think it's just the question is just at what arbitrary point do we decide, like, hey, this is no longer beneficial to their country, and it's no longer beneficial to us as the U.S. as well.
We went in with no exit strategy. That's why we're still there.
But what would make this situation
That was the point.
What would make the situation a lot better is if we had a consistent policy goal from the executive branch, okay? It's times like these that we need base dictators. In the sense, I'm fucking there. One of the things that we face with foreign policy law is that you have different people leading executive branches with different, like, complete foreign policy goals, right? And that's up to the way that, like, the general populace sees that. I don't expect, like, the most Americans to understand the intricacies of, like, why we're in Syria or why we're in the Middle East, because those things can be highly complicated. That's something that's difficult to be left up to democracy. If you compare ourselves with a nation like Iran, who also, like, engages in the Middle East, right? It seems like the kind of things that they push out with, like, their Ayatollah tend to be a lot more consistent because there's one person in power. Now I'm not no authoritarian, but, like, I think that's a point to realize, is that, like, whenever we talk about forever wars, it's not forever in the sense that, like, we don't necessarily have policy goals, because in some cases we don't. That's completely true. But it's also the fact that we have different policy goals, even with differing presidents. Look at Syria in comparison with, like, Obama versus Trump pulling out and not supporting the SDF, like, engaging in those forms of warfare completely different ways, or engaging with Turkey completely differently. It's like just one of the flaws that come along with the system that we have, but that doesn't mean that it's a complete problem that can't be addressed. So, yeah.
Well, maybe we could use veterans as a vehicle to show people why we shouldn't be in these conflicts in the first place. It always seems like lefties want to kind of, like, passively like just shit on veterans one way or another, when I think that we could probably use veterans as a vehicle to try to end these conflicts.
In what way?
Well, speaking as a veteran, someone who has served for 6 years in the military in the U.S. Air Force, that's going to be mixed because there are a lot of the culture there does celebrate and it does glorify war in a lot of ways. That's their job. That's what they're trained to do. That's what they do. But I think focusing on the effects on the veterans and how the U.S. has failed its veterans in so many ways would be the more effective take there. Now, I do have a question. I'm sorry, I don't have everyone's names, but from the speaker before you, would you be in favor of something like a foreign policy version of the Supreme Court, which transcends the elective process or something like that as a way to kind of smooth that edge?
Kind of has something like that. Kind of called like the legislature, right?
He's asking me. I think, right? You were asking me.
Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know people's names.
So I would say that one of the values of having it in the hands of the executive branch would be that, like, one, you can react in like very like swift actions, right? Instead of having to go through like boards and like having people like to like you have the Supreme Court that votes necessarily on that, and that's something that's really interesting. Maybe potentially if these were like people who were, I guess, like really well educated, but can do things extremely quickly. That's the value of it, right? Like you don't want every single like foreign policy vote to go through the Senate in the sense that like, or the House, where it's like, okay, peoples, where are we gonna publicly like bomb the next like terrorist base, right? Like I don't think anyone necessarily wants that, but there is like it's interesting to think that like, what if we did set a standard, or what if we made like very clear policy goals that like presidents had to follow? It may be an interesting idea.
I mean, they already do, right? I mean, like when the Senate and like when they vote on these kinds of things, they vote on like policy left and right limits, right? They can say like, okay, like you can executive branch can approve swift action in these cases, right? Like for me, it's a big thing of like us being locked in with like NATO and like inner alliance like things, right? And I would say part of it is like it's either the inability or like the like just not wanting to of like other nations of like building up their military and dealing with these things, right? I mean, I would say that like issues in the Middle East have a lot more national security concerns to like European nations than they do to us, right? But they are allowing us to like shoulder a majority of it because we've been doing it for years, right? And they just don't want to spend more money on their military because they're like, fuck it, right? We'll just let them have America deal with it, right? Because like they're also in NATO and they're our allies. They can take care of it for us. I think like a big part of it like needs to be us being a lot more stern and like a lot more like foot in the ground of saying like, look, like we're pulling our people out. Like this is the date it's gonna be happening. Like y'all either need to ramp up your military to deal with it yourself, or you're gonna be shit out of luck. Because like we're like kind of allowing them to like not shoulder us into like saying like, oh come on, like you guys already been there, you're doing such a good job with it, And I feel like we just need to just like tell them like, no, we're done.
Well, I think I disagree with that in the sense that like.
Why do you disagree?
So yeah, I'll go into that. So specifically, like setting hard dates or being like they're coercing us into doing this. Well, to a certain extent, I mean, I empathize with the position. I.e., if you're Afghanistan, like if you live in a country like i.e. like Syria or Iraq that the U.S. has caused a lot of problems in the sense of like establishing like anti-government groups and then causing harm in the society, and then you look at it and it's like they helped create this problem, like, and them pulling out would just make things a lot worse. Do they have the resources?
I'm talking about Afghanistan specifically.
Well, don't we already know that like the Taliban won't engage with like the U.S. Like any form of like U.S. like ceasefire in the sense, and we'll just keep expanding? Like we just make that problem worse, right? We've engaged in this, area, and to just pull out completely and make things worse as a result of ourselves seems to be a bad idea. While I agree,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like there are other European nations that have like vested interest in the area, i.e., like Germany, France, Italy. Like the UK, right? They have more of a national security, like direct national security concerns with this issue than we do, right? And they need to be brunting a lot more of the the force of like dealing with it than we are. You know what I mean?
I don't think we disagree here, but I think that it's important to realize that as reality is now, as it stands now in these situations like Afghanistan, is yes, that would have been the preferred option But we're past that now. We're in a situation where if we set a hard date and we pull out, that it does create more problems. So in the
Why
future,
are we past that?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
How are we past that? And like what capacity are we past that? Like,
Well,
what do you mean?
we've destroyed their system of government in a lot of ways, and yeah, we've done a lot to build it up.
No, we didn't.
That's it. You don't think we?
What?
You definitely.
We've been building up
Yeah,
our
we
system of
definitely-
government for years. Like the last 10 years, we didn't destroy anything in Afghanistan.
What?
No. Please quantify what we've destroyed in Afghanistan.
Well, they had a government, then we came in and we deployed their
Infrastructure,
government.
people,
We
buildings.
destroyed. We killed a generation. We killed the infrastructure. We did a lot of damage in that country. I don't know how that's.
Can you give a
controversial point?
Can you give a direct example to help?
Please,
Can you help like a direct example? Because I think it's what Felion's asking for. Like
Can we
something
get a
that's
source, please?
very direct that you can pinpoint to.
Okay, yes, they had a government that was, whether we liked it or not, working, and we deposed that government. I'm not sure off the top of my head the name of that government.
The problem was the
situation where
Taliban
if you
had
pull out, you're
significant
going to create a
control.
power vacuum for like people like ISIS to come in. That situation in itself is an example of what you've done to the country, right? Like,
But I mean, if you want to take a look at the examples of like ways that in like times that we should have learned our lessons, like our interference in Syria started in 1947. Like in 1949, we murdered the CIA and MI6 together murdered their president and installed like one of our own. There was a coup they had an election and basically overthrew our coup, as similarly just happened in South America a couple of times. But and you know, they got their guy back, and then in 1953 we tried it again. 1956 I think we tried it again. 1963 again. Like, so, we've been doing this.
I kind of get the feeling of everyone here. Like does everybody here legitimately believe that Afghanistan's government was having the best interest of their citizens before we even got on before we came in there?
The government was having.
It's been 20 years.
The U.S.
The Taliban had control over significant portions of the country. That's why we went in the first place. But my point is that like Syria is a great example of this. Like, you know, the thinking that we can bomb for peace and actually achieve it. Like we have since 1947 like till now, and we haven't achieved it yet.
Right.
So, like,
I'm not talking Syria though.
I understand that, but like we're as in that we're discussing the entire Middle East. Like, it's important to know like what our involvement has been. So like right now we're facing the Taliban that we basically like through delineation from the Mujahideen, we've funded, trained, and installed there too. So it's like every time we get involved in another layer of trying to fix things over there, it just seems to make the problem worse.
Ninetales, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, I was going to respond to Feline originally. So
I'll be right back.
First of all, I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say that the U.S. gets to invade Afghanistan because it didn't have its people's best interest in mind. You could make the argument for various cases about the U.S. So they'd be hypocrites to use that sort of justification. And as far as cultural sites being destroyed by the U.S. war, we have a citadel in Ghaznain Fort, and I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. It originally had 36 towers. So far, there are only 14 left, and a big reason that is because of war. So yes, cultural sites do get damaged heavily by the presence of the U.S. military.
C.S. Miller? Is that you, Miller?
I was going to say, the chat seems to want Bastiat to get in here.
No one gives a shit.
And Bastiat tried to get in.
Who?
He can go in the waiting room like everybody else.
Literally who?
He can go in the waiting room like everybody else, my friend. Let's not be simps, all right?
Yeah. Regardless, sorry, I'm not trying to be a simp. Whoever wants to take my place can. I've got to run, actually. I'll try and hop in another night. Thank you so much for letting me be here. Peace out, guys.
Cool. Okay, yeah. We'll pull Bastiat in. Bastiat, now's the time. Jump on in.
Right.
He sacrificed himself for you.
So I do kind of want to address a stance that you had. What's your name there?
Before you do that, I'll come back to you. I just want to make sure Spicy gets in. Spicy, go ahead. But we'll go to you next to my father, and then pull it.
Yeah, there seems to be this idea, particularly among Americans, that America has this kind of responsibility where global politics is involved to step into countries that particularly aren't maybe liberal democracies or along those lines, where they have a responsibility to kind of fix the government, when realistically what you're doing is making the situation exponentially worse, right? So, okay, these people can't treat their people like shit, but then you're going to go in there and create a situation where the people are treated like shit. Like, it's
what?
Only making it exponentially worse.
Yeah,
right?
but all the NATO forces are there still too. It's
I mean,
not
do you
like
have a problem? So,
they've
like, do you
pulled
have the
out.
problem with the intent or the impact?
Oh my god.
Well, I don't think the intent
Oh my
is
God, a
genuine,
question.
but I think the impact is not good too.
No.
Yeah.
No, we
I would
literally
disagree with
have
that,
we have
actually.
the most prisoners, not per capita, but also in the world. Okay, like war and prisoners,
Okay. What?
prisoners of war.
What
This is
does
our
the
business.
prison system
We
have
have
to
the
do
nuclear
with
subs to do this. We will
Wait,
continue to do it.
Are we hard pivoting because the question was poor? Like, what's the problem here?
Yeah,
Like-
we're hard pivoting right now because we don't have a real answer. To
I
the
asked
question.
him, like, if his issue was the intent or the impact. He's arguing, it seems to be, correct me if I'm wrong here, that you have a problem kind of with both, right? Obviously, the impact matters a lot, right? Like, the impact of the actions that we do, whether it be in foreign conflict or interpersonal conflict, is incredibly important. However, if the intent is that we're trying to help or try to, for whatever X or Y reason, like, you can disagree with that. You can disagree with the intent that we're trying to do or what's been, like telegraphed or displayed, but... You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so yeah.
If you're gonna say you're gonna be helping like the people of Afghanistan,
there's the person I'm talking to who's clearly Australian, and there's someone else who might be American who's having a really shit take right now, not letting the Australian speak. So obviously we should probably let the Australian speak because
talk
they're the
about
minority.
American politics. Let's go.
Ooh, that's a little yikes there. All right.
Go ahead, Spicy.
If you can point to a single situation where America has invaded a country and then installed a liberal democracy, then I will cede this point to you. But I don't think that there is.
Yeah, Japan. That's the easiest.
I mean,
Yeah.
you did have to eliminate 2 of their cities for that. So.
Yeah,
What do you mean by eliminate?
Hiroshima is fucking
about Grenada.
exactly mostly because of
What was that Noriega dude, right? Did we stop a military coup? Like the Noriega shit? We didn't have to kill Noriega to get that done.
The point is well taken that it is no easy thing to charge into some country on the other side of the world and just install liberal democracy from the start. I mean, I don't think that means that the notion of trying to, especially if you are already brought into a war like we were in World War II, where we didn't choose to be brought into it, we were kind of dragged into it. I think it's a good thing to then say, well, since we're here, we're not going to, leave some autocracy in our wake. I think it's a reasonable thing to try and do. Like, yeah, if we didn't go into Afghanistan for the purpose of installing democracy, but while we're there, I mean, it's I think a thing worth celebrating to say that, well, we're not going to just leave the Taliban in our wake, the literal Handmaid's Tale of human governments in our wake. We're not going to condemn half the population to slavery and brutality under a government whose first guiding principles seem to be brutalizing women. So I think it's a worthwhile thing to say if you're there.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, but
it's like saying congratulations,
that's not what
Afghanistan.
happens.
You're being liberally.
It's not.
So I did skip pull, and I'm not sure if Feline Father. Did we ever get a chance to get back to you?
No, nobody get back to me yet.
No. Let's get to Feline Father, then we'll go to Polar, and we'll.
Hell yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. So I just want to kind of point out like the like hypocrisy and like what Wick was saying earlier. Wick was saying that the government that was installed before we got in there, the Taliban was okay, and then I brought up the point. Are we really saying that? Are we really saying that, like the situation is that there before was better? And then he was like, "Oh, of course not." And I kind of wanted to like clarify what his claim was there.
Go ahead, Wick.
Okay, so first of all, I never said that it was okay or the Taliban was a good system. They were terrible. They were horrible. But we did not go in there because the Taliban were being dicks. We went in there as a response.
No, we actually went in there because the Taliban were being dicks.
Yeah,
because they wouldn't let us get
Osama
bin Laden, right?
Yeah,
in a sense, but
We were there before. We were there way before 9/11, guys.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure if Wick is.
We were in where before 9/11?
We were in Afghanistan doing other shit in another capacity way before.
Is this like a
9/11.
CIA dig?
No, it's just fucking get on the internet and just type in.
I don't understand. I don't understand Wick's point.
Okay.
He's fucking talking over him. Holy shit.
Lee needs to get to his point quicker, okay, Joe?
I know you should. Then tell him to talk fast instead of interrupting him. Goddamn!
Prime, put that guy at 1.5 speed, okay?
Oh, gotcha.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, my main point is that there are instances where intervention is desirable, and when we do go in, then we need to go in correctly and not just leave and let them die.
Oh, okay. So you're down with keeping troops in Afghanistan, is what you're saying.
What would you think is an example of, like, in the past, I don't know, 50 years, where you think, like, what's correct to you, like, in your opinion?
Like, what do you mean, what's correct? Like, as a policy, or as a, can I point to some thing that we have done in the last 50 years that has been...
Yeah, sure. Because again, like, with your experience, you're a veteran, right?
Yes, for 6 years.
So what's an example of something that, like, you may have seen that, like, you felt like this might not be the right path, like, down, but you know what I'm trying to ask here?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay, so, like, what is something, let's say in the past 10 years with your service experience, that you thought was not the correct path chosen? Because you said that, like, there's instances where intervention is... Yeah.
So what has the military done in the last 10 years that I feel have not been a correct path for the military? Like, I think that we are way too, as a country, interventionalist right now. I'd like to pull back on that. So that, as a policy, is pretty bad. As for my personal experiences, I've been mostly stateside. I was a crypto linguist, so I cannot speak to any specific action.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Let's go to Polar and then back to Bastia.
I think Joe's question earlier, like talking about the intent, but like the impact of like foreign policy is really interesting. It's actually, those two things are directly correlated, right? So it seems like when the U.S. has like very clear policy goals or like direct ones, their outcomes tend to be a lot better. I.e., look at like Operation Desert Storm in comparison to the way that we handled Saddam Hussein in what year was it? Yada 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 2000 something. I don't remember. Okay, before I was born. That's something like that. Yeah. So and then when we think about democracies, it's not like the U.S. is just terrible at it, right? Like, it's not like we haven't done things in the past, even in the past 10 years. Look at like us supporting the SDF, right? Like the Kurds, the potential for having like a democracy in that area. But what we tend to see is differing administrations causing like these really bad effects in the area, right? So it's like, that seems to be one of the issues, is we're not consistent, right? We have to have very clear policy objectives, because foreign policy can go very bad very quickly, okay? It's not like, here's a bill, like, here's what the bill's going to do. You cannot predict to, like, super high accuracy the way that other nations and other states will react to those kinds of things.
And that's what I was trying to say earlier, right? In regards to, like, clear policy goals, especially this stuff, right? Especially when it comes to NATO, right? And our coalition allies in regards to these things. Just like, let's not forget, right? Like, it's not just us doing these things, right? It's like a majority of these things are like NATO missions, right? And it involves like 40 some plus other countries, right? And they just are not like pulling their own weight in the situations, right? It's very hard for us to have like clear policy goals, especially when it comes to like military actions in these countries, when like our coalition allies are like, well, you know, like, America, you can't pull out because we don't have the military to do this, you know, and like they're like allowing us to like essentially fail and allowing us to like pull the brunt of this shit, just because it seems like it's just like it's either they have the inability or they just not want to like increase their military and just like allow us just like shoulder a lot of this, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard for us to like pulling back our guys when France is like, oh, actually, we're not gonna, you know, give us more soldiers. Like, you know, the UK is like same thing, right? It's very difficult for us like to have clear policy goals, especially when it comes to like, you know, like especially with Afghanistan, right? It's a shit pile because, you know, like we go in there, we do all these things, we start pulling out, and then all of a sudden, you know, you want to look at like, you know, the Democratic Party are like, oh, well, you can't just pull out, like we went in there, like we had to clean it up now. It's like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna clean it now, and then we start cleaning it, and people are like, oh, well, now you're nation building. It's like, well, what the fuck do you want, right? Like, nobody's consistent in their messaging at all. It's always just like a
Phelan, can I ask you a question? Well, so like what we see a lot is sometimes the U.S. will do things unilaterally, and even though some other countries like may have like political stakes in these areas, they may have never wanted to get involved in the first place. Do you think like other countries still have a responsibility to get involved after the U.S. or with them, even if the U.S. chooses to go in unilaterally?
So if it's a unilateral thing, no. If it's just us doing our shit like Iraq, like that was us. Like, we got that shit, we're cleaning that up, that was our bad, right? Afghanistan is not a unilateral thing. It's never been a unilateral thing.
Just asking. Yeah.
Okay. So before
I just wanted to
I had actually
go ahead.
skipped someone, Charmhole, so I'll go to Charmhole first, then you, boss. Yeah, I want to make sure get him in. Then do you, Charmhole?
I'm just saying that this entire time we haven't been talking about, like, say, why we're doing a lot of this stuff. I think it's pretty obvious that it's for our profit and not for anybody's liberation. Right?
So obvious.
Oh God. Oh.
Right? Like, I just want to make sure that we all are in agreement.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
What evidence?
What
evidence do you
okay,
have?
all right.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like maybe.
Dude, this is like conspiracy level Alex Jones with the left.
Yeah, no,
type
that
take right here.
that's my point. That's the only point I
since it was
wanna
my
make.
turn, I just want to make I want to make 2 points, and then I want to address what Charmhole was going to say, because I think that's a very interesting point that would be worth future discussion. I just want to tie up what I was saying. All right. So one, for anybody who heard me talking with Redneck earlier, my point was not to say that America is the greatest nation in the world, or is always right, or always moral, or anything like that. My point was to say that if you are on Team America and you want America to have good outcomes and things, then of course you should want to be engaged in the world, because we have better outcomes as a nation for us when we are engaged in the world writ large. And I don't mean like profit. I don't mean that kind of outcome. I mean like we have a role in the world and we don't end up getting dragged into situations, right? Instead, we get to address them on our own terms. I think that if, again, you are an American, you want good outcomes for your country, that's a good thing. So that's one point. The other point I was going to make is I think something that is also worth discussing in foreign policy is like, what are your alternatives? What are your not just like what would be the ideal, but what are the alternatives that are possible? And if you're talking about something like, for example, leaving Afghanistan, well, look, I don't want to be fighting a war forever either. But if the alternative to fighting a war in Afghanistan is to say, well, because we in America are tired of a war that we otherwise can totally sustain in terms of, economically, militarily, we can sustain it, at very little cost to us as a nation, but we're tired of it, we're just going to bail. I think that's, it's all well and good to say that America's war has caused misery and suffering, as indeed do all wars to some degree. But what's the better alternative there, right? Is the better alternative that we've got the restoration of Taliban rule, which already, because of our a lack of commitment in Afghanistan, has been established in parts of the country, or reestablished again. So, what's our better alternative that we're talking about? Yeah, or any of the other neighboring powers. So that's the second point I wanted to make. Mm-hmm. And the third point I wanted to make, and then I'll stop, because I don't want to do this all night. I just want to kind of clarify basically what I was trying to say with Redneck. It's just that this is in our national interest to be engaged in the world, right? It ain't, these other countries aren't taking advantage of us. But the point that Charmhole's making is an interesting one, because there are certainly companies that profit from war in the sense of, a defense contractor certainly makes money selling arms to the government of the United States. But I feel like it's sort of a strange point to really hang your hat on. Like, the federal government hires contractors to do lots of things. And while it is certainly true that those contractors have an interest in being politically connected and advocating for those causes that help them, sell more stuff. I mean, they're just, they are lobbyists and they are involved in government, but to say that they have basically captured the government, it seems to be the implication. They have captured the government and we are waging wars for profit. I would be curious what the evidence is for that, because you could certainly say that the military has a profit-driven element in the sense that it buys things from the private sector, but so do all government agencies for the most part. So what is it that makes you think that we are engaged in war for profit? Like, is everything the federal government does for the profit of its contractors? Because it's a pretty big and extensive claim. So,
I mean, you need practice to get better at something, right? So if you keep doing war...
Hey, Prime. I wanted to make it a point, too, about pulling out too quickly without, giving a shit, If you look at, any bases overseas that we have when they get locked down and their economy completely fails, it's not just hey, we pull out and the Taliban takes over and kills everybody. There are multiple factors that are conducive to the Taliban coming through and taking over everything right after we leave. It's not just we're not there to kill anybody anymore, so everything goes to shit. It's part of it is those people count on the economic ability that we provide to them by having bases, having jobs there that they work at. There's contracted out locals to the bases. When you take all those jobs away, you're just creating another fucking bullshit.
to Feline's point and to Feline's question, if his point is we should go in less unilaterally, I don't think there's disagreement there.
Yeah, I don't.
Wait, so hang on, so Charmhole,
Yeah.
Bastiat said, again, there's a lot of words there, boss. I'm gonna try my best here. So like he said that basically there was certainly there's companies that profit from war, but he feels like that it's sort of like a strange point to just like hang your hat on unilaterally. So I guess like to reinforce Bastiat's question here, what makes you think that we engage in war for profit? Because you said you need to practice to get better at something, but I don't know if you were trying to make a little more elaborate point there, or.
And I'm going to hop off and give my spot to Tiberius, by the way, as soon as he confirms. I just want to thank everybody for the chance to chat. It was a lot of fun. I look forward to watching some more. And Prime, have a great night. So, take care, y'all.
Thank you.
Nice.
Take care, Stardust.
Taking down Redneck, dude.
Thanks. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm gonna give
too.
my spot to Venom Jesus if he wants to come in.
Redneck.
I'm out here.
Sure. I'll pull in Tiberius, and then you can. But thank you so much. Have a
Can
good
I
one.
get in the queue at some point?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks so much. Blasi, I've really enjoyed having you here. I want to have you again in the future. Yeah. Well, there's Ty there, though. But yeah, we want to have you there in the future.
Sorry.
So, okay. Sorry. Who
Damn,
had
I
their
love
hand up?
that filter.
Let's go to Charmhole and then Revolt Rise. Yeah, go from there. And then Spicy.
My ultimate point wasn't like I don't have sources. I'm not gonna like go through like a Wikipedia article of exactly how we profit from all of the many wars and conflicts that we take part of. But I do know that if the Pentagon is, receiving, the Federal Reserve just puts a whole bunch of zeros, in the computer, and they go, all right, Pentagon, now here's your budget. Just literally makes money out of thin air, gives them a whole bunch of dollars. The rest of the world exercises our dollars. We liberate the rest of the world. Excuse me, we liberate.
I don't have evidence, guys.
We liberate the rest of the world with our dollars.
You admit that.
Okay,
Wait, hold on.
neoliberalism.
One, you admit you have no evidence.
Okay.
Two, that isn't how military budgeting works or financing. Three, I would agree with you though. Our military budgeting system. Hold on. I was about to fucking agree with you for a second.
Talking, and you're telling me to.
Yeah, but you were talking for a long time, and you made a dumb point, and then you like rambled on, hoping we wouldn't notice.
But you're getting to like part of a good point though. That caveat to help you out is like one part where I would agree with you though on in regards to the for-profit. That's actually informational is how the military operates on a user or lose it budget system where effectively a command can be allocated, for example, $500,000. And however, though, if they're financially literate and smart with their money, like if they save, for example, $200,000, that money doesn't carry over. So it necessarily allocates for just spending as much of that money as you can. So to that degree, I can agree with you, Charmhole, like that there are certain systems within the military, but this also extends to other branches of the government as well that should be altered to be more financially conscious. However, though, this does not mean we're a fucking just like going. This does not mean like there's a little fucking boardroom like saying, "Okay, guys, what third world we gonna fuck up next to help out Exxon? You're up, buddy. Apple, you're next, my dude."
And also, it's not like the Federal Reserve is like the fucking like military is like fucking sugar mama, and they're just like putting zeros in the bank account. Like that's not how that works.
That's
something I think
works.
what again, like correct me if I'm
how
wrong.
else would it work?
Correct me if I'm wrong here, Charm. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Charm. I guess like is the point you're trying to make the wars that or the conflicts, however you want to call them, we've been involved in, have been pretty prohibitively expensive. Is that what you're trying to say here?
No, not. They're grand. They're not. If that falls under expensive, sure, but the grandness of our war machine and the the industrial military conflict and complex that we take part in. I mean, come on, it's just really it's gross for people to come on here. No, it's nasty. It really is nasty for people to come on here and go, I'm a veteran and I saved your ass and I'm the reason why you get to have burgers without getting shot. It's like, first off, that doesn't happen anyway. You're not saving anybody. But the bigger point is, you're literally like, we're not going to war to save anybody or to liberate anybody. Like, I think everybody, like, even though we're kind of
you're right. We're going there to get those sweet
Wait, but you just back. Hold on, Charm, help me out here, because you just backpedaled off that idea and then you went right back to it and just paraphrase it in a different way. Like,
everyone's gonna
like you can, like I don't know, like I agree with you that wars are expensive, right? Like we're spending like I think maybe like $1 or $2 trillion in the Iraq War. The Cold War, despite the fact that there wasn't a lot of conflict, was prohibitively expensive. I think it was close to like $8 trillion. World War II, $4 trillion converted.
Okay,
that's a lot of fucking money to spend on war, and I agree with that.
Real quick economic.
Wait, that money goes back into the economy, though.
When you get taxed,
I'm gonna fight you on this.
Listen, when you get taxed, they don't take your money and then go, oh, we could give this money, this money to the hospital for the little kids. No, instead we're going to give it to the Pentagon. That's literally not how it works.
Are you talking to me or?
I'm talking to everybody. You put a bunch of zeros on it, okay, and then
I actually need to. I'm going to pull up the stream. I'm going to be come here.
And then they have the money.
I'm going to explain.
That's how it works.
Money creation works in the US. The Fed has not directly been involved in money creation for several years now, right? What they do is they set an interest rate, right, for the economy, and then the banks create those at loans, right? Now there's a space for loans, and the US government can crowd them out. But what you need to understand is the banks are the ones that create those loans, and the interest rates that the Fed sets is the incentives for those loans, right? This is the Federal Reserve putting in fucking zeros, right? That's not how the economy works.
The Federal Reserve has been pulling money out of circulation for like the last 10 years.
So the federal banks.
Wait, didn't the Fed just
state
inject
banks.
like 2.5 trillion?
Yes.
Yes,
I agree.
They did in PPP loans, which get destroyed as soon as they're paid. Sorry.
Great. Revolt. Go. Revolt and Spicy.
Wow, just got derailed. On the econ take, there's a lot of people having some funny opinions here. But like when the government needs to spend money, like it literally does just create the money with the Federal Reserve when it's going to spend it. Like that's factual.
Right. That's what we have.
It's not. Wait, no. They've done that for a very long time.
No.
Can I ask a question to Revolt? Revolt. So would you consider like the way of looking at the Treasury note and like banks will actually create like money in that sense, where the U.S. like writes? I'm gonna fuck this up so badly. Where the U.S. writes or the Treasury writes a note for the future. That whole conversation. That's what you're
promissory
bond.
bond.
Yeah, well, yes. Well, there's two different things here. So we've got government spending, which is exogenous, right, which is coming from the Federal Reserve. And what Kiyo-san is correctly pointing out is most of 90% roughly of our money creation is done endogenously by private banks. And that's like, that's fine. But I think that kind of like is like way off.
Fractional reserve banking and everything.
So that's right. Fractional reserve banking hasn't existed in the US for a very long time.
We have no exactly. So like that's one point. But like going back to like this is a point that Bastiat brought up, and I want to take this back like to what we were talking about with the Afghanistan conflict, and are we are we there to fight a war for profit? And the answer is like it's maybe kind of. It's so nuanced that anybody who thinks that like you can summarize it as we're there for profit is insane. There's
holding land. Just real quick, this is the only point I want to make. Holding land is profit. Okay, making dollars in a bank, that's one thing, okay, but it's not the same. Holding land, holding countries, that's profit. Holding a country next to Russia and China.
How is
land can lose value, dude?
How is holding?
The US doesn't hold this land. They're not annexing. They're not annexing the land. They don't hold the land or anything, right? Like this is not how it works at all.
Right. So Iran isn't absolutely terrified of all of our military bases that we have around the country, right? Right?
What? Wait, what?
Iran isn't afraid.
I thought we just move on and we just continue, we just ignore him as a troll and we have some other conversation.
You guys are literally
hold on. That's a little disingenuous. It's like
it's telling.
I don't think he's a troll. I just think that like
if I'm wrong, correct me. Please.
Finish this off real quick. There's no precedent for the United States fighting wars for profit is also kind of crazy. Like if you look between like about 1900 and like 1930, 1935, something like that, we were in like Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines.
I agree.
Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, like all fighting on behalf of American Fruit Company, right? Like, I mean, so like we have done that kind of stuff before, but that's not what's going on here. Like that's
I don't think that's a modern
Iraq as being profit motive is just nuts. So that's one thing. The second thing I wanted to bring up, like Bastiat hammered, like made this point, and I want to push back on it, but broadly, and to say that like to say that we are intervening with like good intentions is possible, but we need to really look at like the fact that what we're intervening in is a situation that has resulted from the last time that we intervened and the time that we intervened before that. And like these situations that we're involved in are literally what they call blowback from a previous attempt to do, you know, whatever it is, like, you know, like stop a fascist dictator from murdering his, you know, the plebeians of the country or whatever. Like we've done this a number of times, and like and the result just continues to be this compounded like effect of all these other issues and all these worse dictators and all these worse terrorist situations, on and on and on. So like that's one thing. The other thing is like we are where we are in Afghanistan right now, as far as I understand, and I'm happy to be corrected, but to my understanding, the Taliban has more property, money, soldiers, weapons, vehicles, and influence than it had in 2001 when we got there. And like that is like a failure of policy. It's a failure of execution, and like overall, it's the fact that we have just not had a consistent vision for what we consider to be a victory. We went through the same thing in Vietnam. We went through the same thing in Iraq, like recently.
Sure. Let's go to Spicy.
Yeah, so I wanted to speak to a point that Bastiat made while he was here, which was that he said we could stay involved in these conflicts at relatively low cost. Well, a quick Google will tell you that the US has spent about $6.5 trillion on wars in the Middle East in the last 20 years. Doesn't seem like it's that economically viable. Shit, what was my other point? Don't worry.
Revolt, are you saying that like with all of that, like one part of your central points was that so we can say that we're intervening with good intentions, but we still need to analyze why we're entering in the first place. Is that a correct characterization?
We need to have a much broader view of what the impacts of what our intervention is causing, right? Because there's secondary effects and third effect, you know, like a third tertiary, exactly. So and also just to that point about say the $6.5 trillion, like $6.5 trillion is like essentially nothing. Like we spent like 31 or 32 trillion dollars in 2008 bailing out the world's economies and like, you know, like printing money to hand out around the world. Like it's really not a financially burdensome amount of money, but what we can also
that's
look
a massive amount of money. That's an incredible amount of money.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
I mean, like, Revolt's trying to say is comparatively, based on the other spending that we do, like.
Yeah, I mean, I can find any comparison to make any statistic.
Wait, but do you disagree with that point? Hold on, do you disagree with that point? Like, yes, comparatively with the spending that the United States government does, the amount that you described is not that much money. Do you disagree with that statement?
No, but
okay, cool.
To that,
cool.
I would say
And just shut the fuck up. And just shut the fuck up. Don't keep digging. Don't keep digging.
No,
you said no. Like, I'm cool. I don't care what you have to say after that. I don't.
Compared to what? Yes, it's compared to its own budget from previous years. That's what it's compared to, and when it's compared relative to itself from previous years, it is not this drastic hike. Obviously, if your argument is, well, my personal account is not the same as the fucking U.S. Treasury, obviously, yeah, that's a huge fucking distinction. But no one's making that claim. It's compared to itself.
That's $6,500 for each U.S. citizen. That's like in taxpayer money, right? That's a fuck ton of money.
Yeah, and like also a fuck ton of money is a $1.9 trillion package, and we get $1,200 from that. That's why I told you to like stop digging, man. Like just don't dig. I'm with you on this. You spend a lot of money.
The color of your shirt and the background colored lights in your room are really matching your mood tonight.
Yeah, it also matches the room of your mom, so it's okay.
Hey,
you want some ice?
Got him.
Okay.
The fire department. Gotta put out that burn.
Go ahead.
I think that we're looking a lot on the impacts of what we're doing and not the. I think we've been focusing when Joe asked the question. I think it was Joe that asked the question of, do you have a problem with impact or intent? And I think we're really focusing on the impact of what we've done and not the intent at which we're going into these wars. I think that like a lot of times we focus on like, oh, the war failed and like therefore like we shouldn't intervene in other nations. I mean, you could look at like we've had similar intents to like try and stop people from being murdered in like Yugoslavia and like other nations that we've intervened in. Obviously, I don't agree with all intervention within what the United States does or that NATO does, but like I think a lot of times we come into these things we're like, hey, we want to fix this. We have like kind of good intent, and a lot of times like to fix the problem, but a lot of times we have a lot of execution failure and not like a direct plan to what we need to do and direct objectives that we should have when we go into these nations. I think that's really more what we should be focusing on.
And that's kind of what I was trying to make the point like earlier, right? Like a lot of like the end, like our backstop in like these situations, right? These missions and like are like what are like pull out like objective is just never like easily obtained, because again, like our like coalition forces and coalition allies who are also part of this, right? Like again, like NATO's not just us, right? It's like a whole bunch of other nations. They just are not pulling their own weight in the situation, and I think it's just like a side effect of like us being like the world's like defender, you know, like we've having bases in like Australia, Japan, like other countries where like we're only there for like defensive strategic reasons, and I get it. But at the same time, like because of that, like it's allowed other countries to kind of like take advantage of like our kindness and take advantage of like our positionality and say like, well, America, like you're a lot more strategically positioned to like deal with these things. Like we'll give you some money, but like we're not gonna like put our own troops down there to deal with it. And it makes it really difficult for us to pull up plans when like that's the situation,
We can solve that problem by having better execution. As again, I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. Octavian was saying that we can solve that issue by being better about how we intervene in a situation.
But wouldn't you agree that sometimes the United States doesn't even agree that their execution was poor?
No, you're absolutely right, Joe. Like it's always a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation when it comes to like always.
But I think the poor, like that's why I kind of think like I'm always so confused about this sometimes, because there's one side that like even just like the reasons why we're there in the first place in certain conflicts we don't really have the consensus on. Like maybe the government could do a good job of making their intentions clear, right?
Yes, exactly.
Afghanistan is pretty obvious.
I mean, yeah, but I mean,
that's not true. That's not true.
It's pretty obvious.
You weren't even alive when this shit was happening, okay? Everybody knew why we went into Afghanistan.
Okay, wait.
I didn't know. I was in fucking middle school.
Wait, so when will we have the
exactly.
Afghanistan
Well, all the
papers?
adults,
Stop.
Yeah.
When we have the Afghanistan.
I'm older than you.
When we have like generals and like people like who are leading parts of the military, not even knowing what like their objectives are or who they're specifically fighting. Like that's not a clear goal.
Like that's earlier. The reason for going the reason we went to North Afghanistan so we could get Osama
Does
bin
anybody
Laden.
does anybody remember?
Nobody questions that.
Does anybody remember the public hanging of Saddam Hussein?
Yes.
That was way later.
Oh,
but okay.
remember he got sodomized? That was wild, dude.
Dude, I remember that shit. I was at my first girlfriend's house and I woke up.
Oh, that was somebody else.
It was Gaddafi.
Well, no, that was Gaddafi. Yeah.
Racist. Oh my god, I just did the most racist thing in the world. Oh my god.
I'm just gonna deafen during this shit because clearly you guys are fucking stupid. But anyway, keep going.
Yeah, no.
So anyway, like,
I was at my first girlfriend's house. I woke up. It was like a Sunday, Saturday morning.
I'm so sorry. That was so racist.
They had
of
it
me.
on the
Oh my
news.
goodness.
They had Saddam Hussein.
Okay,
They had his public hanging.
Samantha. All right, go ahead, Trumbull.
Okay, no, so I'll never forget that they had, it was on the news, it was on TV, like, they were like, hey, we got, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. A few weeks later, they publicly hanged him on TV. It was an event. Everybody watched Saddam Hussein get hanged, and we're like, 9/11, we did it, everybody.
Wasn't that video a leak?
I
don't think they played it live.
We didn't see it. And nobody was like, "Oh yeah, we fixed 9/11." Like nobody was like that.
Also, we didn't hang him.
Yeah, okay.
We didn't hang him. The Iraqis hung him. Also, we had intention to go into Afghanistan. We were there within 12 hours of 9/11 happening. When fucking Osama bin Laden and the Taliban took credit for it, and we had actionable intel. Mind you, I'm going to use that word carefully here. Actionable intel. Smugpug can verify what that is if need be. We were in there because that was where the Taliban was at that time, had their base of operations. We went into Afghanistan to then fight the Taliban, not Afghanistan,
the Taliban who was hiding in Afghanistan.
Wait,
So,
the Taliban was
say-
the government at the time.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
The Taliban was the recognized government of Afghanistan at the time.
Not in every place though. To be honest, not in every fucking place. It's really weird how they work out there.
I guess that's.
I didn't understand it, but yeah,
It's a new thing
I
that they're
didn't
bringing
understand
brought to the government as like a actual work, like political party almost now.
Well, yeah, the Taliban was controlling Kabul and like something like 50% of the country.
Yeah, they still do. I saw like just seeing a recent graph. They own they own like a third, then like over half the country's in a quote unquote.
It's a little bit different now.
It's okay though. It's okay no, because now they're our allies. So
right.
Talk about fucking awkward. I spent first half of my military career fighting these guys, and then my last deployment in Syria fighting alongside of them, going, "What the fuck is going on?"
Well, they're moderate.
We play both sides, so we always come out on top.
Moderate.
What do you, Samantha? Can I ask you a question?
Fuck no. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Is it going to be about platforming fucking Nazis and like Doobie and the fucking Nazis?
And you have a
cigarette. Who is that?
Cigarette in the mouth. Perfect timing.
Hold on. Remember, we set precedent. We set a very clear precedent that if you make some fun of somebody and then like they
She
have to
can
come
come
out
in
and
here.
defend
I'm not
themselves.
stopping her. I'm perfectly fine. Platforming.
I mean, Fnatic did drag Ico and nothing happened. So
I liked it. I just thought the Stig thing was funny.
So go Polar.
Yeah. So you talked about like fighting alongside them, like against ISIS. What do you mean by that? Like, I'm curious.
They were out. So in Syria, they were fighting alongside like the Peshmerga and us.
Yeah.
Like literal Taliban. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We took it there, like literally, which was really weird because I thought a lot of these kids were fucking had the heart of a cat, right? And I was fucking scared shitless of their dads. Like their dads were fucking something. Their dads fucking got 2 pins in my back and a fake fucking knee, and these kids were fucking pussies, dude.
Yeah.
But regardless, they still were there and in the fight and helping. But
Generation X,
it was
right?
awkward. Yeah, fucking Zoomers.
It's weird now because like now that like the activation in like Kabul especially is like they're trying to bring the Taliban into the government as like almost like an actual political party now.
Right, and they're threatening to like as soon as we leave, go right back to fighting war to take over the rest of the territory, start abusing women again, doing all the horrible.
Yeah.
So
things aren't going well.
Yeah, they aren't. They haven't gone well, and so I think the biggest issue right now is we don't have a defined policy. Like, are we going to stay and try to fix it, or are we going to pack our shit and go home? And if we pack our shit,
I mean, what it is right now is like all we're doing is it's just like really hands off shit. Like I can tell you, the last time I was there, 2017, the only people we were allowed to engage is ISIS. Like even if the Taliban were to like engage fire at us, like we were just supposed to drive away and just do nothing about it. And it's just like a supportive role now. I mean, that's what Angel's mission is supposed to be now. And like we're just like complete capacity of just training them, training the Afghan army and then their police forces.
Yeah, we trained the ANA. I think most of the people out there within the past 8 years were either military police or another type of CNC unit or a command and control unit. And we were training the ANA so that they could fight their own wars in the future and stop an uprising rather than us coming in and have to do it for them. So, and literally, if a firefight started, the Americans couldn't shoot back. They would
we drive away.
ANA, they tell the ANA, like, over there, like, use your guns. We gave you guns. Go do your thing. Come on.
Doesn't that sound familiar to like Vietnam and Cambodia? Though?
World's police, baby. Let's go.
I mean, that's the way we do it.
Well, do you think it's possible to have a policy that can go cross administration?
Well, we talked about it earlier, didn't we? About setting
well, we were hinting on that, but like I was actually going to respond poor on this though. Like,
okay,
the two initial drawbacks of that though is one, like you're engaging in the fucking benevolent dictator meme, which obviously has
to me, I was projecting. Yeah,
we spent the past more than 3 decades constantly ceding more legislative power to the executive branch to where. Now, now with the Trump administration, we're like, whoa, shit, let's start pulling that back. But at the same time, it seems like, why would we want to continue to posit it now? I was just going to go back into that loop. And then as for the legislative piece, though, you necessarily still have that same issue where effectively, for example, like let's say if someone proposes like, oh, let's implement policy, and then there's a mandate that has to be continued or maintained to keep consistency. Yeah. But the issue of this, though, is like you'll get instances where like, for example, hypothetically, we'd have, like, in Trump's final year of of fucking 2020.
Execute Order 66.
Yeah, it's starting to wind down, and they implement the policy that's also legislatively passed that, like, if any Iranians cross over this border, into any other country outside of there to engage in fighting, the U.S. will actively bomb the fuck out of them, and do all this overt military action against them. Now, obviously, if this carries over to a different administration, that administration should otherwise have that right to get rid of that policy that would otherwise be negatively impacting the country on a whole, and to otherwise force people to maintain policies prohibits the ever-changing situation.
Yeah, I agree with you, Smug, in the sense that ever changing is important because the way that the way that foreign policy tends to work and our engagements with other nations can change very quickly. It seems it's a very hard balance in between individual power, right, in the sense that you're giving the executive all this power versus aspects of democratic control, which may take too long to respond to specific conflicts and actions. So it's an interesting balance. And it's also interesting.
I agree with your underlying point though about the efficiency though. I do agree. That's categorically true. Is that obviously having one individual having predominant power is more efficient and arguably more effective. Yeah, I'll give you that.
You have to get your benevolent.
That's the thing, everyone's arguing. I don't think anyone's arguing that the legislator should, the Senate should be able to should have sole control over where they vote for every airstrike, right? But it's just the big thing is just the Senate's ability to vote on acts of war, right? And then it gets just really complicated when you start talking about okay, what's considered an act of war, what kind of stuff is out of the left and right limits that are set by NATO and set by other things, and that's where it's really.
I wanted to engage with Joe on one thing. He said can we imagine policy that goes across administration? I think we see that all the time, Joe. When it comes the fact that war is a good, that war is an easy tool that can be pulled out any time against U.S. enemies, right? Or just for U.S. interests. They don't have to be enemies, just for U.S. interests. The fact that the Afghanistan war has survived, was it into the fourth president, right? Or maybe into the fourth president. Yeah. And it looks and Biden is going to not honor the agreement with the Trump administration to pull out from there. And even you could say that well, at the very least he needs time to come up with his own plan, right, to leave. But as far as I know, I don't see him making any moves like that. I think it's always the same case, right? That these, especially when it comes to these basic principles, that in foreign policy, especially, these things just kind of continue on. We see them again and again. There's an institutional inertia to them all, and they can do all that. When it comes to maybe cutting services, right? We've seen that through this whole neoliberal string of presidents, right? When it's talking about cutting services, it's not we can't. It's not we won't cut Social Security. It's by how much? How much we cut? Republicans will do drastic cuts, and Democrats will do shallower cuts, right? So if you're asking, do we see a continuation in policy? And I think it happens all the time.
Yeah. It's no different comparatively, right? We can watch Woody Allen movies from front to back and think that the female leads are captivating, but then there's this clear pattern of an individual that he chooses to hire within those positions. So I think when we look at it in terms of foreign policy and stuff like that, I guess my question is how can a president or administration just be able to just change course to something totally different?
They can't. They can't because again, these aren't decisions that they're making unilaterally because again, these are agreements that we made with NATO and our coalition allies, right? They're not going to let us just pull out like that because they know they can't fill the hole, and they've been not wanting to fill the hole for years.
There's an element of dishonesty that occurs, right? So that the president might not even know what the situations are, it's not even very clear what our entanglements are until they get into power. So they might have made some promises during their campaign that we're going to pull our troops out of Iraq, we're going to pull the troops out of Afghanistan, and then they get there and find out that here's all these other layers and levels of things that we didn't know about.
Yeah.
Like even think of like the policy of the border wall, right? Where Trump was like, I'm going to build a big, beautiful wall that's going to go all across the Mexican border. When in reality, it's like, well, actually, sir, you're probably just going to improve some fencing and then just add spots that were already going to exist in the first place. You know.
I'm super sorry. I'm super sorry to interject, but who is the person with the filter?
Oh, that's Aquaman.
That's me. How are you doing?
Oh, dude, that's a dope filter.
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's a great introduction. I appreciate that.
Is it really?
Okay, I don't think about the filter.
Don't
I don't like
entertain
the
this.
filter because
Don't
the deer's
entertain
looking
this.
at me with shifty ass eyes. Okay,
You're being an enabler.
I
Bro,
feel
you're
like it's judging me.
Are you anti furry right now, bro?
No.
I feel unsafe, Prime.
In the words of a panelist, California, I will go as far as to call them fucking degenerates.
Oh my god. You know what? I may not be a
Not
furry,
cool,
but
bro.
it's okay, dude. Whatever makes you feel comfy, as long as you're not hurting other people.
Joe, you're being so
Wonderful,
bad
thank
faith
you.
right now. I'll debate you on this later.
Great.
I love you too. I know.
Shit, fuck, I had a point. Now it's gone. God damn it.
I don't know if I, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree with like his characterization that that like the Republicans cut Social Security and like Democrats like cut it less, and it's like this like continuation of policy. At least like the data doesn't seem to pan that out on like where like Republican policy is.
There is a clear pushing of neoconservative policy that goes across administrations.
Yeah. Shit, I mean,
What
what
do
do
you
you
push
the best
policies? That's the
Conservative
problem.
Party hasn't had like a fucking like an ideology of like any consistency for the last like 20 years.
Hold on, but hold on, no, sorry, Kyo-san. I was about to tell you, Polar, but Kyo-san fucked me over, right? So
I know what this conversation is going. Sorry, yeah, this goes. So go for it. Yeah.
Kyo-san, why is it like we saw this during the Obama administration, right? Where Obama was begging them. He was like, "Oh yes, I'll do a deal with you. I'll do a grand bargain." And grand bargains means like Republicans make a demand, right? And then we like hem and haw, but like move our position over to their position. They don't move, but we move towards them. We saw this. They tried to cut Social Security, and they failed because Republicans wouldn't go along with it. Like when they were giving them what they wanted, then they didn't do it. Like it was amazing. So like,
So is there like a particular policy we're talking about here?
It's he's specifically referring to passing the ACA. Obama and Biden were like, hey, if like if we if we want to compromise with you guys, and if we're like, hey, we'll pass the ACA. I know you guys want to cut Social Security. In exchange, we'll cut a little bit of Social Security, and I think it was Medicare. No, I don't remember what the other like social program was in exchange for us getting the ACA passed through, right?
Is the question whether or not we try to work with the other side? Was that a mistake in that case? Is that the question here?
No, I think Prime's just making the point. I don't even know if I necessarily agree at this point, but I'm gonna try to do my best to sum it up. But like Prime is trying to make the point that even though like what we tend to see is that presidency from any group that's in power, even to the next one, will have some underlying consistent action. And he would say the Democrats will cut security, like Republicans will cut security, and then Democrats will cut it less. So there's some form of like consistency throughout that. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but it's Prime if I'm misrepresenting.
Yeah, it seems like.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that because like with that added context of it, it's like it's not because like the right wing would just be like, oh, okay, we're just here's this one bill, okay, we're just fucking yeeting out like a chunk of Social Security. But like when you're characterizing it as just like part of it though, like we're leaving out that huge trade of the Affordable Care Act of a whole fucking healthcare system though necessarily. So it's not like yes, losing part of that system is bad, yes, and like ought they not do it? I don't know, because that just becomes utilitarian calculus at that point.
So I'm pretty sure Prime would then here say that the Republicans just chose not to vote on it at all, so there was no compromise. So that's something that.
So from what I'm trying to catch up on this, because it's like Obama's years were like early on for me, right? So I have to go back and reread a lot of stuff about the Obama administration. From what I can see, he chose not to include it as a part of the 2015 budget. Is that correct, or?
Yeah, he didn't. He chose not to. My understanding, after they chose not to. After they chose not to and get to help it pass through, but then I think Prime would make the point, therefore, then that the Democrats even proposed doing something like that, like cutting Social Security and doing this in exchange for the ACA. That's
just how democracy works, right? Like if we don't have the votes, you got to get them somehow, right?
Well, Prime would also say that they didn't necessarily need the votes. I know, seeking for Prime here.
You're doing a good job.
I'm a little bit behind on like the Obama era politics. I'll be real here. Yeah. So like, if I can't remember, yeah.
A little bit. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, as this last COVID bill though showed though, it was like necessarily though, like there would have been, there's no guarantees that there wouldn't have been that same instance as well from this bill back then when people were even less progressive at that time.
I think the point probably would be, I would probably say that maybe, like, I would say that the Democrats are probably a little bit more, I would definitely say this, neoliberal back in, like, just as like a scale, we're probably more neoliberal back in 2008, and then, was that, I don't remember what specific year, but now I think that the differentiation is actually becoming a little bit more apparent. I would say a lot more apparent with, like, the pushing of, like, certain progressive politicians.
So one thing I heard,
in 2008,
really...
we were pushing the ACA, which is not neoliberal.
No,
that was our number one.
The ACA is like a neoliberal solution to.
The ACA is like a neoliberal
solution to healthcare. Because it's like it's very market based, right? Specifically, it's not.
It's a Republican plan. It's literally that proves my point right there.
Wait, okay, so let me look. So Grimace, I'm not necessarily
Republican plan. Why did the Republicans vote for it?
Romney.
Romney. This. Now we're doing this.
Literally like a Republican governor in conjunction with Barney Frank in Massachusetts made that happen, right?
Hold on. It came out of a Republican think tank, right? The Heritage Foundation. The idea came out of there.
No, one provision came out of the Republican think tank, and that think tank came out with that idea in the 80s.
And then Romney passed it, right? Romney passed it. And then Obama passed it as well, right? The Republicans were backing it until the moment that Obama said he was for it, right? Like, this was a good plan. It was the senator from the God damn it, I think it was from Tennessee.
It's a good plan. I agree.
Who was backing it? I can't remember his name. He was a Republican senator. But like he was backing this bill, right? He was all for it. But then the moment Obama said he was for it, it's like, oh yeah, I never liked that. This is terrible. This is socialism. All of a sudden, right? No. So it was never a democratic plan. It's not like a progressive plan or anything like that. And it keeps the private market in place, right? It empowers the private market. Instead of we just subsidize them. It's like looking for a private solution to a clearly government problem, right? This is neoliberal. This is
not private. This is literally the government interjecting in the private healthcare system.
Prime, help me.
Just to subsidize the private market, but it's not actually replacing the private market. It's neoliberal. It's a neoliberal solution. What are you talking about?
Prime, help me. Though.
It leaves in provisions to change it in the future and add a public option. What are you talking about?
Where's that public option?
It's incrementalism. You can't have everything at
public option now.
Healthcare is 1/6 of our economy.
Was given up on in the compromise.
Yeah, the public option.
Oh, hold on, Jeff. I heard public option somewhere. Where's that public option? Sorry,
it's still on the table. If you guys got your shit together and stop complaining that the entire world isn't communist yet.
Oh, a wonderful goalpost movement. Wonderful. I love this. Great.
That's every social safety net we've ever passed. It always expands. What do you mean?
You're moving the goalposts now. Now you're saying, okay, well, sure, this plan might be private market, but like the next plan that isn't actually up on the table, that we haven't actually passed, right? That'll be progressive. And that means something.
The next step is to add a public option. I agree, and we can definitely do that, and that's a part of Biden's.
I agree. We should move the ball down the field, but it doesn't negate the point that I was making. That's a neoliberal plan that the Democrats pushed, that Obama pushed. And he was never.
No, he did not push the lack of a public option.
Put your fucking hand up. This is content.
He did not push that. He had a compromise because Lieberman would have filibustered it in the Senate. What are you talking about? He had to eliminate the public option.
Holy shit! Wait. Hold on.
Shut the fuck up.
Obama and the neoliberal cabal rid of the public option. They had no choice.
President Obama came in with a fucking mandate, right? He came in with a huge wave, right? To the point that literally Lieberman was terrified of him. Do you remember that moment when Lieberman, when he first came in, because Lieberman had like supported
you don't remember,
opponent, right?
Okay.
Lieberman had supported his opponent, and then there was a moment where him and Obama, like Obama literally puts his arm around Lieberman, talking about like, oh yeah, Lieberman is my friend now, right? Despite him.
Oh God, are you trying to read body language right now?
No. I'm telling you, this is exactly what happened. I agree.
It happened. It doesn't mean that they're like in on some conspiracy together.
I'm not saying this. What the fuck? Who said conspiracy?
Why you mentioning the fact that they're hugging each other?
Shut up for a second and let me fucking make my point. Then you can make your point. Holy shit, right? No, I didn't say it was a conspiracy. I'm saying that Obama had him. Like you're saying, like, oh, but he would have filibustered. Obama had him in the palm of his hand. The palm of his hand.
Got him by the balls.
He didn't. No, he did. He absolutely did.
Holy shit! Shut the fuck up. Everyone, shut the fuck up. Also, I'm muting you all. I don't give a shit. Don't interrupt me. Thank you. Great. So he had Lieberman in the palm of his hand because Lieberman supported John McCain. He backed John McCain in that election, and so like it was like a comeback to Jesus moment. And at that point, right, like especially since Obama had decided that this was his first task, right? This is his mandate. He's going to work on healthcare, right? Then if Lieberman's the guy, then you put pressure on Lieberman. He was weak at that point. That was the time. But Obama didn't fight for it. He was more than happy to get
That's absolutely.
Hold on. So what he does, he puts who does he put in charge of it? Who does he
Rahm Emanuel.
This happened. Rahm fucking Emanuel, who takes plenty of money. He took an endless amount of money from the medical the medical industry, from the private hospitals, from literally anything like the drug companies, I think as well. He's taking all money from the private insurance industry the entire time. So he puts that guy in charge, right? So that guy is going to undermine the Obama mail. He's going to undermine the private insurance industry by pushing the public option. No, he fucking killed it. All right,
Lieberman killed it. I don't know why you're blaming.
Well, no, there's more than one. There's more than one culprit. Yes, there's more than one culprit, right? But like Obama did not push for this. He did not put his executive muscle into that. All right, you can respond.
No, like the reason that we didn't get the public option is Joe Lieberman made a public statement that there's no way I'll ever support this bill unless they eliminate the public option. You can go look that up if you remember it correctly.
Yeah, sure.
That has nothing to do with Rahm Emanuel.
And you put pressure on them. Like it's not.
Can I finish?
Oh, sorry. Finish.
Sure, and if you remember, because you're acting like you were like a sentient adult at the time, but we had supermajority in the Senate, if you remember, and we wouldn't have to worry about this stuff. But what happened? That's right. Ted Kennedy died, and then we couldn't replace him because the special election led to a Republican being elected. So we had to have the House pass the Senate bill that nobody was happy with in the beginning because Lieberman decided to make it so to pass in the Senate, they couldn't have the public option. Like that's how it went down. And the fact we have these social safety nets in place leaves us the ability to enhance it in the future. That happened with welfare. It's always expanded. Social Security, it's expanded. We just need to stay the course, okay? We need to stop fucking panicking like this.
Okay, are you done? I just want to make sure. I don't want to talk about it. I didn't want to talk about it. I just want to make
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, yeah. You're fucking wrong. Anyways.
I just was needing the last word. Supermajority.
Got him.
No. So
hey, that's why you didn't call your mama hoe. It's at the end of that.
As far as I know, the timeline is correct that you have, right? But I'm saying there's one senator that is holding this up, right? If that was the case, it was actually just one senator holding up. Then why didn't Obama either put pressure on them or give him something he wants?
He did.
He has the bleep pulpit, right? No. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about caving into him. I'm saying that if Obama actually, holy shit, who's talking over me? Please stop it. I don't like it. Thank you. If Obama has this as a priority, if he decided this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to make happen, right? Then he has levers he can push. He can actually put pressure on them. He can go to a state. He can either campaign against them, or the other side of it is he can offer him things. He has the blue pulp. That's what the blue pulp is there for, to actually push the things you're care for. But he didn't care for it at all. This wasn't a priority. Never a priority.
Tell me how he should have bullied him.
I literally just told you. You can literally
say things to him. What do you mean?
You can campaign.
Joe Lieberman isn't
campaign against
independent.
them. You can say we're going to pull funding away from your campaign because he's going to have a fucking DNC, right?
Well, he didn't get funding from the DNC because he's not a Democrat.
You can say that. Oh, then you cannot caucus with the Democrats anymore. You can go to state, let him know that exactly what he's keeping away.
He already made that decision. That's not a threat.
Holy shit. exactly what
he wasn't. He left the Democratic Party. What do you mean?
I'm gonna. Don't worry. I'll meet you. Don't worry. I'll help you out. I'm gonna meet you right now at school. So he and then on the other side of it, he can also offer him things. Like that's an option too, right? You can say, on the other side, I will come to your state, talk about how great you are, right? To help make sure that you get reelected. We are going to put this funding within this bill, right? Like whatever project you fucking want, right? Like there are ways to do this, but he refused. He didn't care. There was no evidence, zero evidence that President Obama actually wanted a public option. I'm going to meet you now.
The original bill. And Obama, if you remember at the time, had already expended an enormous amount of political capital to get all the stimulus packages passed after the 2008 housing crash. Do you remember that?
Sorry, did he? He didn't expend all his political capital.
He expended a large amount. Yeah, he probably promised lots of things to all these different senators to get it passed.
I don't think political capital actually works that way. So I'm not even going to
What do you think the bully pulpit is? It's about expending political capital.
No. Political capital accrues. We actually accomplish something, right? So if you actually
passing a stimulus.
Yes, like passing stimulus, it gives you political capital. When you're actually doing things for people, right?
No, you need political capital to pass it.
Things. No, it's something. When you accomplish something, then you get more of it. You don't lose it, and you actually
how do you spend political capital?
When you get your priorities through, right? And you help people, you help your constituents. That's how you get political capital.
Prime, how do you spend political capital?
You spend it on a fight, right? So you spend that on a fight. Sorry, what? I'm not, sorry. All right.
Yeah, you spend it on a fight like what you're saying, like bullying Joe Lieberman.
Yes,
into supporting the public option.
Yes.
But the problem is you already expended the political capital passing the
stimulus
stimulus
at that very moment. But all right, we disagree on this. That's fine. Go ahead, Polar. You've been waiting for a long time.
Okay, I'm gonna say some things, not to
hop off, King.
Okay, so at least when it comes to the support that Obama was specifically referring to, so in the Senate there were 43 firm yes votes, which one of them was Ted Kennedy. So potentially if Grimace is trying to make the point that expended a lot of political capital to get those other 8 senators to do that may be something to think about. And it seems like a lot of those, it seems like a few of those senators were also blue dogs too. So primarying someone maybe in their areas may not be as effective as it may be in other areas as well. That's something to think about.
Also, a supermajority. We had 60 senators at the time. Well, if you include Joe Lieberman, 59 if you include Joe Lieberman as an independent. And then Ted Kennedy died.
Okay. Is that Polar? Just make sure.
No, I was just adding context to the situation. That's because
yeah. But you don't have to so you're saying the thing about the blue dog Democrats, right? Making it difficult to primary them. I don't see why it would be any more difficult. I'm not saying you replace necessarily a blue dog, but with a progressive, just a blue dog who agrees to take this one vote, right? Who agrees with you on this one thing. And again, now obviously you can't replace them immediately, one way or the other. But the point is a threat. I'm threatening to do this, and I will carry out the threat if you don't actually do what I tell you to do. That we will replace you. So it's not you can't just replace one senator with another, obviously, right? But you threaten to do that. You threaten to campaign against them. Whoever it is running against you. I don't care who the fuck it is, right? I'm going to campaign. I'm going to let everyone in the state know that you were the one who got in the way of our plans. So that's what I would do.
It wouldn't work with Joe Lieberman because he's not a Democrat.
He doesn't have to be a Democrat. He doesn't have to be a Democrat. He doesn't have to be a Democrat to put political question. I don't know why you're obsessed with that. He doesn't have to be a Democrat. I know he's not a Democrat. I know he caucuses with the Democrats. So he doesn't. You can whatever.
But you also know he left the Democratic Party, and he still got elected off of that.
But I'm saying yes. Hold on. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't know why you keep saying these things. Okay. I disagree with you. All right, go ahead.
I'm about to say, Polar. You have stripes on the bottom, right?
I have what?
You have stripes on the bottom?
So I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
How are you a true Eastern blocker if you got stripes on the top, but you don't have stripes on the bottom?
Woo! I don't get this.
You're wearing the Adidas. You're wearing the
Adidas shirt? Oh yeah.
No, you got stripes on the bottom?
I don't know what that means. I just got it from Costco, Joe. I'm sorry.
Oh no!
Damn.
Fucking Americans, man.
Goddamn Zoomers.
He's not really Slavic.
Yeah, there's somebody in chat saying if Obama pushed back and went for it, the Dems wouldn't have gotten steamrolled in 2010. This is absolutely incorrect. Like the Tea Party was already up and rolling at this part. There was a big conversation at the time about government's role in civilian life in America at the time, and we could only go so far. And Joe Lieberman was definitely playing into it.
Democrats never made a counter statement from that. Democrats didn't make a counter case for this. Of course, they got steamrolled. So
well, they made the case for the stimulus. There didn't have to be a counter argument, right? They passed the stimulus despite this.
But the people didn't get anything from the stimulus is the problem.
Well, it has nothing to do with this conversation. Nothing to do with this conversation. We're talking about healthcare here. We're talking about the ACA.
Right. Sure, we can talk about the ACA. But the point is broadly that the Democrats have continually failed to provide for the to improve the the material conditions of the working class in the country. That's
absolutely wrong. That's what the stimulus did. Do you remember cash for clunkers or whatever it is? That's definitely improved the material conditions. The whole passing of the ACA in the first place put 15 million people with healthcare, and then they didn't have to spend their capital on healthcare at the time, this is definitely improves the material conditions of citizens of the United States.
And something I gotta make clear, and I'll go back to your Revolt Rise, is that I'm not saying that he would have won, right? So I'm not even making that saying that, well, if he followed my prescription, obviously he would have won. No, the only point that I'm making, and so we don't forget what I'm actually saying here, the only point that I'm making is that there is no indication that President Obama actually wanted a public option, right? That he actually didn't want exactly a market-based solution, which is exactly what he got. The thing that everything he put in place would have led to the outcome that we got. That's the only point that I'm making. So not that there's a guarantee that simply putting pressure on Joe Lieberman, however much pressure he could have brought to bear, would have been successful. Only that he didn't do it. He didn't bother. He didn't bother to fight at all because he never actually cared because he was a fucking liar. But anyway, Revolt Rise.
Wait, he campaigned for this. What do you mean?
Revolt? Yeah, but holy shit! Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's it.
You just said there was no indication he wanted it, but the guy literally campaigned on it.
That's right. That's right.
Round and round the mulberry bush we go.
Politicians, yes, that's right. Politicians, they say things on the campaign stump, and they absolutely mean it, right?
So what you're basically saying is that I'm going to ascribe his neutrality towards this without having any real evidence yourself, and then you can downplay any kind of evidence I present to you with him actually making public statements about his support of the public option.
To the contrary, that he actually didn't put the people in place that would have actually pushed for a public option, right? And in fact, he should have started left. If you want to end up at a public option, right, as a compromise, then he should have started at a farther left position. I think that would have been a smarter strategy. But whatever.
Very difficult after you just passed the stimulus bill.
But disagree. On the other hand, there was the fact that when he did propose this public option, he didn't put the people in place who actually supported it, right? The people who were going to push this through, right? And he had fucking Max Baucus was in the House, I think it was. I think it was a representative who was watering down the ACA as it went along, right? Everything that was put in place. Everything led to the failure that is the ACA, right? Everything he put in place led to this. That's what I'm saying. Not that he would have definitely won. That would have definitely gotten a public option. Otherwise, no. I can't guarantee that at all. There's no way I can do that. But I'm saying that there's nothing that we can say that says that he fought. And just because you're on the fucking campaign trail, right, making promises, in case you don't know, politicians are known for breaking their fucking promises. When it's just fucking words, to get votes is real fucking easy. It's real fucking cheap.
The original bill had the public option in it, Prime, and this was promoted by Obama. He had to take it out because Joe Lieberman held the bill as hostage.
I know that. I said that. I agreed with that. Yes, it did.
Well, don't make the claim that Obama had no interest.
Holy shit.
Hey, I'm going to intervene here to stop a forever war because this just keeps going round and round and round and round, and you guys keep arguing.
Please fix your microphone. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but please fix your microphone.
It's just a little high. The gain's a little high.
Yeah,
it's just the gain.
What is the topic you guys are on?
The topic is whether or not Obama's bad. No, that was no. If you look at the title, it's Obama bad. I think the biggest thing that a lot of people are kind of glossing over is in 100 years from now, Obama's going to be on the $5 bill as the first Black American president, and that's going to be his legacy. So.
Well, that's kind of racist. You're not giving homage to his white heritage.
True.
I'm joking. I'm trolling.
You're right. No, they'll put Obama on the quarter,
including bringing the country out of a financial crisis, passing universal health care.
No, it's not universal. Not universal.
not-
healthcare.
it's
We do
not
not have
universal
universal. That's a lie.
Excuse me, near
It
universal.
was the first
healthcare.
reformation of healthcare
It's not
in
near
40
universal.
years. In 40 years, guys, it was the first major, substantial change in healthcare in 40 years.
Yeah, we can
I think that's
honestly,
pretty dope.
but that means nothing. That means nothing. If
Nobody
it's-
talks
means
about it
nothing
now.
when
What do
it's
you
an
mean
all or
it means
nothing
nothing?
situation.
Hold on,
It means nothing when you're a communist
I will
and you
explain.
want
I'll
a violent revolution.
I will explain. Nope,
get your
nope. Don't
policies
put words
passed.
in my mouth. Nice try. It won't work here. You're gonna try. You can keep trying, but it's not gonna work here ever. Not ever. No, I'm saying that the very fact that it was a big change doesn't in itself mean anything, right? You can have a poor change, right? Like that in itself. doesn't mean
17 million
anything.
people got healthcare because of it.
No, great.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's
Right.
and that's good.
55
That's
million
good.
people have to
First
pay
of all,
more for their health care because of it.
Just
Everybody
because-
has access to the
Okay.
health care.
Just
All that
because
matters
it
is
wasn't
going into
perfect
debt.
doesn't mean that it wasn't a huge step
you
forward.
You missed the part of the conversation. Okay, we were talking about whether the Democrats have been pushing this neoliberal agenda, right? Have been part of this neoliberal consensus, and saying that the ACA is part of that. Now, the fact that some people were helped, absolutely, yes, people were helped by the ACA, and are being helped by the ACA. Yes, I'm not actually fighting that. Like that's not the argument here. I'm saying that this is just another experiments to show that Democrats have been part of this neoliberal agenda for the past fucking 40 years or 50 years, or however long it's been. So that's the point I'm making.
So when you say neoliberal agenda,
Biden's
Prime,
got
what
the
you're
most
talking about is
progressive
like calm,
policy of any
incremental,
candidate.
measured changes to the legislature.
Yes.
We already
Yeah.
have access
Yes.
to this healthcare. Can we all agree that we have access as Americans to the healthcare? What we have problems with is the out of control costs, right? If you want to go to the doctor, it's not that hard. And in fact, I seem to recall some kind of downer, opiate problem that's going across the country. I doubt that's because of a lack of healthcare, right? It almost seems like
downer.
a lot of people are getting
So
too
I
much
do want to
healthcare.
give you guys
know
a
what I
tip,
mean?
right? Like
So,
for people who
same.
have trouble, who don't have insurance, right, and have trouble paying for really exorbitant medical bills, right? If you go to the ER and you speak to the hospital staff, they will if they find out that you have no insurance, they will significantly reduce your bill and they will set up a payment plan for you if you ask them to. However,
And that's why the cost for other people who can't afford it is so much higher.
But and it's still ridiculous. Like the pricing is ridiculous.
Stardust, finish your point.
Well, I was just going to say, however, our whole health insurance situation is really bullshit, if you ask me.
Well, health insurance.
Somebody
Yeah.
just said in chat false. No, that's absolutely true. You don't. If you go to the emergency room, you don't have to pay the bill.
Oh no.
Just
maybe-
pass underneath Reagan.
Insurance.
I don't know. I don't know exactly what Gosh.
I don't know about not having to pay the bill, but they will reduce the amount for you significantly, and they will help you with a payment plan.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's how it works. They want to make some money, vice none at all. That's why.
Well, they have to
Oh,
cover
is
the
that why?
costs
Yeah,
of whatever
Well,
basic equipment they
It's part of it,
use.
Grimace. It's part of it. Yeah,
They have to cover
it
their
is.
costs, dude. You think that
Well-
that shit's free?
Well, no.
Wait,
I'm
hold
not saying it
should be free.
That's the
No,
point.
I mean, it should be, but it costs money to even acquire the equipment to take care of people, right? So they have to cover that much, right?
Right.
So
Prime. So when we're talking about the problems that you're laying out, right? Do you think it's possible for? I mean, maybe it was already articulated, but do you think it's possible for a president to make a huge shift against the norm when it comes to these policies? With the continuation of whether it be neoliberalism in terms of things like healthcare, and then neoconservatism when it comes to things like the prison industrial complex.
It's a really, really interesting point. Really interesting point right there. I think that if you're expecting a president alone to make these changes, then you're looking for failure, right? Which is why I back Bernie's position. That's why I love that fact he said it's not me, it's us, right? That it would take an actual revolution. That I'm sorry, excuse me, because fucking Algrim is gonna freak out. You see, he was a communist revolution. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a political revolution. I'm talking about a political fucking revolution, right? So calm the fuck down, Grimace, all right? It takes a lot more. So,
Can't put
even
words in
then,
my mouth. It's not gonna happen here.
so this is why, if you actually listen to what Brian was saying, that even if we did elect him, the thought that he would actually get to accomplish much of his goals was still slim, right? Because still, well, what he actually needed, right, is a change within like the Democratic Party, a change within the base, right? Like so, like from the ground up. So we need to start electing progressive mayors, governors, like city officials, all the way up, like to change the democratic machinery, right? So that when we put the president, a progressive president, right? Hopefully a socialist president one day, but like a progressive president on the top, they actually have an institution beneath them that will back them, that will actually help them out. We have senators that are going to vote for them that you don't have to fight with, right? Like not like you could get rid of all like blue dogs or whatever the fuck, right? You can't get rid of all the conservatives, right? But the fact that you don't have a massive uphill battle, you'll have a few people you're battling against rather than the entire fucking institution. So that's how you do it. So if you're asking me, if it's just one person that can do it, like let's say President Obama wasn't a fraud, right? If he was actually progressive, I think he would still failed in many of his
yeah, because then like one thing you can definitely argue, and well, somebody can argue, maybe Prime or Grimace can agree with this, is that for conservatives, right, it seems like they are trying to do what you just described, like laying the pieces down at the local, all the way up to the mayorship, and then all the way to the federal with the House of Representatives and Senate, where they're trying to get pieces together so that when they finally get that their great hope or whatever that looks like, then they're going to be able to push policies and like strong arm through it. Is that a correct assessment?
Yeah, and can I also like put in a little thing with this? So like, coming from like a little more central right perspective on this, one of the biggest gripes and issues that I had with like Bernie's plan, like the way they were trying to push forward like Medicare for all and things for the nation, was like they were being very like dismissive to like the other underlying costs as to what was making it was so expensive, right? And like they just wanted to like push this through without giving any consideration of like the other things involved, right? For example, like dealing with the exorbitant cost of like administration, right? Or the fact that physicians make way more money than they should be, right? And like the stranglehold that the AMA has on like the whole medical training process, like of physicians, and how they have control over like these medical codes, right? Like these like other things that need to be addressed first before they could just like slap a price tag on healthcare for all and like iron in all these issues into the system,
So that's
wait, are you saying that doctors are paid too much?
No, they're not paid. They're not paid
exactly what I'm saying. Yep,
they're not paid enough.
They're probably not paid enough. Medicare for all.
I would agree with Phelan Father on this point. So if you want to make the point that like one of the issues that we have is the cost of education is really high, along with getting certified, and that kind of results in the reason why physician rates are so expensive is because of the barrier to entry to get into that marker is like very difficult, right? If you want to make the argument like that we want to reduce these barriers to entry and then like lower pay later, that's probably a conversation to be had. But I think Phelan Father is right on the point that like when it comes to dealing with healthcare is one of the most like fastest growing costs of it's the fastest growing industry and like one of them at least out of like all of the U.S. industry. This is why some nations engage with just a public option because it tends to be a little more like it does a better job at like keeping costs lower. There's this thing called the healthcare triangle.
Three things. Yep.
There's universality, there's cost, and then there's like
quality.
Yeah, so
it's equitability, like equitable cost, right? And then having a good quality, because like, and that's another thing too, right? That's like never talked about. It's like the fact of like how big the United States is, how many different demographics we have, right? And the actual cost it would cost to actually have an equitable system across the whole United States. The UK in it alone is dealing with this issue, and they're having struggle with how small like that continent is, right? But like, if you want to be able to have like an equitable system for the whole United States, the government not only needs to take control of like the actual training of physicians, so there's enough cardiologists, there's enough like fucking like respiratory specialists, there's enough like primary care physicians to have an equitable system across the whole United States. Like nobody actually talks about these other things that like need to be implemented first. But like if the first thing they want to do is just we need to get healthcare for all, we need to get healthcare for all, right? But like the minute that like if that even gets passed, right, like we're gonna have a system that's gonna be garbage, right? Like absolute garbage.
Why?
It's gonna fail immediately.
Why would that be?
Let's let Zellen's been waiting on, and then we'll go to you.
Yeah, I think one of the major things that especially leftists have is like I feel like you have this picture of Bernie that is actually somehow farther left than he is. I mean, he's not that far left,
By the way, not a Democrat. By the way, we keep mentioning Bernie Sanders and like how he's going to pressure Democrats when he himself is not a Democrat. Which I think is hilarious.
The DNC paid literally $2 billion to make sure he didn't get the nomination. So.
Lost twice.
Yeah, he was since 2016. He's been a Democrat officially. Like he's the.
No, he's not.
I mean, he's part of the DNC.
He caucuses with them. No, he's
registered. He's registered
on their website.
The
DNC.
Yeah, he's registered
Bloom,
with the
Listen, Michael.
Wait, no, is that true? Did he actually register and become a Democrat?
Yeah, that's the only way.
That's the only way he was able to run the ticket.
Yeah, but that's only in their
no. You can be
that's only for their
independent
nomination.
underneath DNC rules and
in some states.
run for the nomination. That's how he did in 2016.
But that's not for Congress. It's only for the election. It's only for a primary, and a primary is
right. So currently,
little fancy
currently Bernie Sanders is an independent. However,
okay, so
if he
stop
were
fucking
to run,
laughing at me and saying I'm wrong.
If he were to run again, he would have to, as a Democratic candidate, he would have to be registered as a Democrat.
And I just want to put this out there. I just love to put this out there. Bloomberg spent $1 billion
unless you like losing.
to combat Bernie, and Ron Steyer also spent $1 billion to stop Bernie.
Everyone, shut up for a
That's
second.
$2 billion from Democrats to stop Bernie.
I think he's glitched.
No, he's not.
Okay, so the thing is like the healthcare that you guys seem to want is like so. Like it's not tenable. Like you want everything from like every little surgery or cosmetic thing to be covered, as well as the major things. Like the way that hospitals make money in socialist healthcare systems, like Canada or most European countries, is you charge out the fucking ass for every little thing that isn't necessary.
That's not true. Zell, help me, please help me. You're like, what do you think people want? What do you think people want? Be as clear as you possibly can.
Absolutely. Sometimes it feels like what they want is they want no money to be involved in healthcare, and for people to just do healthcare out of the goodness of their hearts. From everything from
okay, let's
expansion to
not to cut you off, but let's start there. By a show of hands, do you think anybody in this panel, like for the statement, like no money should be involved in healthcare? Do you agree with that statement? Just by a show of hands.
Wait, what do you mean no money? Wait, what?
He said
There should be like.
No. He's asking which one of you are communists. We want to see that.
There was funding. Like there's a funding element in the Medicare for All.
1 second.
So that's the question. Like, does anybody agree with that statement?
I do.
I don't know what that statement means, though.
I don't think money should be involved.
Right. So I'll expand on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Do some of the people on here believe that, say, if somebody wants to have a breast expansion or Botox, that should be on the same level as somebody who needs a CPAP machine or a heart surgery?
No, that's not. I mean, my girlfriend's already E-cup, so I'm good, dog.
Way to dismiss trans issues, by the way.
Why are they having it?
Okay,
maybe you don't suffer from gender dysphoria, but some people do. Okay, and those surgeries are critical.
That's a different story.
I want
to. It's a different. Of course, we're talking about that.
Zell, finish your point.
I want to respond to. My point was mostly done, but I would like to make a point that gender affirmation surgery is different than just wanting a random breast expansion because you want to be a model, okay, Grimace? So don't fucking come in here and tell me that I'm COVID or some shit.
But this is the same surgery, right? You just didn't acknowledge the fact that a lot of people get these surgeries for gender dysphoria.
I agree with Grimace. So if to a certain extent, if an individual has body dysmorphia to the point where it's making like such a large impact on the way they live their daily lives, I most definitely think that they should be able to get some form of cosmetic.
Absolutely.
I don't think anyone disagrees.
If you guys don't mind, like, if we're gonna, are we going down this rabbit hole, or do we want to go back to a clarification for?
Let's go back to the topic. That'd be great.
I want to talk about trans issues.
Well, like, for the clarification though, like when you say free healthcare, what do you mean by that? By not paying? Do you just mean like the government is free at the point of service? No, I'm not asking you guys. I'm asking Zell specifically to get a little more nuanced into like what the fuck free means. Like, so do you mean like as in like literally it's all just fucking like charity shit, or the government pays for it? Like just like the government borrows the money and it just goes into healthcare.
Okay, so you know how earlier we talked about the military.
I didn't ask you. Shut up.
Yeah.
Do you remember earlier when we were like the
Now
feds
answer, holy
put
shit,
zeros
please.
in front of
No,
the dollar signs to give
my
money
God.
to the Pentagon
Yeah,
so
so
they have
fucking
money
ass
for...
arm.
It's
I
like that.
wish I could grow a beard. I wish that I could grow a beard as good as yours, but he did ask me the question. So yeah, like that's how it sometimes feels like when people are arguing, is that they want, you know, it to be so free that not even the government's like that people are just doing it out of charity. In most places, it's, you know, it is covered by the, like, I pay a lot more in taxes than probably most of you guys in this panel because I live up in Canada, and
I live in Jersey,
I get
dog.
damn good health.
Our shit's mad fucking high.
Oh, I don't, again, I don't know the individual taxes for each state. I know it's different for each state, but I'm saying that, like, I would love for you guys to have the same healthcare as me, because man, is it fucking good, and it's handled by by each province individually, and I think that's what leftists need to really focus on, is drive your
Being
fucking
Canadian?
states. No, maybe, but drive your states to do it. Stop pushing it on the federal level, because you're not getting anywhere.
It doesn't
You're
have
not
to.
doing
It
it.
doesn't
Realistically, right? Wait a second. You could do it. You could do it at both. You could do it at both levels. So, like, currently, one of the things that's currently inhibiting U.S. healthcare, and this is one of the things that was brought together before. That was actually, like, I think someone else mentioned it, where if you just take the current U.S. system and make it free, you're going to burn yourself out so fucking quickly on cash. You're going to hurt yourself, right? The reason why, and a lot of things that the U.S. people don't understand when they look at other people and say they have free healthcare, right, is that the government owns a lot of those assets, right? They own the hospitals, they employ the people directly. They don't have any of these middlemen bullshit, right? They don't have to pay other companies, right? The US needs to build up this infrastructure before it even thinks about going to full-on single-payer healthcare, right? This is mainly why I advocate for a multi-payer model, right? So, like, even at a state level,
or nationalized.
We don't want to do that though. A nationalized system is not what we're after at all. In fact, like what we are going for in the U.S. is going to be completely or relatively unique. I don't think there's another example of it anywhere. But like the market does certain things well. Okay, so let the market do the things that it does well. So we want private hospitals, private doctors, and we want the government to pay for it. We can use the monopsony power, right, of being the single payer.
Australia does that, to be clear.
Right, but the point is that, like, even just simply switching the system over, leaving all the private businesses that are currently there, all the private hospitals, private doctors, leaving everything in place, switching to a single payer is going to save us $450 billion a year, while ensuring more people and saving something like 68,000 lives. And that's according to like a compilation of 12 different studies. And there's been a more recent study that's more thorough that's been done by I want to say Stanford University, but don't quote me on that, and I will provide it if you guys need it. But it's quoting $650 billion starting on day one that we will save. It'll cost us less. And right now we are paying some of the highest rates for the lowest outcomes anywhere in the civilized world. And the only the only way for us to move forward and to get out of the mess that we're in is to get rid of the private insurance that is lobbying against us making these changes. Like, that is the primary issue that we're facing. As far as the cost of doing this, like, it's like Bernie, you can go to bernietax.com. It's still up. You can look at Bernie's plan. Everybody is going to pay up to 4% of their income for their health insurance. And like, the less that you make, the less that you would be contributing. It'd be free at the point of service. And that is the most crucial part of the whole deal. And it would universally cover everybody in the whole country.
Yeah. So, Evolve, just out of the curiosity, though, like, because I'm honestly curious about this system, but like, if you still maintain the private, and I'm not even necessarily against it, but like, if you maintain those private entities, but still have that government side of it, though, like, what actually regulates like just artificial price increases or arbitrarily price increases?
Because there's only one payer, so which creates a monopsony, right? So the government would have the leverage to dictate the prices. But even considering that, talking about doctor pay, right now the largest single expense in opening a doctor's office is the filing of paperwork to all the different insurance companies, right? So by eliminating that alone, like, doctors will actually be able to make more while achieving this $450 billion a year savings.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like the highest cost by hospitals and like physician offices is administrative cost, right? But like, for the administrative costs to like actually come down, they actually need to have like a like universal like system, even of just like filing, like billing paperwork and everything, right? And they get and the reason I say like physicians get paid way too much is because of the AMA's like involvement in like the training physicians, the AMA's involvement in like creating codes, like what physicians are worth and what they are needed for, and like in hospitals, right? Like there's a reason that like in the United States, like physician like training is the longest and most extensive it is in the world for no fucking reason, right? Like in like in the UK, like if you go to like become a physician, like when you go into college, like you're not going to get like a bullshit 4-year degree in economics just so you can apply to like apply to medical school. The minute you go into higher education, you're immediately in a medical program, right?
I'm
The
muted
United
right
States
now.
is different in
Dang.
that regard because the AMA is a
Got
real
muted.
dick about it, right? And there's also a reason
What's
why
up,
we're
Deleted? How you
we're
doing,
always
dude?
constantly low on physicians is because
Get
the
into
AMA
PrimeCayes,
artificially creates
server. We
like
gotta
this
get more
scarcity of
people in
physicians, right? We have ridiculously
Bring 'em on
dumb
in,
like
dude.
requirements for like physicians being able to immigrate into the United States. Like after they go through
Thanks for coming out.
like residency program, they have to go back to their country of origin for 4 years before they can even apply for citizenship, right? Like that's what I'm talking about. Like those are the things that we need to like iron out and get rid of before we can even like feasibly create like a very equitable system throughout the whole United States.
Well,
I would
college
also
costs are
say
the biggest obstacle there, right?
that I would agree with that. Like I think, and I
Thanks,
also think
Twigger.
Feline
Let's
did
go,
kind of talk
Twigger.
about that. Is that like the
Let's
required like
go.
the
Right.
barrier when it comes to education is lower, and I think that's an important priority. So I completely agree with that. But like Revolt, you mentioned earlier talking about like the reason why. I would say that to put this out, I don't think it's just lobbying firms that are create the reality, whereas it's difficult to get Medicare for all like pass through. I would also say like the rates of people not wanting to lose private insurance, even though they not necessarily understand what like the policy actually means, is probably one of the bigger deals. Now, whether that's caused by lobbying firms or not, I don't think is as relevant. It's a pretty established fear in the States that people will lose their private insurance healthcare, that kind of stuff. I would say it's probably the largest barrier, and we see that in polling.
I agree, but but to that same point, right? So we've got like most of the reason why people are assuming that is going to be some kind of negative thing for them to lose their private health insurance, right? Is because of efforts that have been done with like advertising and lobbying like money from the insurance agencies and health insurance conglomerates, you know what I mean? Like directed at candidates who are supporting them and blah, blah, blah. But like, okay, that's fine. And I'll see that point that there it's a more nuanced issue probably, but there's also the fact that like the pressure from our politicians or like the pressure from the country, right, is overwhelmingly now in favor of a single payer healthcare system. Like I think the polling is 62% or something like that. And obviously there's some variance, but like the fact that there's not even a effort to be bringing these bills to the floor at this point, with 60% of the country is asking for something, is a huge issue. Like if it's not lobbying, then like what is it? Like there's some other very fundamental.
I would also So I would also say that it probably has to do with the structure of the way like the U.S. represents its like representatives with the House and the Senate. I would also say like while I do agree with the point that like lobbying plays a large effect on this, but we could probably apply that to a lot of like other major political areas. I think you're right in the sense that if we wanted to like change this, you probably have to do a completely different advertising campaign, and work on that pretty steadily.
Yeah, I like the private insurance line. That's no one's gonna lose their private insurance if the best way to honestly implement it is the way that they do it. Again, up in Canada, we have private insurance up here that supplements a lot of the stuff that the government does, because again, the government, you're guaranteed life-saving things, you're guaranteed things that are going to improve your life. But
I realized I was unmuted.
I think you're
so...
I think you're trying to talk over me, but you have actually muted yourself.
And
you
were unmuted, Trumhole. No, you were unmuted.
So.
Anyway. And we do, and Brain's plan, just to be sure, Zell, did say like that if
Dude, is that an MLP?
Public insurance, government healthcare didn't cover something, that private insurance could cover that thing, whatever that is.
And like I said, I even have Bernie Sins up. I reconfirmed it, and yeah, that's the system that most countries have. They've got a multi-payer system because that's how you fund it. That's how the government, because the government's going to, if in these systems, the government is going to at least partially, if not fully, own the hospitals. And there will be private practices. I mean, in some places, that's the way it is. Like the government has a stake in these hospitals because they are the main funder. They're private
on the corporation. The UK, the NIH, like it's failing because of that.
Yeah, I want to. No, but I understand the NHS isn't the best. Okay, yeah,
in the VA too.
Yeah, sure. So in Australia, right, we have that multi-payer system with the bulk billing that was mentioned before, right? Bulk billing here is something that's like where the government covers the cost of a private procedure, right? And that usually happens in doctors' halls. Now that's getting cut down, as like people don't like bulk billing because there's like a delay in the payments and the government charges less than the private citizens. But the cost of procedures here is lower than America and lower than most of the places in the world. Why is that? It's because that when you're competing with free, you have to keep your services at a minimal cost. right? Because people will just choose the freeze option. The operations here are significantly cheaper than the US. Almost everywhere else in the world has significantly cheaper operations than the US. I don't know where the idea that operations get hiked or private costs get hiked comes from, because that doesn't exist here or anywhere else with multiplayer.
So let's go to.
I'm actually okay.
Sorry. Is that you can respond, and then I'm going to go to Marks and then Gash.
I just have a quick question. Does anybody here who's American have a CPAP machine, or know somebody who has a CPAP machine, or has it? Because I want to compare one thing real quick.
Yeah.
You do? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
How much did you
I
have to pay
don't,
for your
but
CPAP?
all my relatives.
How much did you have to pay for your
That's not one question. Let people.
It's like $800. It was like $800 with a partial contribution from insurance.
I had two options. I could have gone with the government one, which would have been free, and it would take me 6 months to get it, or I did the option that I had. I paid $400, got it the same week I got diagnosed. That's the kind of system that I'd hope that America would be striving for.
So I would say that, like, when we look at wait times, if that's the system that you want to refer to, my understanding is that Canada just is like one of the systems that just has the worst problems with wait times, and that's not necessarily like
generally when
it comes to developed nations, when it comes to other healthcare systems, it tends to have higher wait times in comparison than other ones.
In comparison. But again, it's if you have a life-threatening thing, that's not getting delayed. If you need something
okay, let's go to Marks, who's been waiting.
Yeah,
and then
absolutely. I was gonna say, I was kind of gonna echo what Polish said. I don't think like we should follow what Canada does. Like Canada, as far as healthcare ranking, ranks third to last as far as developed countries. They rank above the U.S. and above France. I say if we need to copy anybody, and I don't necessarily think we should copy somebody verbatim, but if we're gonna copy anybody, I say we do like either like the UK or like Australia, some system like that. Like Canada, like kind of what Polish says. Like Canada has higher wait times. Oftentimes they have to pay for a bunch of their prescription drugs.
Are these the Commonwealth Fund numbers?
Why would we ever copy a bunch of maple suckers? Obviously not.
I'm gonna take the liberal
Holy
take.
shit.
I'm gonna be a lib for a second. Get ready for this, okay? I'm gonna say that I really I would like to see us transition to a Swiss or is it Taiwanese or Singaporean system, like in transition, and I would love to see how that works in the U.S.
So I thought why would that be a again with this, right?
Yeah.
Like we literally cannot copy any other country's like medical system, right?
So
I'm not the United States is like
hold on. Okay, hold on. I just want to get through Gosh. He's waiting, so I'm gonna get through him, and then we'll jump back into everyone else. All right. So Gosh.
All right, please be kind to me. I can't yell. There are people like asleep all over my house and stuff. I don't know why the fuck we're arguing about like specific little nitty gritty of things like how to fund hospitals and doctors and stuff like that. Like that's stuff that gets worked out after you pass single payer health insurance, and that gets worked out. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. Our main question should be:
How are you going to convince people if you can't answer these questions?
Grimace,
just out of curiosity.
Please. Because I don't know. It doesn't matter. We can appeal to other things. Second of all, Medicare for All phases in over 4 years, so I don't know why the fuck everyone is talking like this is going to happen overnight. This is a 4-year phase-in that reduces the eligibility age for Medicare. So we have 4 years to prepare this and get this ready. There's all sorts of, administrative stuff we can manage in that time. We can do things like Prime said, like start nationalizing hospitals if we have to, but we probably won't have to. We can probably still have private hospitals because Medicare for All allows for private hospitals. It just doesn't allow for private health insurance. Plenty of hospitals already take Medicare, so we're just leveraging the existing system. All we're doing is getting rid of the administrative burden and for-profit, profiteering middlemen of private health insurance in the United States. That's basically what the bill is doing. I don't know if people understand how the government works in the United States, but it's not like a bill get passed and everything changes overnight. Okay, we have a bunch of administrative systems in place. There are entire sections of the federal and state governments that work together to accomplish the goals set forth in bills. This is not some catastrophic thing that would destroy the United States if we passed Medicare for All. It is something that we could definitely do and work out. We can work out certain things after the fact. We can always change it if people don't like it in 4 years. We can go back on it. It doesn't fucking matter. Why is everyone so afraid of
there hasn't been a social program that's been rolled back.
Because they're so popular.
Right.
No, well, they're so popular to a point, I guess, even though if it might mean the detriment of the country in general, right? People aren't gonna people think in the short term when it comes to things like this as individuals, as far as
also like I'm so glad that you're willing to like trust the government to just figure it out along the way when like literally like we've had policies change within administrations, even though they got passed in the last administration.
So
like we're just trying to talk about the nuances of these like policies
so
and these
why
like
not
bills that
pass
we're
it?
trying to get passed. So we try and figure out like forward thinking, right? And we're not I'm not for just like saying like, oh well we'll just pass it and we'll figure it out later on. Like I want people to be notified to figure it out before we
They have been figured out. They have been figured out.
Okay.
Which things do you want to know about?
So first of all, that goes completely against your argument that we need to solve all of this nitty gritty in the first place. If the next administration is just going to change it, then who fucking cares about this nitty gritty stuff? Let's do it and do the best we can.
People budging for it care. That's not how bills work.
You know how easy it is, like how much easier it is to sell something like this when you already have a plan ahead of time?
There is a plan, dude. There is a plan. There is a plan.
Not a plan that just the things that brought up earlier.
Yes, they are. They're all addressed. Every single one.
No, they're not. I promise you they're not.
Yeah, okay. Which one would you like to address?
Hold on, but we vote though. This wasn't. Yeah, exactly though. That's the point though. Like, Felines' point wasn't just the UE vote though. It was just the Gosh. I forget.
Yeah, Gosh.
Okay. About like of just like otherwise just saying like, hey, let's just push this policy out there, but then just kind of like retcon it later on or present it later on. Which
no, that's a strong man that doesn't exist.
Just trying to put a one-liner in there, then I guess okay. Like just trying to get the initial thought pattern out. However, though, Felines' point is 100% correct, though, because otherwise you get shit like...
Yes, but they're all solved.
You can assign this to other policies or other
They're not all
stuff. For
solved.
example, like
Which ones would you
ACAB
like
or
to
defund the police, where we threw out those fucking one-liners and shit. Guess what? That didn't fucking work.
This
we
is
end
not
up having to
I
go...
have something that wasn't solved. Alright, you want to lay out a couple things that aren't solved within this plan that need to get solved beforehand?
Of these policies, we end up having.
I'll lay them out for you right now.
Yeah, go ahead. It might take
All right, so number one, right? Like they have no plan for like figuring out the way of like having an equitable system in regards to like specialized like surgeries and like specialized like fields, right? So like having equal access to cardiologists, like equal access to like specialized surgeons across the nation, right? They don't have a plan to like figure out the ways of like dealing with the physician shortage currently. Can I fucking finish what I'm trying to say here for like trying to interject an asshole? Like figuring out a way to like actually streamline physician training, right, and without having to like nationalize it, like the way the UK has to do it. And even then, they do it, and it still is failing, right? They have like a smaller country, they have like a much more condensed population, and they still having like inequities in regards to like surgery needs, right? Like especially here, like you want to talk about like the price differentiation with like with Medicare and Medicaid, but depending on like two different counties, right? It's ridiculous, right? Like, and the reason that is because of like the inequitability, right, and access to certain kinds of specialists across the nation, right? That's not something they're talking about. And if you want to talk about like why like the times in Canada are so long, it's gonna be exponentially larger. It's gonna be like 5 to 10 times like larger wait times for these surgeries here in the United States, just because like not only do we have larger land masses, right, but you want to talk about the people in the middle of the United States who are like living like bumfuck nowhere. They're gonna have to drive like 5 hours just to go to a cardiologist. Like that's not gonna be a system we can actually like implement that's gonna be equitable in any kind of way or at all.
Right, no, those people
I
can't go to a cardiologist at all.
I understand the concern that Feline Father is putting forth, but it's kind of like Xenoph's arrow. Like
you're so quiet.
Hold on, then.
Helicopter rides for all.
Try it again now. Okay. Try it again. All right. So, Wompt, go ahead.
We can't hear you. Why is it that all of our discussions about healthcare revolve around funding? Like, you guys realize that better funded hospitals, even if we could use hospitals for free, right, today, that wouldn't make us any healthier. It would prevent health catastrophe. But we need to focus on making, I don't know about your country, but in the United States, we need to focus on making the people healthier. And what we need to be focusing on for that is our food supply, because it's in bad fucking shape.
Is this a deflected topic?
No, I'm sick of the garbage conversations about healthcare because we don't actually talk about
leave, bro. Hold on.
Okay, so what you want to talk about?
Wait, I want to ask something. What
do
do you mean
I want to
in bad shape?
Wait, hold on. Way too much preserved foods, way too much sugar in our food supply, way too much like
Can you walk gum and chew just out of curiosity? Is that possible for you?
Huh?
No.
Are you capable of walking and chewing gum?
I actually want to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. We'll
So-
just apply that entire situation. You can multi-thread. We can do both of these things.
Oh my gosh, it's
Sure,
They have nothing to do with each other.
my gripe is that this is all that gets talked about is how we're going to pay for it, not how do we make the people healthier.
He's very right.
That's-
Again,
that's-
he's very right. Just real quick,
It's not a
because
separate
again, if
conversation.
we
It's not a separate conversation.
again, if we go back to the military,
Exactly. I totally agree with you.
Charm, you're
Hospitals are.
Can I chime up real quick?
Hey,
so
I've been holding my hand.
No. Gosh, let Gosh finish his point.
Hospitals
Gosh, finish your point.
Then me
Hospitals
next.
are not
Me
just for
next.
emergency care or surgery or whatever, right? You're supposed to be going to your doctor regularly. You're supposed to be going if you have like for example, I have a toenail fungus problem right now, right? If I didn't have good health insurance, I wouldn't be able to go. Yeah, it's not good. Okay, and at one point I had pneumonia for 2 months and didn't know it because what were my symptoms? I was tired all the time, like I couldn't walk across the room. Okay, but I couldn't afford to go to the hospital, and I had the ACA insurance. I had the best ACA plan I could get in the area, but I couldn't afford to go and get my X-ray. Okay, so it's not the case that like health insurance and going to the hospital is only solving people once they're already sick or something, right? Basically, there's a lot of preventative stuff that goes on. There's like breast screenings, colon screenings, right? What is all the other stuff? Prostate checks and stuff for people who are older. There's like a million preventative procedures. In addition to, I mean, there are numerous studies in the United States that show that our healthcare costs are much, much higher because the point at which the doctors begin to interact with their patients is the point at which their diseases are out of control. They've typically had their condition for months or years. That's why so many people die.
But isn't that great for the healthcare industry? Like, don't they get paid more when they let it get to the worst point?
Well, if people die,
it's a mixed
can they extract money from them out of curiosity?
So,
it's a mixed bag. Their procedures end up tending to like cost a lot more, so that could be better. That's usually not great for insurance necessarily, but
So
and
let's
if they
go to-
die quickly,
let's
can
go
they
to
pay back these debts?
Spicy, cut sleeve, and then Polar, then Charmhole.
Yeah, just quickly. I did want to point out that there is a certain irony, like when you're talking about issues like overseas wars and stuff. $6.5 trillion. It's not a lot, but then suddenly when you're talking about Medicare, we're all concerned about the money.
We're not all
Because Medicare is significantly more expensive than that. Yes.
Can you walk and chew bubblegum?
Yeah, it's not even that. Like everybody here disagrees with like most of the foreign wars. It's just like with healthcare, we want to be like more responsible. Like obviously, optimally, we wouldn't want to just bleed money. We'd want to be sort of careful with our money and make sure it's spent in the most.
Yeah, precisely. It's
ways.
just like with the military example. Like could we do if we can do the same without spending as much? Like I think we categorically can, as like a lot of the Senate budget hearings are showing in regards to our contracting, that we could be saving vast amounts of money in regards to like what we're paying for military wise. Yeah, I agree with that extent. However, though, like just to say like, oh well, you got $6 trillion here and you're penny pinching here isn't really that good of a count.
well, most projections show Medicare for all would save money over the course of 20 years, 10 years.
Yes,
and that's fine.
The initial cost though is like pretty high.
There's
Let's
no
go
initial
to,
cost. It's over 10 years. There's no
cut
such thing
sleeve.
as-
There's no initial cost.
Correct.
Cut sleeve.
There's no initial cost to adding a massive amount of people onto. I'm sorry, cut sleeve.
No. Hold on. Hold on. Pause for a second, because something interesting just happened. 1 second, cut sleeve. Kyo-san, what were you about to say?
There's no initial cost to adding like a fuck ton of people onto the healthcare system.
But there is an initial cost, but the cost is lower than what the country is already paying.
Because its cost is lower than what the country is already paying.
Correct.
No,
But like we're changing
it's not what it's paying. It's like it's how much is in that specific, how much is being spent on that industry, not the government. It's just like spending in that industry in the whole United States. And the issue, and then I would also say that like this is where we run into one of the other issues, is that like we already know that even when it comes to single payer countries, their healthcare spending as a result of the government is like exponentially increasing as a result of these bad health outcomes. So what was his name? I think it was Womp. Does make a good point in the sense that like preventative care is important because healthcare is increasingly becoming more expensive, as well as what we tend to see with a lot of public goods is that people are less likely to control spending if it means like stopping some form of like increase in the quality of that public good, i.e. some forms of utilities. So that what you'll end up seeing is that people are less likely to like increase their own taxes as a result to improve these systems in comparison to like a private firm, which will automatically increase as a result. That's what we tend to see with some like current social systems, like social welfare systems. I would then ask with this specific policy with Medicare for All, the Bernie Sanders plan, is that I actually care about the way that this is being funded, because even with his tax increases, there isn't enough money. And that was just something that as a policy wonk that I cared about, but like there wasn't he didn't necessarily address that in the plans that he gave out, but I don't expect him to either. It's as a campaign, like it's not really his job to give it super exact like way of how he's going to pay for it. I don't expect that from any candidate.
Yeah, and we never require it for. Oh God, that's another.
Yeah, we don't require it for other people. I agree with you. Like we don't necessarily require that for other. Like it's just something that I think about as just a policy basis.
Okay, fair enough. Cut sleep. We've been waiting quite patiently. Then we go to Trump.
Right. So I just have like a moral question and like also a pragmatic question. So like, how is it moral? And I know it's like kind of pragmatic, but like, how is it moral for you to go up to like rich people or like people who already have private insurance and say like, hey, you will save more lives, but we're gonna have to like force you to take money. Like they obviously don't want to be in this universal care. So how is it moral for you to just unconstitutionally just take their money?
It's only immoral if the solution that they get in place of it is worse than the system that we currently have. So the incentive then is to make the health insurance that the nation has then like be better than the service that they're currently getting.
Yeah. Well, also this could be an argument against.
Why is that not going to be possible?
Yeah.
Well, no, he's asking a philosophical, ideological question. Basically, if you're a fucking egoist or a utilitarian, yeah, it literally is. Because whether or not you consider something as a net harm or a net positive, necessarily.
Right. Well, no, we already.
You're fucking okay.
I just answered that.
Okay,
like,
sorry. Yeah, I was gonna.
System better than the
but
I was gonna say we already take this
myself, right? Is that like to have private healthcare? That's not like a civil right, right? That's not like an inalienable right. It's not like we're taking their guns, right?
Isn't it a human right? I thought I was just hearing.
To have private healthcare? No, to be able to buy private healthcare, I don't say that's like a right, right? Like all we're doing is like we're just saying like look, like we're trying to make it more equitable across everybody, right? So like we're gonna have a private a public option and all these things, right? Like taking away someone's ability to buy something like that is not like to me at least, right? Like, you're not taking away a right, so that's how I rationalize myself.
Can I ask Jeremy a question?
Wait, just a quick little thing there. So what you're basically saying is if you're not paying for a right, the government has the ability to take away anything you're doing, as long as it's not a right.
I mean, if they vote for it, if through the democratic process they vote it through, then yeah.
Yeah. Also, what I was gonna say is that this could also be an argument against taxes. I would say that once you're like in a society, especially in a democracy, you implicitly consent to whatever the society's rules are at the time and however they might change. Right. So that's just how you have to function within any like state.
Can I ask Jeremy?
Right, like for example, right, at one time in the United States, it was okay to buy slaves, right? But then we took away their right to be able to own and buy slaves, right? Would you say it was immoral for us to do that?
No, because you do have
anyway.
It is a human right to have bodily autonomy.
Right, and then some people would say that's a human right to have health care.
You can't have bodily autonomy.
Wait.
Go ahead, Polar.
Yeah. So I already kind of know Jeremiah's like moral position on this. So Jeremiah, I have a question. Is it the fact that they're being taxed as a result to increase this, or like the tax to have this system, or is it the fact that they're obliged to engage in the system and losing their access to private healthcare? Which one? If it's both, or do you mainly have an issue with one or the other?
It's like you're taking away their right to have a private citizenship, and I guess it would be like kind of both, where it's like
so would you so I understand from my understanding of your understanding of rights, is healthcare a right to you, is in like the same of like all other rights as well that you would say is like are inalienable to a certain extent?
You have a right to your own health, but you don't have a right to like a government's healthcare. No, I wouldn't say like, because if I go to like Africa, I wouldn't have a right to their healthcare.
Sure.
No, I wouldn't say that.
So do you think in the U.S. like would you No, I'm curious because Jeremiah, you like I know you like value rights in this sense. So if we don't value rights like healthcare or like access to healthcare in comparison with other rights that you may hold, then is it really like a right in that sense?
Oh no, it's not.
I think a right has to be something that we have always held. Right. So the right to bodily autonomy is something humans have always had.
You still have
Wait,
that.
Cut Sleeve, would you say? Wait, Cut.
No, it's not.
Wait, wait.
Like,
I actually don't agree.
The right to healthcare doesn't make sense in this sense because there was no healthcare like 300 years ago.
You bodily autonomy. You can do whatever you want.
Well, I mean, no, there was.
So,
you know, care,
Jeremiah, you,
but not in
I
not in the
know
modern
that
sense.
was trust me. Now,
But not in the modern sense.
Jeremiah, I didn't know that was your name to now, but you can answer the question that Polar asked you. Then we got to move on to Charm. He's been waiting patiently.
You said I have a chance to respond?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So first, I kind of disagree with Mom's like initial thing where it's like you always have to have the right these things, because slavery, people didn't really have a right to their own body until, you know, the 19th century, or like when they rolled back slavery. I do think like the right to some things is
No.
Oh yeah, you can respond to me afterwards. I do think the right to things, like kind of should, in generally most cases, carry on throughout wherever you go. So like I do have a right to free speech, and if I go to Africa, I assume that I have a right to like speak freely there, and if I don't, that would obviously be a problem. But if I go to like Norway or something, I wouldn't want to have like a right to their healthcare. I wouldn't expect to have a right to their healthcare. And now the whole discussion on what's like the fundamental bad thing is, one, it's a two-parter. So one, you're taking away their money and forcing them to opt into a system that they don't like, which is bad. Which I consider bad. That's wait, one more. Part two is you're taking away their healthcare. So one, you're forcing them to opt into a system that they didn't like want, and two, you're taking away their healthcare right now.
Can I ask a direct question? Jeremiah, would you say that democracy is bad in that sense because you sometimes make people like engage in activities or use their money on things that they didn't necessarily want?
Democracy is neither good nor bad. It just doesn't scale well.
Wait, I asked him? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't ask you.
Like I want to say like. Yeah, that would be like a problem with democracy, and I know you would agree too, because like if Bill Gates is in a room and two other people is in a room and they vote to take away Bill Gates' money, it doesn't make it excessively make it right. So you would also say like there are flaws with democracy, which is like
So you would I may disagree. Like, so would you say that democracy is like the most moral system? Just as a very quickly, would you say that it's the best system that we have in that sense?
No, like it's not most moral. I think a republic is probably the best system.
Wait, hold on.
America. Woo.
Yeah. Okay, Marks, make your point, and then we have to go to Chamo.
Just like a hypothetical, would you disagree with this? Let's say, and this actually happened in World War II, the top individual tax raised to about 94%. What if there was like a billionaire in World War II who claimed that he didn't support the war effort? He thought it was immoral, like he didn't want the United States military to be in Europe at all and participate in this war. Would you say that it would be immoral for the government to take taxes away from that individual?
So, essentially, what your question is, so let me repeat your question back to you. You're saying if the tax rate was, like, extremely high, like 94%, like in the case of, like, a war, do you think a rich person has the moral obligation to reject the fundamental premise of his taxes being that high, right?
Not obligation. Do you think the rich person, because he doesn't support the war effort, like just morally speaking, and he doesn't want to fund it, do you think that he should have the right to just say, no, I don't want this tax? Or do...
Yeah, I guess you could apply my argument to taxes and specifically the war tax.
It wasn't a war tax.
Because,
it was just income.
For like war and specifically, it's because that comes back to you in ways unforeseen. Like in healthcare, the difference between this and healthcare is like you're just removing their better healthcare, and they're not getting anything back except probably like a worse version and a like universal one. But in this instance, you're paying for but you're getting it back in ways you don't even understand. For like you to live in America, someone else had to protect you with the guns, and you paid for that. And if you didn't pay for that, you couldn't be in America because we would have already been invaded.
That's true in the
Well,
healthcare
I'm glad you brought up guns. I'm glad you brought up guns.
I waited patiently. So I need to throw to him. He's waiting so patiently. Charm hole.
So I'm glad you brought up guns because I'm gonna make a point real quick to the stuff y'all been talking about, and then I'm gonna put my own stuff in there. So real quick, I've done a lot of research on the Second Amendment and the Constitution as a whole. It's all about negative rights, as in the government doesn't have the right to take away things from you, right? So when we talk about healthcare as a right, what we really mean to say is we don't want anybody to stop Americans from getting healthcare, right? Like that's what they can do. That's what the government can do. As far as regulating everything else, it's whatever the fuck we want because it's our liberty to do so, right? So we can mutilate our bodies as much as we want. We can fix our bodies as much as we want. We can do whatever we want. We have the liberty to do this, and this is awesome. This is a cool thing about democracy and what we, our country as a whole, and why I'm still in Ameribu, even though, I was born here. So that whole thing was just kind of, don't even worry about it.
I disagree.
Well, okay. Well,
Yeah,
it is what it is. You can be mad, but it still is what it is. So that's how the Constitution works. But no, so my original point though.
Hold on. What's his original point?
So my original point is, if you're ever hard up for a job, you'll always hear somebody go, "Oh, you got to become a nurse. Oh, nurses get paid so well." They always suggest nursing because it's incredibly lucrative. And if we wouldn't if we really want to get into the administrative bureaucracy of it all. Hospitals are incredibly powerful institutions for local businesses, i.e. the state and the county that they're in specifically, right? So the way they do this, what they do is how they're lucrative is because obviously these doctors, these hospitals, they need land, they need a lot of plastic, they need a lot of rubber, obviously need a lot of alcohol because they need to sanitize everything, right? That's huge on everything. Like, They need stuff, and it's very locally oriented, right? So to combat this,
it's not.
So okay, yeah, space and time isn't relative, whatever. Anyway, so you want to say you want to say so. Okay, look. You've got a lot of hospitals. The way they combat this is they have specializations. Okay, yes. So these doctors know this. So that's why they specialize in like heart doctors, kidney, muscular, orthopedics, mental, any of that stuff. That's why I believe on a whole, universal healthcare is a myth. And it's a really great talking point. Obviously everybody wants to be healthy. What? Obviously everybody wants to do a lot of this. But I just want to let you know that, we can still work on each other and make each other as healthy as we can. It's just that right now we have all of these assholes who will put on as much debt on you as they possibly can because they can. And if they can pay it back, they win. If you can't, they still win because you still have to go to somebody, which most times is going to be the hospital or the doctor who's closest to you. So
okay.
Typically, negative rights are a distinction without a difference.
One thing I wanted to take off from that. So it becomes problematic whenever we attach the profit motive to a necessity. Every single time.
I agree. Capitalism sucks. Agreed.
But it really sucks. It really sucks when you put it in necessities. Because when you can't say no to it, you can be exploited.
Insurance is a scam, I agree.
Wait, that's not necessarily. I don't get. That's a completely different. Jeremiah, I have a question about what you were talking about. So you can make that same argument with war that you can make for healthcare. Like, let's say as a rich individual, this better healthcare system allows you to access like a greater pool of workers. Workers become more efficient. So you, as like a business owner, as a rich individual, may benefit in that from unseen ways in the direct policy. Because as we all know, like any social welfare programs don't necessarily just help the people who are directly affected by them. There's also like a secondary and tertiary effect. The same thing to a certain extent when it comes to war. Even though war may be a little bit more direct, a lot of people may not even be involved in that war effort, but they still feel the benefits of it in the same way that social safety net policies help everyone else out. And when I meant democracy, I want to ask, when I mean democracy, I'm talking about the Democratic Republic, yada yada yada. I was just making that very clear. I would say that I would probably say that the system that we have now is probably the most moral in the sense that like it's the best one that we have so far, and I'm gonna go with that position.
Okay, so two things. Okay, so one about your form point on like, okay, I don't think my point wasn't just like if they help you indirectly. It was like if they like gave you stuff that they need indirectly. So for example, if like you had like an ice cream today, and or like one of the workers gave a rich person ice cream, I don't think the government can like tax them like $1 bajillion on the ice cream just because like they helped them like indirectly. I think it's something you need, but you don't need workers. But like to a certain extent, you need an army to protect the land that you live on. You need like to a certain extent the road so you can travel to your work. And to a certain extent, you need water, and that's why we can tax you for those stuff. Like you need
roads though.
Like
Yeah, why do you
we don't necessarily like.
Wait,
don't you need roads? But, like,
let me finish.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. On the second point on democracy, I don't think democracy is moral at all. I just think it's pragmatic. I just like because like the thing with democracy, it's like if 10 people are telling me stuff, that's like one thing. But if like 100 people are telling me something, I'm like I might listen to that. But democracy does get into mob rules type stuff. But I don't think it's any more moral or any less moral than any other system. It's just more pragmatic. That's what I say.
So if you don't mind, like, because like if we're gonna keep going to the moral, like, do you believe in subjective relative morality or objective morality? Well, this is important because like if it's just like because if you just believe in subjective morality, then bringing up morality as an argument is fucking vacuous and it will get us fucking nowhere. But, like, if you believe in objective morality, that's a point that we can work from.
Wait, actually,
wouldn't it be?
So
no, because if it's subjective, I can argue my subjective morality says universal healthcare and taxing the rich is better for everyone. And how are you gonna counter that?
I'm also interested in like how you rationalize like being able to like okay with like everyone paying for roads and everyone using the same roads, but like you can't rationalize that same argument with healthcare because you don't need roads, right? Nobody really needs roads to survive, right?
True.
Well, no, really.
True.
Society.
No, really, you do. Like our economy,
Society doesn't need roads.
Fundamentally, the quote-unquote market of our market economy is the infrastructure that we get to the goods to the market.
You could pay for private roads, like you pay for like your own toll roads, right, within a city, right? And then like you know only certain individuals can ride on that road and they pay towards the road, right? But if you don't pay for the road, then you got to walk to work, not take the road, and like it's the same kind of argument, really.
Also efficiency, like we
point
can
is
have
that?
like a really inefficient economy and not have roads. We don't necessarily need it.
You ask something. Do you think you need cars? Wait, do you think you need cars?
No, we don't need cars.
No, we don't need cars.
Holy shit, Prime! What is this panel evolved into? We don't need cars.
Hey guys,
Fuck
you guys
cars.
want to talk about anarcho-primitivism?
Hey, let's all go back to the Stone Age.
Wait,
Monkey.
do you need a job?
Yes, I need a job to get the
No, you
shit that I
don't.
want.
In a pragmatic sense,
No, you don't.
In a very
Yes, you do,
pragmatic
right?
sense,
Yeah, you
in
do.
the
No,
world
you don't.
today, you need a job.
You guys are living in an alternate reality.
No, but look at this now, right?
Hilarious.
Roads and healthcare, right? Because if I have a heart attack, I don't have a choice if they take me to the hospital, right? Like there's no like costs like forced upon me with roads, right? So like in fact, if anything, like you say, like universal healthcare and having healthcare is more moral than forcing me to pay for someone's road.
Right, no. Okay,
What are you
but
talking
here's the
about?
thing.
No, because healthcare can be forced upon you, right?
Here's what I think. I'm in agreement on like I think people should pay for universal healthcare if they want to. You shouldn't have to force people.
That's not universal then.
That's not
I mean, my bad. But people should pay for like what would it be called? Because like it would be applied to everyone. You would be paying for a system that could be applied to everyone. So I would call that universal.
Sure, that's the public
literally
option.
every-
That's the public option.
That's why I keep saying universal healthcare is a myth.
This round table is the horseshoe. Thank you, Prime. I love it.
This is.
Wait, how is it not universal if you're paying for something that everyone can access?
If everybody needs to pay for it.
You're about to explode over there. Okay?
So what do you guys think about plant medicine?
However, you can
What
see
do you guys actually think about plant medicine? Using plants as our medicinal.
We already do. Let's grind up some herbs.
I
need blue herbs.
Oh my god. Puller, you want to ask me something?
Yeah, so I was going to say I finally figured out the answer to that question earlier. Like, who's more powerful than Madara Uchiha? Anyone who has the ability to sit through this conversation right now.
Oh my god, this motherfucker right here. God damn.
Struggling right now.
This motherfucker.
No way. I love you, Prime, for letting us have this conversation. Thank you so much.
No, I love having this
for
little
hosting
stress
us
on
with
bottle
this
over here.
beautiful
Goddamn, all
conversation.
right.
I love all of this dialogue. It's all very needed.
Wait, hold up.
I love
That's
the memes
actually
too.
stupid. Wait, someone settled this. Universal healthcare is described on the way everyone can get it. Not everyone has to pay for it.
That's just for dumb fuck Americans, okay?
Universal. Hey, Universal. Hey, you can't come out of
Hater.
China owns 30% of your export, right?
Hater alert.
Wait. Don't even start with the China bullshit.
Hater alert.
No.
Dude, guys, when we're talking about universal healthcare, we're talking about a system of administration. We're not talking about a different system of healthcare.
We want a system that everybody is involved in, so that we don't end up with a two-level healthcare system like we have now, where the rich people get good healthcare and everybody else gets fucking shit. Like, that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. And the same thing can be avoided and has been avoided in a lot of countries as far as education is concerned, because they've outlawed private schools. Like, that's one of the techniques. Like, this is exactly what we're doing here. We're making it so that rich people have to get the same healthcare as the poor people, so that we make it good for everybody. So
It's just some spiteful shit.
Also, you don't
No,
want
it's not
people
spiteful.
to,
It's
like,
the opposite of
thousands
spiteful.
dollars of debt just
The way you
universal
explained it was
healthcare is
very
to get the
spiteful.
It's not spiteful.
The point of universal healthcare is to get the boot
your
of
words
financial
are dripping
ruin
in
off
spite.
the throats of the ultra poor in America. That's the point, okay?
That's certainly one of the points. Can I just take the panel's temperature? Just who supports universal healthcare? Like, should we have universal healthcare, or should there be some people who don't have access to healthcare?
Oh, like everyone should have access and the ability. Everyone should have
That's access.
insurance.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Access. I fucking love access to
Man,
healthcare.
I have universal healthcare. I used to last night to go to the hospital. I'm probably going to pay like $30. So yeah.
How the fuck are you paying $30 to go to the hospital? What are you in fucking like New South Wales or something? Like a shit state.
Victoria, man.
Honestly, I avoid your healthcare system like a plague. Because I don't need someone to give me pills, and the only time I'm going to the hospital is when I need to use the emergency room.
All you need is vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc, and you'll be okay.
Dude, I just like rip my fucking vape, and then I don't need to see the doctor at all, okay?
All you my fucking jewel. Are you into Eastern medicine? Is that something?
Oh my God.
Wait. Everyone's clowning on him, but like Mont isn't entirely wrong here. I've been prescribed medicines that I didn't need in the past. I've been misdiagnosed. I was misdiagnosed with asthma. I was prescribed antidepressants.
Just
didn't help.
Get to your point.
Yep.
Okay.
Nobody cares about the personal anecdotes. Like that's the thing on this round. It was a very short amount of time to interact.
Bruh, shut up.
So my position is entheogens only. Just plant medicine.
Plant medicine thing,
Exclusively. So no prescription.
Wait,
No, I don't.
I want to hear his guy. I want to hear his stance. I want to hear his stance.
The problem in the United States too is that pharma has a lot of power, and you're allowed to advertise pills on TV. I've hardly ever watched TV, but if you actually watch TV, there are tons and tons and tons of pharma ads on TV for pills you don't fucking need. And doctors
But there
are
are also tons and tons of ads for medicines that could actually be beneficial to you in your life, right?
Yeah, but you have no way of knowing.
That's why you gotta
Do you think the erectile function drugs don't
because
serve a purpose?
your physician's the ones that's prescribing it to you. Like I can't just go to like my doctor and be like, "Give me that medication I saw."
Yeah, actually you can. You clearly never got a prescription.
You literally can. People have you.
Okay, hold on. You can. Yes, there are like fucking garbage ass physicians that do that shit. But like,
No, that's every physician.
No,
that's not every physician. I promise you.
This is
Okay.
categorically false. This is categorically fucking false. You can't just go to your fucking doctor and say, "Hey, bro,
you can't
give me
tell
the
them to
fucking
write your
oxygen,
prescription or
man,"
anything.
and then you just write
You
it out.
have to
No.
substantiate it in some way, obviously.
Yeah.
No
but
shit. It's called a
Yeah,
diagnosis.
so that's the point. Yeah.
That's not a diagnosis, okay? Somebody's
No,
not
you're
like
literally
somebody's
you're
not
telling them
approaching
what's
you
wrong
and
with
like
you,
and like
and they're
and-
diagnosing that solution.
God.
Now, could
Your
people
doctors-
fucking lie about what's
Okay,
wrong with them?
yeah, you
Yes,
can
they
say,
could.
hey, I'm having issues with my wife in the bedroom right now. I really think that erectile dysfunction medicine would be good for me. Can you sign get a prescription for me? Can you sign a prescription for me? Like that. Yeah, if you want
what the
to
doctor's gonna do is like, okay, let's do a checkup and see if
like,
you actually need this medication.
So is this how you talk about pharmaceuticals? Like pharmaceuticals come up and you talk about penis pills?
Yeah, I do.
These bills
What's
are
the
important.
problem? It's
Like,
extremely relatable to like
it's a
everybody.
very,
I'm curious as to like Gash's take here though. Like what are you trying to get at here when you were talking about like all these medications that you were prescribed that you didn't need?
Doctors have an incentive to sometimes prescribe medications that people don't need. Doctors have incentives to they work with pharmaceutical companies like this.
They can, yes.
Yeah, I would call it a shitty position, but shitty positions are literally everywhere, right?
But those doctors are literally fucking. If in these
So this-
instances where
all
these
I'm saying
doctors
is
are
this is
actually, if they're in instances where these doctors are actually found to be engaging in this particular action, they are fucking outed from their fucking job.
That's not true.
They are
Right.
not.
Yeah,
they
right.
categorically fucking-
There are no
You think
bad
doctors-
doctors,
You think doctors
everybody.
who
Yeah, so
overprescribe
naive, so
fucking
young.
oxy do not instantly get outed by their state? By the regulatory agencies? This is so fucking ignorant of the actual
So here's some real talk. So GlaxoSmithKline, I think the number 2 or number 1 producer of vaccines in the United States. They are in court or have been in court for a case where they were telling doctors to prescribe off-label.
Womp, say it again. We couldn't hear you because Feline wanted to fuck you over.
Oh, okay. So GlaxoSmithKline, the number 1 or number 2 vaccine producer in the United States, is in court or has been in court for telling doctors to prescribe their medicine off-label, which means prescribing it for things that it wasn't made for. They had a campaign where they encouraged doctors to prescribe off-label.
A large percentage of medications are prescribed for off-label use.
for proving my
It's not a new
point.
thing.
And the legal system like played out here. I appreciate it.
Why don't we just have a healthcare where people who want universal healthcare pay for it, but the people who don't want universal healthcare just opt not into
That's what they're doing right now.
How about we past actual healthcare instead of talking about how we're going to pay for it like every other fucking normie does?
Wait, no, cut. We already have
Normie?
Because how to pay for it is like
Cut. We already have that though.
This isn't 4chan, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
No.
It's
Here's
not?
the thing, because if we are
No.
Pete Buttigieg, one of his main points was like universal healthcare for the people who wanted it. So if we had it, Pete Buttigieg wouldn't have that Sam talk point. That was his option.
Wait, I
He
don't
was making everyone, to be clear, he was making everyone pay for it. It's just the people who wanted to keep their private insurance kept their private insurance, right?
Okay,
this is
I'm sorry.
This is the multi-payer system that most countries have.
Yeah, Pete
We can't
Buttigieg
just
also
let the
wanted
anti-science
mandatory
stuff just go.
conscription.
How about we
mandatory
just
conscription
continue
also
talking
implies
about
free healthcare for all.
companies, because that's actually talking about our healthcare instead of talking about how we're going to pay for it.
Yes, I don't understand why this argument gets made so goddamn much. I don't understand why this argument gets made so much. But there's an episode of Always Sunny where one of the characters tries to disprove evolution by saying that science was a bitch sometimes, and he points out that like Aristotle believed that like some crazy crap, and people used to believe that. Right, and just pointing out that because in the past science has done bad things, that there's a reason to have an everlasting skepticism of it, just kind of baseless. And there's not. There's been things in this pod, or things that are just said that are reasonable, and things that are said that are absolutely ridiculous. Right? It is reasonable to be skeptical of the role of the market in healthcare. It is very reasonable to be skeptical of the role of individual doctors and how much power they have.
There he is.
But it is ridiculous to pretend that that the way that we use medicine in America is this like Blade Runner situation in which companies just are like, you must sell 1 million things of a new super drug. This is not how it works. As Smugbuck pointed out, there are thorough boards of oversight, of scrutiny. There's a thing called a Federal Drug Administration. There's actually a lot of like hubbub about this, right? We're promoting. I mean, that we were getting quasi-vax denialism. We're pointing out that the company that the vaccine did bad things.
FDA approved Roundup.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Again, yes, because it did bad things in the past. That going forward, again, it's just
Roundup straight up killed millions of acres of soil.
Yeah, okay, that's bad. Again,
that's bad.
Because a bad thing in the past happened. Going forward, we should have an endless skepticism. It is very easy for anything. It's very easy for two seemingly young and healthy guys to go like, "Well, I just go to the doctor when I have an emergency." It's probably a little harder when you're like, I don't know, maybe born with a chronic condition or you have other kinds of disabilities to just like shirk off.
You don't understand. Two bad things don't make a good thing. Kobe, clearly you've never burned stage. All right, you need to try more.
That's very true. The next time I have an asthma attack will burn
Kobe, there's a bunch of studies. I just found one right now. There was one from 2014 and 2015 where they found out that the pharmaceutical companies were paying literally hundreds of thousands of dollars, six figures. They just said six.
Wow.
Yes.
The first thing I said here agreeing with that. The first thing I said was that there's healthy skepticism of the market in.
That's crazy. I only said a few words. But it's okay. I'll just go ahead and finish.
And so let's regulate them.
Fanatic. That's crazy.
Did you guys know that parents that took opiates during
Don't worry,
parents?
Don't worry, I'll meet you. I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna meet you. It's gonna be really good. Don't worry. It's great.
All right, so
I'm gonna help you out there. Go ahead, Warren. Fanatic.
So there were a bunch of studies. One that they found out in 2014 and 2015 alone, there were hundreds of thousands of dollars paid to a bunch of doctors, and then $25,000 paid to thousands of other doctors, and that they were literally being paid and incentivized to prescribe opioids. They're partially responsible for the opioid crisis. There's a bunch of different studies. We've definitely recognized like that Congress ended up passing some legislation where they were like releasing funding to try to find alternatives to opioids because they're recognizing we're in the middle of this pandemic. We've been like actively fighting this. The idea that we're going to live in this bubble in which there's not coercion between the medical, between actual physicians and pharmaceutical companies that are causing this opioid crisis sounds a little bit ridiculous to me. Like,
Well, no, I don't think anyone's saying. Well, I don't think anyone's saying that though, Fanatic. But like,
I just want to say, Kobe was. I just want to say something quickly. Fucking Feline, you've been muted for 10 minutes by Ninetales. She says, mute Feline and tell him to stop being a dick to other streamers for me, please. So.
ooh, that's
go ahead.
That's a good mute.
Like I don't think anyone was saying like no one's saying like it's gonna be a perfect system. However, though, I think there's this acknowledgement. Well, you just made that implication that Kobe was.
I wasn't making the implication that Kobe was saying was perfect. What I was pointing out, it sounded like he was dismissing the idea. I'm sorry, maybe if I said that, then I must have misspoke. What it sounded like is he was like almost saying, like it sounded like he was dismissing the claims that certain people were making about how dangerous, or I'm sorry, about how much collusion was happening within our medical system. When he started making this claim, the way I gleaned that, maybe it was a bad influence. It sounded like he said, well, when doctors do this, if they prescribe off-label too much or then they're investigated and so on and so forth. And what I'm saying is that's clearly not the case, considering the fact that we have several investigations underway right now. We have legislation that's been passed since 2016. We have God knows how many studies showing how much of this stuff is happening. Like, I don't know where that would be true, where we find any data for that. I think there's plenty of data to the contrary. If you need me to, I can link you several articles from Google Scholar. I can find you plenty of study. I can link you the legislation passed by Congress. This is not something that's unheard of. It's not like doctors are getting punished for this. They are absolutely partially to whatever. There is absolute coercion, traceable, quantifiable coercion from the pharmaceutical.
Fanatic. The first thing I said was that it is completely skeptical to be skeptical. It's completely reasonable to be skeptical of the role of the market in healthcare. I believe in a completely nationalized healthcare system. I didn't say that earlier. And also, you are citing investigations. Yes, it does seem like we are investigating them. I agree. Not enough. I agree. Not enough is being done. I agree. There is collusion, but that does not. It doesn't even begin. That does not even begin to justify the amount of denialism that was going on between these two individuals here. Okay, I completely agree with you here. But I never made that claim.
Wait, can we acknowledge something? Wait, can we acknowledge how much? Yeah, can we acknowledge how much of a coward Kobe's being? It's like when someone says the opposite. He's like, oh, I already acknowledged.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, having a caveat on my statement and having a nuanced take is being a coward. I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Medicare for All adds $82 billion for enforcement on this bullshit. Like, what you're talking about is already illegal. Like, there's already laws against it. So what the fuck? Why are you doing that?
Why is Kobe a coward? Explain. I don't understand.
Because they're confused.
When someone says like something nihilistic, when someone says something, so his basic position is like, we should trust the science, even though they've done stuff wrong. But when someone points out, maybe we shouldn't trust the science because they've done stuff wrong, he's like, oh, I said it's okay to be skeptical, but like, you're obviously taking this weird position and not having a hardline stance. And when someone counters your argument,
because you're not dealing with the alternative.
Oh wait. When someone counters their argument or brings any like objection to Kobe's stance. He's like, "Oh, already said he can be skeptical," and you're just putting all under the bill of skeptical. But like,
that's not what a coward is.
I don't care. I don't care. I want to respond. I don't care. I want to respond. Okay, please let me respond. Okay, listen. Okay, I believe that when we're talking about these things, when we're talking about these very complicated subjects, I think it is fair to have nuanced opinions on these things. When it comes to skepticism about things like science, I do not think that it is okay for lay people to just speculate on the fact that science was a bitch sometimes. Maybe the vaccine is fucked up because they're in court for bribing people, right? There's kind of some edgy implications there that maybe the vaccine is being bribed to be pushed. There's some pretty dangerous implications going on here, okay? I think that this skepticism should be handled by appropriate bodies, like these, like the agencies that and the journalistic bodies that Fanatics cited. That is what I would cite. If that was what we were bringing up, if all that Womp brought up was this, if all that was brought up was these studies, that'd be very different. But that wasn't what's brought up. Anecdote was brought up, and that's what I'm pushing back against. Vaccine skepticism, or not skepticism, but quasi-vaccine denialism was being brought up. That's what I'm pushing back against. There's a difference. I think I have a pretty clear position here.
Wait, okay.
Kobe, you're such a weaselly little liar, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, wait,
I wasn't here from the beginning. I'm sorry. I wasn't here from the beginning. I didn't understand. Just from that little take that I got, that was the opinion that I thought you were saying. I didn't fully understand. So
that's fine. I'm not. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh wait, my question is
do you want an unquestionable medicine?
Again, I'll say it one more time, and I'll do it slowly this time. I think that we should have bodies of experts that can investigate these hyper complicated things, so that lay people don't have to go, well, like one time I got a thing and I got a itchy back, so maybe that we should be. I don't want to have that. I want to have actual expert bodies to look at this. Like we have a Federal Drug Administration. It's not perfect. It fucks up, but we also have a fourth estate. We have these other journalistic agencies that release things that show, hey, this thing is fucking up. There are ways. Nothing's going to be perfect. There are pros and cons to every system. But I would much rather have these agencies look into these things than have lay people speculate.
Okay, Kobe, that's a fair point, but is there reasonable, really quick question, do you think that there is reasonable skepticism in the FDA's ability to honestly interpret, or I'm sorry, in the FDA's ability or willingness to honestly hold these things to account? Do you think that there's
absolutely
reason for okay? Because
that is why I think that the combination has to be a combination of FDA, Senate and congressional investigations in these things, journalistic agencies, leakers. It has to be a combination of these things. I completely agree with you. We can't just go through one thing. Okay. For example, of the vaccine, there has been, as you know, if there was real evidence that this vaccine didn't work, every Guardian, Washington Post, everybody would be trying to leak it, because that would be the story of the decade, right? Is that the American government's trying to? That would be the right. I think that there seems to be that there isn't reason for skepticism here. We should be reasonable with our skepticism. Or we should be open-minded, but not so open that our brain falls out.
Okay,
I just want to be clear that my argument was not based entirely on anecdotes. I was merely introducing those anecdotes to talk about the broader problem.
You maybe shouldn't do that, because
maybe I don't care.
It's really easy when you're like a
maybe let me finish. I'm not a healthy young person. You don't know me.
In what subject is it okay for non-experts to opine and to pontificate on? Science, you obviously believe that it's not okay, that there's no benefit to it, that it causes harm. So what subject?
Yeah, so it's a contextual, right?
Okay, because obviously this is what this stream does, is none of us are experts, and we're all basically giving our opinions.
Yes, but I think that like part of the give and take there is the pushback, right? I think that I don't think people should be taken off the platform or banned, right? And I think that if they're going to start pushing this crap, then I'm going to push back against it, right? So I think that, do I think it's okay? I mean, I think it's permissible, right? But I think that there's a context to it. I don't think it's very wise for these folks to come onto a live platform during a time in which people are talking about vaccines and start making some pretty cringy statements. I don't think that's okay. Or saying things like, I only go to the emergency room when I'm sick, or when I only go to the emergency room. I don't take these. I don't need pills, right? These kind of things. I don't know. I do think there's a context and a time for lay people to be skeptical, or for lay people to opine about.
Let me be really clear about a couple of things. I'm not against. I'm very, very, very pro science. I'm very sorry if I presented myself incorrectly.
Science is fascist.
I'm a physiology major. I'm 100% behind all of the medical advancements and vaccines and everything. All I was trying to say was that while I don't think we should move to a plant-based medicine entirely.
I'm definitely going back that
one of the points that Wompt made is kind of correct in that we do need to be skeptical of the farm industry in the United States.
Okay, but the way that I would describe it is that, like, imagine if a person came on here and was doing like 9/11 denialism, and then you're like, well, listen, okay, it's fair to be skeptical of the government. Like, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't.
I was just trying to
narrative.
build a bridge and make like one, draw something out of it that we could get rather than just laughing.
Are we just going to ignore that science is fascist thing that Primal said?
It is. That's okay. They call them control groups for a reason.
Fucking rabbit hole. That's
so wait, the person who said that, are you right wing or left wing?
Dude, it's fucking science is such white culture.
Cody,
It's
let me
like
clear
bleach the
something
earth
up for
style
you,
shit.
because this might be what you're confused about. I'm not a fan of civilization. I think we really
well aware. I'm well aware.
Okay. I think we
aware,
fucked up about 10,000 years ago and just continued with our folly.
I know. 99% human genocide. I know the plan.
You know what? This Swamp guy makes a fair point.
Well, but Wick, to your point though, like what you were saying about your opinion though, like yeah, it's all our opinions. However, though, like I think I'd get hot take. There's a difference of opinion. Some opinions are more valid than other ones. For example, if I make an opinion, hold on, let me finish. So, for example, like if we're in a political discourse like this, because you're effectively positing like, well, what gives like effectively any of us? None of us are fucking experts. So what really do we have like necessarily the right to talk about this? Well, it's because like when we talk about this, generally we have some form of citation or some form of background information that is from those people that we are otherwise simply parroting off from an informational basis, as opposed to other opinions that are being referenced here that are sheerly right out the fucking ass.
And you're correct. There is a difference between an educated opinion and uneducated opinion. What I was referring to was Kobe was saying that he was very against non-expert opinions in the scientific realm, and so I was just curious onto what realms were okay.
Yeah, perhaps I was a little bit too hyperbolic. I'm against it without proper pushback, I guess.
I was trying to clarify, and I was trying to find where the line is, because there is a line, obviously, in some of our minds, but we'd all draw it in different places.
Okay. Nice. We did it. All right.
So, I wanted to hear that because he said, like, do you want to know the ultimate medicine? And I'm interested. I want to hear the ultimate medicine.
It's called weed, dude.
Are you frozen, Mox?
A smile.
He's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen. Oh shit.
God damn it. The pharmaceutical company's got to.
Oh no, he's not frozen. Wait a minute. Hold on, Woms. Are you not frozen? Are you just...
What is
Wait.
No, it's Big Pharma getting his internet.
Wait, fuck, who has the sage? Who has the sage? Fuck.
Oh, god damn it.
Look at that.
No. See, he moved. He just moved. He's like, it's like
one frame every
time is lower for him because he discovered the ultimate medicine. So
yeah, Woms, can you? All right, I'm gonna
He's achieved a new level.
If you can hear me, I'm gonna disconnect you, and then you can just reconnect. Well, I'll bring you back in. All right, I'm disconnect you, but you can reconnect. Okay? Because you're having trouble here. So just
he exists in the fifth dimension right now.
Yeah. Hopefully he
took some plant-based medicine. He was on some other shit.
His internet is plant-based.
Yeah.
Hey, Woms, can you hear us now? Woms? Woms!
It takes a while for the water to flow through all the roots to get to the computer.
The government's fucking whomped him, eh?
That's like photosynthesis energy.
Remember, I just want to say, Gash, if I'm saying that correctly, Geesh. I'm sorry. Yeah. I was using a shotgun when I should have used a sniper rifle. A vast majority of what I was pushing back against was not in use. I'm sorry, I wasn't. I should have used.
We're on the same side on this. That's cool. Like,
Womp, are you here now? I'm ready to hear it.
Yeah. I'm here. This.
All right. So, what's the ultimate medicine? I wanted to hear it.
The ultimate medicine?
The ultimate medicine.
You said like I think it was something on the lines of medicine that always works, or medicine that cures all. Something along those lines. Do you remember saying that?
It's got to be puppies, right?
Love.
I'm pretty sure you said that. If that's not what you said, then okay.
No, dude. I mean, like,
that was a week ago.
There's a lot of good medicines out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I thought you said
I don't know if there's no
medicine that
medicine.
always works. A medicine that always works. Never mind. If you didn't say that, I apologize.
Well, what the fuck would that even mean?
I could have sworn. I thought somebody here said that. Maybe
No, and if anyone ever does say that, you just say you're full of shit.
Sorry,
and not what is it?
Sorry, I didn't eat enough
we
the
have
other
an
day.
agreement finally, Mom.
Okay,
We finally
cocaine
have
is
an agreement.
plant-based and it makes you function better in every single way.
No, laughter is the opposite.
So I think there's some concern to be had with distillation.
With respect to cocaine?
I think in general.
Okay, hold on. This may be TOS. I'm just saying. Cocaine.
You guys can recognize how liquor is more dangerous than beer, right? Like when we distill it down to a pure substance, it becomes much more dangerous usually.
Yeah, but that's and also like it depends on what we're distilling, right? So like I could take apples and I could distill them to just the seeds, and I could distill the arsenic out of it. But like if I eat an apple, it would be fine, right?
It's not even true of liquor. If like the same amount of alcohol is in one shot as in a beer, then it's the same amount of danger.
Alcohol content, right? Last time I checked, 5% alcohol content is 5%, no matter what you're drinking. You know?
Yeah, it's only how much alcohol, like ethanol, you actually consume. It doesn't matter.
Right, but I mean, my point remains the same. Like I think that the issue sometimes comes in distillation. I think when we distill things into their purest form, then those things can become harmful in ways that they weren't in a whole form.
Well, the only reason they become harmful is because you're taking like a lot more than you would, right? Like you can eat a shit ton of oranges, but you won't get like the effects of having too many vitamins. But if you just start taking a shit ton of vitamin pills, you might get negative effects.
Okay. All right. Well,
wait, doesn't that prove
No, but I'm saying like that's the reason. Like that's the only reason that like
he's making the point that it's not the it's not the distillation process that's posing any danger whatsoever. It's just the fact that when things are concentrated, you're getting larger amounts of them. So it's not really the distillation process. It's just the quantity that you can drink. You could drink the non-distilled version to the same amount, and it would still be the same exact amount of orange.
yeah, it's like it's harder to drink a pack of beers than it would be to take like 10 shots. But you're gonna get a shit ton of alcohol out of it.
Yeah, but beer before liquor, never been sicker.
I've never.
So
okay, so I'm not sure what the argument here. What are we talking about at this point? I wanted
no argument. We're all agreed.
Yeah,
there's no argument. Distillation.
We're all brewmasters here.
Tangent. So, all right. The healthcare thing was actually a tangent to a much larger point that was like fucking 2 hours back now. But with our remaining time, I was wondering if we could maybe move back to that for a second. You don't want to do it?
No, I'm just fucking breathing. I'm a hefty person.
Okay.
Wait, are we going back to Obama?
Well, that and the larger democratic process. Yeah. So I think that Obama and Democrats have been part of this larger neoliberal project for a long time here, and yeah. So the whole thing about the ACA was that there was just one example, and then Grimace disagreed with me, and then we got really deep into healthcare. But yeah. So does anyone? First of all, does anyone agree?
Yeah.
Can I take the democratic process in an angle here? Okay, so say you and 100,000 people form a political group, right? For you to get your voice heard in the United States, you either need to market yourself out extensively or get more members to get your political message out there. The system that we have encourages growth of your political ideology, and that growth of your political ideology must be at the expense of another political ideology that's competing with it.
Are we talking about campaign finances? How?
No. I'm talking about political movements in general. They tend towards mass.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Like yes and no. I guess because I mean, like you can sway other way. Like in the terms, yes, because like you can sway like active political right wingers into the left wing. But at the same time, though, like if you're swaying people who are otherwise weren't politically active at all and now they're engaging, are you actually pulling away from that particular like other opposing group?
Well, do you remember the messaging about the Green Party and the Libertarian Party during the elections? Like, the messaging on most networks was don't vote for those parties, that's throwing your vote away.
Yeah, and the Democrats sued to make sure that was true in a lot of cases too.
So we have a structure where even if you start to form an outset party, they're going to tell everyone that voting for your party is throwing your vote away.
So basically, you're positing the faults of a two-party system. Then that's your complaint here.
Does anyone like the two-party system? I don't.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think anyone here is in support of a two-party system.
Yeah, so
no, but how do we
comes to all these systems, right? We could have like a Canadian.
Yeah, like you just go parliamentary and.
Yeah, even within a parliamentary system, right? Like I believe, from what I understand, I think Canada and Israel have. I think they call it proportional representation. So if your party gets over 3% of the vote or whatever the percentage is, you have to have at least some amount of people in parliament, and so you so that has a positive of like we would probably have a socialist party in America. But the negative, we'd probably also have like a Christian identity party in America that would have some votes. So there's a pro and a con to it.
The Republican Party already. So
are you guys aware of liquid democracy?
How pure?
Sounds tasty.
I've never distilled democracy.
So liquid democracy is a direct democratic system with optional representation. So you either vote directly on legislation yourself, or you can delegate your vote to vote for someone to vote on your behalf. There are no term limits under this structure. Politicians would be held immediately accountable. You would have a different topology to it.
Wait, if there's politicians, there'd be no and if it's a direct democracy system,
there would be politicians because the politicians would be the people that have a whole bunch of votes allocated to them. You wouldn't be a politician officially, but if you had 30,000 people giving you their vote to vote on your behalf,
so like an electoral college.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Imagine like Jake and Logan Paul having like millions of votes allocated.
That's the most functional one I've seen, but it doesn't solve a lot of problems still.
Where is this functioning?
It's in the idea stage. Somebody has to try it. Stuff.
Okay, so it's not functional.
I mean,
at that point, at that point, you
direct democracy is easily. We can think about how this might work. Direct democracy, just no one's trying it yet.
What's going to happen once we put it into the world, right?
It's like what prevent?
It'd be interesting to
try direct democracy.
It sounds like an electoral college, right?
Yeah,
direct democracy seems impossible when you have a country that is as big as ours, and you have to make these very long-term decisions. I would imagine trying to figure out how to build a nuclear power plant under direct democracy. Obviously, I don't think you're going to be very sympathetic.
Or how to go to space.
So I don't believe in the authority of information like you do. Right? You have a different worldview there. And that's
the
fine.
Authority of information.
No. So this guy here, by the way, he talks.
Called
it sounds like it sounds like he doesn't believe in information until it's been authorized.
What do you mean by authorized?
By who?
By some expert.
Let's have like 1%. Let's have like a 1%.
You mean like the research has been done?
I literally said that we should have like journalists that like investigate this stuff, and like I don't think it needs to. I don't think there needs to be like a ministry of truth that tells me what is true. Okay, I think it needs to be. There's a little more nuance.
Yes, you do, man. That's science. Science, Kobe.
It's literally the fourth estate, dude.
Why do you believe in your
describing journalism?
Just admit it, Kobe. You want your Department of Truth, but then you also want the Department of Lies.
Yeah, Kobe, you worship the religion of science, man. And that's
I'm curious though.
Go ahead, Wick.
I'm curious. What's wrong with data? The WOMP. Why? What do you have against information?
It's not plant-based.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah, you. What is against?
Yeah,
what do you have against data and information? Why are those things bad?
When the fuck was I talking about that?
You
Like, literally 3 seconds ago.
You talked about the authority of information, and like you don't believe in the authority of information.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about data and information when I'm talking about that. I'm talking about saying that some things are valid and some things are invalid based on the opinions of an expert. That's what I'm talking about.
Hold on, guys. We'll make this very easy. I'll make this very fucking easy. So, Juan, let's say you had to go for a surgery. Would you rather have a fucking doctor who has a PhD that's accredited by the health institution, or would you rather have me do your operation for you? Who do you prefer?
Can I do the operation on it?
This is fucking concerning. This is simple.
I avoid your medical system like the plague. Remember that. So you're saying you're saying
this is literally. Would you rather try if you had a? Oh my god! If you had to get a surgery, like if you didn't get the surgery, okay, you have to get a surgery on your fucking liver. If you don't fucking get your liver fixed, you're gonna die. You know you're gonna die.
No.
Hold on. Yes.
No. I'm not gonna go.
You're gonna die.
Don't
you understand?
Because I made this very simple. You didn't want to answer it. Now I'm trying to make it very specific, but now you still don't want to fucking answer. Why don't you just answer the simple damn question?
Smug nose, do it. I got it. I'll help you out, bro. It's this simple. So you're looking for spiritual enlightenment. Would you rather go through a shaman, or would you rather it be PrimeCayes?
Kobe.
Both would work.
I think both would work.
Fuck.
How about this?
That was a bad example.
I really don't like how you framed the authority, because it's not just like, because you framed it in the idea of like one expert, but like realistically, the information that we consider like the information we consider to be true for the time being, it's built up over time. It's been peer reviewed. It's been studied. People have challenged it and tried to like break these theories.
Exactly.
And then
but my point is like bringing that point. Well, the point is making it fucking easy to understand, guys. Like shit. If we're having difficulty on this simple premise, then we're not getting to this more nuanced take of compiled.
It's okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Okay. All right. So I'm trying to figure out, when does information become more trustworthy? Okay. So you're not an expert, but then, like, maybe a group of people? If a group of people, or do you have to actually, literally, like, verify every single fact yourself and never trust anyone else with doing that work?
I don't think it's either or. Like, some things you do have to trust, but you do have to have trust in those things. I don't have trust in the pharmaceutical companies, for example.
Same.
So I'm not going to trust what they come up with either.
Okay. But like you do have trust, for example, like in like do you have trust in like geology?
It's just intuitionism.
And, like, astronomers and shit, for example.
It's just pure intuitionism. Don't worry about it.
So I can go and test what a geologist says, right? If a geologist says there's this kind of rock here, I can go to that spot, pick up the rocks, figure out what the fuck they are, and test the knowledge, right?
So a geologist says the Earth is round. How do you, as yourself, prove that the Earth is round?
Oh, I don't need to prove it. I've seen it.
You've actually,
no, you haven't. Listen, I'm a professional.
Have you never seen the curvature of the Earth?
No, I have.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Have you ever noticed when you look in a straight line, it just keeps going and it's fading? How do you explain that, Womp?
Womp, he's fucking with you. But okay, what about when the geologist says it's tectonic plates, and underneath those plates, there is a molten core? How do you test? How do you know that's true?
It seems to be the case because for some reason we have really hot rock spewing out onto the surface on regular intervals, right? With like volcanoes. So it seems like there's a whole bunch of hot shit under there.
Well, no, that's because Xenu is detonating atomic bombs underneath the core of the Earth, and
Can I ask a
superheats
clarifying
the rock.
question, please?
We'll just go ahead and Occam's razor that one right away.
Just a
Oh,
boy.
you don't have any evidence for either of them.
Do you only trust things that you can personally verify? Do you only trust science that you can personally verify?
I think that's important. I think when we get into a world that's so complex that it requires experts to tell you about anything, that is not a very good situation to be in.
Right now. That is
it's not a good situation to be in.
Are we not in a complex world? Is the world not complex?
You have a very Western way of looking at things, man.
My world is plant-based, yeah.
Well, I mean, this is an honest question, though. Like, is the world not a complex? Like, I mean, I think even you, Womp, even you would concede from your view, even from a fucking Amprim view, like, shit isn't as simple as, here's a fucking rock, here's a piece of meat that's running away, throw my fucking rock. Life has to be more complex, in your opinion, in your ideology, than that.
I'm super curious. How do you choose which things you don't verify that you trust?
Well, I would like to mostly rely on personal experience.
Sure, I understand you saying mostly there, but so for instance, you're talking to us on a computer. There's at least 24 technologies involved here that you have no way of vetting, right? I imagine you don't know exactly, you can't know every node that you connect to on the hop between here and whatever server Discord is at. You don't know how the semiconductor in your computer works down at the electron level. You don't know, there's a dozen or so different manufacturers involved, from the different parts in your computer to the different chipsets that are on each PCB. There's like a million different things that you interact with on a daily basis. When you turn the keys in your car, you probably don't completely understand the inner workings of a combustion engine. You probably don't know the exact timings of the computer. So at some point, when you go to a fast food restaurant and you eat food, you're trusting that the people behind the counter didn't infect everything with something, that they didn't mess with it. Like, there's this implicit trust that we kind of have to run society in such a highly specialized way. Or when I say specialized, I mean like the jobs are divvied up between different people in a very segregated manner. So when we're willing to accept all of that level of, I guess you could say, risk in your world for all these different like disconnected things, why does that trust stop at, I don't know, are we talking about vaccines or just medicine in general, or why would it stop there?
Pharmaceutical company.
Information in general, though.
So everything that you just brought up definitely concerns me.
Does it really though? Like, are you worried about this on a daily basis?
Yeah. Because, when we create demand for a computer, we're creating demand for all of the pieces required to make that computer. So we how many minds are created on behalf of this company to give me this computer? Right? Like, what's being created on the back end in the economy for the things I use? Like, there's a reason why I want to go back to picking fruit off of trees, because I can't trust none of this shit.
Wait, so then why don't you?
I'm going to.
But why haven't you?
Hasn't happened yet.
Okay, I'm kind of like leading you, but it seems like what my...
We're coming out of winter right now.
Well, so do you think that like the society affording you the ability to exist in winter inside of a shelter, there might be some like trade-offs that are unique to specialization that makes it worth like having some implicit trust?
Oh yeah, but I could give it all up, man. I don't really like it too much.
But at the end of the day, it's about reasonable doubt, right? I don't know with 100% certainty that Destiny's not an AI developed by Stalin. I can't know that with certainty, but it seems very unlikely that that's the case, right? And it's the same with any crazy conspiracy like flat Earth theories or anything like that. Obviously, there's no way that you could 100% know that, okay, Bill Gates isn't specifically, targeting you with a microchip. But there comes a point where you have an Occam's razor situation where it's probably not happening. Yes, it's true that I guess 100% you can't trust anything you hear, but there's a limit of being trusting and being, schizophrenic, there's Nazis on the moon type of idea. You have to find a reasonable balance.
Right?
Hey, can I ask a question also about the back end comment that you made? So is your distress mostly to infrastructure, the infrastructure that is required to make things like computers, to make things like cars and things like that? Is that where your distress stems from, the infrastructure?
No, it stems from the destruction of the planet that we are dependent on for our existence. That's where the distrust stems from.
I find this to be such a hilariously
not-
human-centric view of things.
Sure.
Like, we're not destroying the planet, right? Humans could blow up every single nuclear missile. We could do all the horrible things, and in like 500 million years, the Earth is going to go back to like its own cycles. Like I don't know, like
motherfucker, you know we're not.
Yeah, the Earth's core is also eventually going to die out, and then life will cease to expand too. The sun will eventually blow up. What kind of
How
point is
many
this?
other species need to die for our fucking blunder?
That's happened like
Agreed.
other times in human history. There have been mass extinctions. That's just part of the human cycle, right?
Let's ask. I think a really good question is. I think a really good question
I
is.
would be real fucking ashamed if it was my species that did it, though.
The question is like, what does it matter? I guess, or why do you care about that in particular?
Why are you trying to downplay like the extinction of others?
Well,
because like
right.
it matters because if it was our species, then we would care.
Yeah, but
we're treating right now. We're
and
treating the Earth.
also we're all going to go extinct whether it's the death of the sun or whatever eventually anyway, right? So I mean, like
right now we're treating Earth's resources like a Minecraft anarchy server. We are mining this shit to death. We're killing everything on the Earth in order for us to have very cheap burgers and awesome computers. Right, and cars that fly everywhere as fast as possible. We're mining
also,
the
like,
server to death very fast.
Okay, well, everybody, great. We got a lot going on here. All right. So, Mark, you want to ask a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a line of questions. You wouldn't disagree with this. Like a tiger eating like a deer, you wouldn't say that's like immoral, right? Because the tiger evolved on Earth to have fangs and like have its body so that it can consume other animals, right? You wouldn't see that as immoral, right?
So let me explain some basics to you. Moral is your personal like compass, right?
Yeah.
So would I say that goes against my personal ethic?
Yeah, I'm asking you because you obviously.
Why would?
No, I'm asking you a line of questions.
You about your own moral framework within your framework.
So I'll just say yes, a quick yes or no. It doesn't have to be that complicated.
Yes. Wait.
Well, you're asking a philosophical question. It's not a yes or no. I don't do philosophical yes or no's.
Okay. Do you think that it is immoral for a tiger to eat a deer?
Such a strange measure to put on it.
Okay.
I can't believe you're struggling with that question.
Never mind. I thought I had a line of questions, but if it's
this is going to go nowhere.
Welcome to the horseshoe.
Fine.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it would be immoral if it would be immoral if the lion had other food sources. If it could live off grass, then yes, it would be immoral.
Wait, but the lion's wait, but as far as we know, the lion doesn't have a very complex brain, or at least like a very simple brain. It simply eats off of. At least
I have a better example. My grandma used to own a ranch, and she had these little mini horses, and mini horses are evil little demons, and it would eat the baby chicks sometimes. Sometimes the baby chicks would, like, I don't know, get there, and they would eat the baby chicks. They're mini horses. They had fed, they had a whole thing of hay. It wasn't immoral for my grandmother's mini horse to eat a baby chick.
Is it moral? Is it moral to mine this earth to death?
Question.
Oh, okay. I can make it base. I'm so sorry. I can make it base.
Why am I judging the lion here?
Okay, no, you know what? Screw the deer. Like, okay, is it immoral for a tiger? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, Mark, finish your point.
Yeah, okay, just base question. If this doesn't work, then I can fuck off. Is it immoral for a predator, like a carnivore, what we identify as a carnivore, to eat meat, since it needs that for life, and it's evolved that way?
But wait, if it can't, like, if you're just a carnivore and you can't eat grass, yes, I would put the same standard.
I'm not asking.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. I'm not asking you. I prefer if Womp answers. I appreciate you.
Wait, what do you mean? I said.
Are you saying so carnivores must eat meat to survive, right? To say that it's immoral would to say that they don't have a right to exist.
True. Yes.
Okay. Well, how about this?
Yeah,
if
and the
you
line
could
of-
technically raise a pet dog being
So,
vegan,
line of question-
would it be wrong for a dog to eat meat?
No. Okay.
Shut up, everyone. We're like deep into this like line of questioning in terms of like this vegetarian line of questioning now.
I'll explain it to you, Prime. Where I was going was he was obviously going to say it like no because a lion has evolved that way and needs to eat meat. And what I was going to say is that okay, since humans have evolved with seemingly to be bimodal and seemingly have a higher level of intelligence than any other being on the planet, and we can build like these complex civilizations and these complex hierarchies, would you not say that us having these systems, it seems that we in a way evolved that way since we are and fundamentally susceptible to the whims of evolution in the planet. That was my line of thinking.
Okay.
Just having civilization in of itself.
But wait, I have a line of questioning. I got a question for Destiny, specifically.
What?
Okay, so let me. So here's the actual thing. So like, if an alien species if an above alien species came down and were to like commence with the extinction of humans, what would be your defense against that? And like, how would you defend the aliens not extinctioning us, but we extinctioning other lower species?
I think that both sides can be having conflicting, competing interests, but both those conflicting, competing interests can be justified. I don't think you would have like a rational defense. Let's say, for instance, there was like one thing of medicine that existed in the middle of a room, and there were two people, and we say morally these people have equivalent lives. Same number of children, they're both doctors or whatever, and then they both come up to the medicine and then they both take out an axe and fight each other to the death for it. Like, well, who's right? Well, I mean, technically they're both in the right, but they have conflicting interests here. Some alien society came down and they wanted to harvest our planet. They thought they could do it in a more efficient manner than ours. We were like so many leagues beneath their intelligence. We basically were insignificant to them. I mean, it would be hard for us to justify our existence in their face from their perspective. Now, obviously we would fight for survival, as you would expect any creature that is interested in survival to do so, but it's not like you would necessarily have a rational argument to defend your existence if you're competing with them for resources.
Okay, but there could be a rational argument. Like you guys wouldn't have the rational arguments, but I guess a vegan would, because they would, live a life without extinction. It
doesn't matter. So the vegan wouldn't have it. Yeah, but what would the vegan do if the alien came to their planet and just killed them anyway? The vegan might have the moral argument, but he's going to get eaten anyway. It's not like, I mean, what does that do at the end of the day?
Power is power, right?
That wasn't my hypo. Well, I mean, if you're just going to die, then yeah, I guess morality doesn't count when you're going to die. But my hypothetical was specifically for a moral question like this. Like, we would have no moral defense of a higher alien species antagonizing us. But that's like okay, I guess, because
I mean, this is almost this is like the vegan form of like Pascal's wager. Like, we're kind of like saying, well, maybe we should be vegan just on the off chance that aliens invade us one day and they say, we're going to eat you unless you've lived a morally consistent life such that sentient beings beneath you have escaped extinction because you aren't eating them, and then we're not going to extinct you by eating you because you've been morally consistent, I guess.
The chances of something like that.
Again, though, like we're talking. Well, but hold on, cut Steve though. But again, though, but now you're back to arguing moral arguments again, though. But like, if I wasn't mistaken, you already agreed that you operate off a relative morality basis. Like, again, like making this whole like standard of like what we quantify. Okay, so you are causing objective morals. Then
I don't think he knows his morality.
Wait, you can ask me a question.
Yeah, like okay, yeah. So like, do you think morality is subjective or objective?
I mean,
it's not both.
I'll answer like this. Yeah, I'll answer this. I act. I act as if morality.
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, can you define objective morality? Because I do think
objective morality, like layman's term, objective morality is basically like saying like a great example is like religion. Like when people cite the Bible, it says God says you shall not kill. That means you shall not kill under any circumstance, under any instance. You cannot. However, though, with our current society, we can operate off what's called relative morality, which is a subjective nature of it, and then we can operate more nuance into it, to where, well, you say you do not kill, but then what about like self-defense? can I kill someone who's actively trying to kill me?
That's not quite objective versus subjective.
I'm being very fucking.
No, I mean
trying
it's
to be
like
very normy about it to get the point.
Okay, wait. Just to be really clear, So, objective morality is if you are a moral realist. What you're saying is that a moral claim that you have, it like purports to report a fact. It is making a claim that is true. So, like, when you say murder is wrong, that's like reducible to a fact of the matter. There's a fact of the matter that moral is wrong. It's not like
facts are about the universe. They exist within the universe and are discoverable.
It's not like I don't like murder. Oh, murder, boo. But you're actually like reporting a fact. So some people say like that's like objective morality. So more specifically, like moral realism is the idea that facts are being reported when we're making moral statements, or they're reducible to like some type of fact.
Saying morality is equivalent to gravity.
Sure, gotcha. Okay, so can I just pose one question and then I'll give you the answer? This would be specifically to like the two people who explained it. Okay, so I do think there are some like moral things that are just bad. Well, two questions actually. Can a tautology prove like moral realism? Can I say like an unjust killing is morally wrong? Would that prove like a moral truth?
So to call something, okay, so I think we would call this like a form of begging the question, right? So if we ask about an unjust killing, is that right or wrong? Well, the word unjust implies that it's wrong. So by saying, is an unjust killing morally wrong, we've kind of said is a morally wrong killing morally wrong, and it would follow, of course.
Yeah, like tautology, if they're like morally useless statements.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. So I would say, I actually do think there are some like moral things that are just bad. For example, I think murder without justification or any positive outcomes just be bad. Just like in its entirety. I don't know how you can debate that.
Do you know why?
I don't think, like,
Why would it be
murder.
bad?
Sounds like consequential.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think a more fruitful question instead of like objective versus subjective, what is your like philosophical like measuring? Are you like a utilitarian, consequentialist? Like, do you know?
Yeah, gotcha. I'll actually discuss this with Cole as well. I'm actually a threshold deontologist.
I don't know what that is.
Oh fuck! Wow, no, the veganism, the threshold ontology. This is the veganism. Oh no.
This is the weird, like, this is never utilitarianism, man.
Listen, we are re-genociding animals over and over again. You realize this, right?
Wait, exactly that is
Yeah, I don't know.
What are you guys going on about? Like, what is
no. Sorry, dude.
Don't even start. Okay, hold on, real quick. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. In 2 seconds, okay? So, normative ethics is like this. It's a boring way of saying like, what system can I use to figure out where what my rights and wrongs should be? And there's like kind of like two schools of thought, two major schools of thought. So one people will say that like, oh well, like this action is wrong just because that action is obviously wrong. It's in and of itself, it's just bad action. And then other people say, well, let's look at the results of that action and we'll see if that's wrong, right? So the first school might be called deontology. The second school might be called consequentialism, or its most famous subset, utilitarianism. Now, some people will look at both of these schools and say, hey, there's obvious problems with both of your schools. Now, some people will write books and books and books about it because they're fucking nerds, and then other people will try to find really easy escapes out of it because fuck all of these arguments. Okay, so for a deontologist, okay, for somebody that believes that actions are wrong, I'm just explaining real quick. Threshold deontology, and then you guys go over it. Okay, so a deontologist might say that like, oh well, lying is always wrong. So the classic example posed this is, well, let's say that a Nazi knocks on your door and he says there's a Jew hiding in the basement, and you might say like, oh well, you can't lie because a lie is wrong, and now you're fucked. So there, now we fucked deontology. Now you totally have to abandon this entire normative framework. Well, threshold deontologists say, well, okay, so deontology basically commits you to acting good, unless there's going to be so much bad that comes from it that we have to do something different. That's once you've met a certain threshold, now your deontology breaks and it becomes some form of consequentialism, I guess. That's like threshold deontology. So you might say like, could you kill one person to save two people? And a deontologist say, well, no, we can't kill somebody to save any other people. That's horrible. That's a horrible consequentialist way of thinking. And then you might say, well, can we kill one person to save 1 million people? And it's like, oh, you've triggered my threshold. Yeah, you can kill one person to save 1 million people. That's threshold deontology is the explanation for that framework.
Well, I know what it is. That's why I said that.
Other people were asking.
It's for other people.
Yeah, we don't know. Everyone else has
don't think your example like broke deontology. Wait. Can I respond to it, Nessie? Because like, I actually don't think your example broke deontology. Because a deontologist would say like, yeah, lying's bad, but letting Germans kill Jews is worse. Like they would say like letting murder happen is worse. So that wouldn't actually break deontology. Do you have like a response to that?
Well, you wouldn't be the one killing the Jews. You wouldn't be the one killing the person, right?
Aren't those consequentialist appeals
Even
like out of the realm of deontology?
Yeah, it just bottoms out at consequentialism.
No, but even if you let someone kill, that would still be wrong. Like letting someone use your car to like murder a school, that would still be wrong under a deontologist framework. So even if someone else is doing the moral action, letting that moral action happen to other people is still wrong. So that wouldn't break deontology.
Well, no, I'm looking at the
example.
Go ahead.
This reminds me of like rule utilitarianism versus act utilitarianism, where rule utilitarianists like try to make their rules so granular that it just becomes act utilitarianism.
Yeah, I was also going to say, I looked up.
Doesn't Munchausen's trilemma break deontology?
Yeah. Also, I was going to say, deontology says that an action should be performed off of like a series of rules, whether it's right or wrong, rather than based off of the consequences of the action.
This is all so much cope just to make sure, just to justify the destruction of this earth. Like this feels like bureaucratic morality. It's insane.
Yeah,
it's about bureaucratic morality. Just like a halfway question of asking like what's right and wrong. If you don't participate in the conversation, it's up to you. Like
it's about being fucking consistent with your shit. Like,
okay, my
if we're just gonna arbitrarily just
stop
fucking trade our shit
this
all
earth.
over the place, then yeah, there's no point in engaging.
It's ultimately a moot point.
I don't
if you
want
could
to
go
kill
back in
this
time
earth
and kill a bad guy.
Okay, I don't want to murder this
well, you have
planet.
no idea whether or not.
One at a time. Right.
I don't want to murder
I
this
feel like,
planet.
wait, is there a bad smell coming here? I feel like you guys are just watching a bunch of Dookie, and like I can't see a coherent point. So let me respond to the other one. So the other one is like a doctor could kill someone and then like harvest their lives and save 5 other people. But a deontologist would say like letting those 5 other people die on your watch when you could have done something is also a moral wrong. So that doesn't break deontology either. So I do think threshold deontology is more like consistent, but I actually don't think either of your examples broke deontology.
Wait, sorry to interrupt, but this conversation will inevitably lead to, if you could go back in time, would you kill baby Hitler? And then it'll be...
No, it won't.
No one for the veganism discussion.
If you're talking about a veganist discussion, to kind of circle back a bit, let me ask this. Would you guys say that you're a human supremacist, as weird as that sounds? Like, let's say if you got to choose between somebody in this chat breaking a leg versus like a cat breaking a leg or a cow breaking a leg. Presumably, you would choose the cat, right?
You probably choose the funny part is you probably choose a human because they can actually communicate properly how to like properly repair their leg, and you can actually see better outcomes from the human breaking their leg.
Yeah.
Would you really? I'm actually very curious.
Veterinarians like have an incredibly difficult job because they have to try and like deal with medical problems as someone who can't properly communicate what those medical problems are.
Yeah, I was going to say...
This is actually a good argument for why we need to care for animals more. They can't express their pain. They can't comprehend the situation that they're in when they feel pain. Therefore, it's unsettling to them to even be in that situation. Whereas humans can at least comprehend why they're there or why they're suffering that pain. And I think when people say, well, animals can't comprehend pain as well as we can, I don't agree that that's an argument for human superiority. I think, well, it is an argument for human superiority. I don't think it's an argument for like suddenly like not considering the morals of animals, because honestly, I think not being able to comprehend why you're being tortured for the sake of meat is more agonizing than at least understanding something like this is morally wrong. This shouldn't be done to me. The animal has no way of knowing that.
Well, that's sort of begging the question.
So human superiority isn't something we should argue for or against. Human superiority is a value judgment that some people hold, right?
So wait, just to be clear, this is like, as I'm probably the only, I think I'm the only person who doesn't eat meat on this. Oh wait, no one else doesn't. I'm sorry. But there's, okay, so we got 2, right? But the point I'd make is like, as someone who doesn't eat meat, right, is that like, while we might like think things or have some experience or some feeling about things, right, we understand that sometimes those feelings can be irrational, right? We understand that like humans are incredibly pattern seeking. We have in-group out-groups, and one of those in-group out-groups would be humans, right? So, but when we think about these things realistically, right, like I would call myself like an error theorist, and what that means is generally like we both look at the idea that there's like moral arguments and the idea that like if you remove the consequences from like from an action, right, if you were to say steal with someone and have no negative outcomes, right, there'd be no reason for that to be moral wrong. There's nothing intrinsically wrong with the moral, right? So realistically what we understand is that like the preferences of humans and the preferences of animals without these like being around are like relatively, there's no reason to distinct between the preferences or assign more or less value between the preferences of humans and animals. It's just like, just because we have these in-group out-group feelings, that's fine. That doesn't necessarily like eliminate the argument that that there's no real distinction between humans and animals.
But there is. Wait.
Yeah.
there's
Would
a
you sacrifice?
skeletal distinction.
Would you jump in front of like a truck? To
What
save
I would do
your
doesn't
from
have
getting
necessarily like
run
I just.
over? I know,
like I
it's
just
kind
explained
of
what
a
I would do.
example.
Yeah.
But, like.
So what
Just like-
I would do might not necessarily like, because I have like in-group out-group feelings, right? That what I would do or what I should do in this like context are like probably different, right?
I think that if we're doing like moral conversations, when you hear somebody say, "Would you do this?" I think it should probably best be interpreted as like, if you were to universalize an action or whatever, should it be this, or morally, what are we like compelled to do? Because that's usually what people mean. But yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say also, you kind of with that example, you kind of begging the question. I would have to ask, like, why should we consider the feelings of animals at the same level or at a similar level to humans? Why should it be?
Why are they any different?
Answer that.
Well, let me ask.
Just before we answer that, Cutsley, you've been muted for 10 minutes because someone doesn't like your take. You'll be back, though. But we do have a hype train going. If we train, knock that out, that'd be fantastic. 4 minutes and then hype train, level 2, let's level 3. But thank you very much. Go ahead, get the Ninth Tales.
Oh, Mark, did you catch my question?
You said, why are they any different?
Yeah, why are the emotions of an animal any less significant than the emotions of a human being?
I think that's asking. Well, I'll answer it. Well, I consider them different because they're different species, and in my opinion, I think we should prioritize the feelings of the human species because off my personal axioms, I value humans over than any animal.
So
you're just saying I value humans because I value humans.
That's kind of if you want me to explain, I was trying to make it short, but if you want me to explain it, I can.
I have a question for the vegans actually. Is there no moral distinction between like smashing a fly or in killing a cow, or those equivalent acts?
I mean, someone else.
It depends on so it depends on like what you value, right? In terms of like preferences, not really. No, there's no like underlying moral reason as to why.
On the Earth right now, annually, we kill about 16 billion living creatures annually. 16 billion. Now, most humans can't wrinkle their brain enough to think of even what a billion of anything is. But imagine a stadium full of toothpicks, okay? It's a fucking lot, all right? So that means in 1 year, if we have slaughtering 16 billion, that means we have to keep an extra amount alive, right? So annually, we have to murder all of these animals, but we also have to feed them, fuck them, and keep them coming so we can keep killing them. What? No. Look, what is ethical? Is this
on the fly question?
Y'all, the question is that ethical?
I'd like to hear
Is that ethical? I want all these people with all these extra superfluous words to tell me exactly how that's ethical.
Destiny.
It's ethical.
I
don't know for the
animals, humans are
One second. Destiny, go ahead.
Just real quick. Okay, on the vegan question for the two vegans. Okay, so I don't know where you guys are coming from. The standard vegan response that I usually hear is, as a vegan, you're very, very starting, like your meta-ethical or axioms are going to start at like, we ought to value all sentient life. That's usually where most vegans start. So if you're valuing sentience, you're looking for an experience like ours. If you look at flies or insects, they generally lack the central nervous system required to have an experience that seems to be like ours. So usually, I think most vegans aren't for like harvesting insects. So for instance, like bees, like farming bees for honey, unless it's done in an ethical manner. But usually they'll say there's not really a moral equivalence between something that doesn't have a central nervous system, like a fly or a plant, compared to like a fully functioning mammal that seems to have an experience more similar to ours. I think is how most vegans normally answer the fly question.
So just to be clear, I don't necessarily like value sentience, right? I'm like, I'm a aerotheorist. I just like hold like a Rawlsian position on the whole like if we started society from ground and we were given any position, anybody, like what would we prefer? That's it.
Are you a Janus then? Do you like sweep bugs out of your way and stuff?
Well,
I try to, yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I do agree that sentience is very meaningful in this, and sentient beings are entitled to universal rights, some of which are the same ones that we are. However, I think it's also just morally better if you can put the fly outside instead of killing it. However, I think if you accidentally kill something because you sat on a bug, that's out of your control. And if you would have avoided that if you could, then that's optimal.
I mean, that's sort of not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is like,
I know
someone comes and puts a gun to your head and is like, kill this, press this button, it kills this fly. Press this button, it kills this cow. You must press one button, or I will kill you and your family, or something like that. Yeah.
I kill the fly, there'd be less suffering and less experience of that suffering.
But if you kill the cow, you get more meat and burgers.
So would you agree?
More people get to live. You can eat a cow, not a fly.
If you could help us out, 90 seconds left on the hype train, and we help us out to get to level 4, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll continue on with this. Sorry. Good. You want to say something, Dash?
So Ninetales, do you see that same distinction between like humans and like fish, for example, necessarily?
Sort of. It depends. What situation are we referring to?
This is the exact same scenario, say.
I don't know. If we're like, I don't use utility to base things. If someone held a gun to my head, I guess I would. Yeah, I would apply the same thing to humans.
Okay.
Although
so you kill a fish instead.
You're putting me into an increasingly moral dilemma where the more more closer you get to like two relatively sentient beings that are comparable, the less like black and white this becomes.
Yeah, the point is just to determine like what matters with respect to the life, right? Like,
okay,
are there gradients? The answer seems to be yes.
I think at some point too, I think it's important that even if you have complete and total moral equivalence between two things, it's probably okay to choose based on locality. Like for instance, like let's say you have totally two equivalent like human moral lives, but one is like your neighbor or your mother, and the other is like a stranger from the other end of the world. Even if these lives are morally equivalent, you might favor or prefer one over the other, such that if you were like commanded to kill one, you would always choose the less local life too. So comparing like a cow to a human, even if you both consider them to have somewhat of a moral equivalence, if you have a closer relationship to a human, you'd probably choose the human. If you had the closer relationship to like a dog or a stranger, you might choose the dog.
We're talking about an appeal to emotion though with that.
Ninetales, out of curiosity, would you consider it unethical that humans domesticated some animals? Do you consider that actually unethical?
It was necessary at some point, but at some point the continuation and just never-ending expansion of it provided some sort of a moral issue.
Was it necessary to survive or necessary to progress?
Survive.
So a further
What
question.
sentence? Okay.
If I can interject just real quick. So do you think that now, today, in the world today, that there is an ethical level of livestock and domestication that we can sustain that would be ethical in the vegan's point of view, or are you for eliminating it all?
Across the world, I'd say yes, because there are definitely places that can't just live vegan right off the bat. When it comes to countries that can sustain that, can like produce plant proteins or like meat alternatives, I say to the degree that they can produce those things, it would be unethical for them to continue eating animals.
Also, I kind of want to push back, Ninetales, for like the domesticated animals. Like, I guess necessarily when we domesticated like cows or such, like we could have just stayed like hunters and gatherers. There's no problem with that. We didn't necessarily need animals to survive. At least the domestication of them.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I think the cost benefit of like living off of plants would have been far worse, and especially in like, I'm terrible with words about history, but primal times. I'm sorry if that's a problematic word. I can't think of anything better at the moment. We just didn't have like, first of all, the nutritional understanding of things to actually provide ourselves a proper vegan diet, but also like this was somewhat being done in places where it could be sustained, but I just don't know if it's sustainable everywhere.
Why are we talking about
It's crazy.
Yeah, so it's progression, right? I just want to clear.
Just to clarify, just real quick. So you don't think that in a country that can survive off plants and other things, and I'm sorry if I'm using the wrong terms for vegans, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm just curious. So there is no, even if we reduce, if we have ethical livestock practices where the animals are cared for and they are not treated egregiously, the fact that we eat them, just period, is immoral.
Well, ethical livestock practices is like an absolute misnomer, right? Like, if you ask any vegan, right, that like ideally you'd want to like wean off it as soon as possible. And it seems like a lot of these countries were like had food sources outside of that, but realistically the best way we're going to be able to get to a plant-based society, I guess, is to create like market alternatives. So much like whale oil and electricity, right? We didn't get rid of whale oil until we got electricity, which was a better market solution. It seems like as we advance forward on plant-based food through a market solution, that we're not going to see any kind of like massive switch over to plant-based in any time soon. We've still got to achieve some market level and some technology level before we actually get to
hold on. Let's step back. Let's step back to basic economics for 1 second. It takes about 10 calories of vegetable to produce about 1 calorie of meat. So if you can afford to have meat in your diet, you can definitely, well, in most cases, afford to have vegetables in your diet.
What the animals eat might not necessarily be what humans can eat because they're ruminaries, right?
How does that work?
Possibly. So we can't eat the grassland of the cows, right? But if there weren't cows there, we could have grown something on there probably.
This seems like absolute perfect, right? Like if you don't have any way to grow anything else or any seeds to grow anything else, like you have the grasslands and you can raise cattle, but you can't have any of these other things, then that's going to be like preferable, right? Not every condition is going to be perfect for every vegetable in defense, right?
Yeah, like living off of rice, although ideal, has its limitations eventually.
Yeah, to be fair, the Japanese had to wean away from doing that.
Hold on 1 second. We'll go to FK, then we'll go to cut sleeve. Yeah.
Oh wait, we're going to me?
Oh no, sorry, no, the other one. Sorry, Jerome. I apologize. You're muted, buddy. Jerome, you're muted. Okay.
I'm not muted. I thought someone ahead of me.
No,
okay. Well, okay. Just because we can survive off it. Look, all of us are here on our computer or on our phone with internets that we use. We could all survive in a tent. We could all survive in a hunter-gatherer society. What does that matter? Just because hunting animals, okay, we could technically survive without it. We could technically survive without meat, being vegan. Are we morally obligated to subsist on, I guess, the lowest possible denominator? Is it really wrong for us to
in first world societies? It's not the lowest common denominator.
We are strip mining this earth of iron and copper and resources to the point of extinction. So yes.
For me,
but we
it's
need
not
to
even
strip
about...
mine these resources because if we don't strip mine these resources, none of us are here today.
I don't think it was about.
We don't have our PCs.
I don't think anyone was making that argument. I think people were arguing for about using our resources and our abilities in the most efficient manner, and also at the least expense to other living beings and ourselves.
So I think you guys are missing like the more interesting point here. Well, before I jump in, I just want Cut Sleep to get his point out. Then I'm going to try something. Go ahead.
You should probably get your point out because I'm just going to ask a question in my read down to a tangent. So I kind of want you to.
Okay, great. Me as the average Joe Schmo consumer doesn't give a shit about any of you have said. Not even one bit, right? What I care about is whether the food is yummy in my tummy, and cow happens to be yummy in my tummy. Why should I give a shit about any of this at all? I think like cheeseburgers taste amazing. That's why they sell. Why should I give a shit about any of this?
Do you care about the Amazon rainforest?
I guess in an oblique sense, sure.
It filters the air you breathe to some degree.
Sure. No, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So let's don't turn down Amazon rainforest.
You value breathing air.
Yes, I value breathing air, but exactly.
Okay. So how does it make you feel that they're burning down the Amazon rainforest to put pasture land in?
Can I please respond?
I already responded. Holy shit! I've said yes. Don't burn it down. Thank you for the gifts up. Don't burn that down. Put pasture land somewhere else.
It's just market forces at work, man.
Yeah,
it's market forces at work. The people that were living in those were producing no value for the market, so they had no problem moving them all.
Yeah, we get. No, I'm not about capitalism. I'm not a capitalist here, so it's whatever.
Prime, can I respond, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like let's say there was this alien food. It was the best food ever. It tasted amazing, better than any food that you could possibly comprehend. What is the harm of understanding that food exists and not being able to eat it?
feel like you're making the Futurama argument here. What is the harm of knowing that food exists and not being able to eat it? Is that like I don't get to taste it, and it's really yummy, and I want to taste it. It's delicious, so I want to eat it.
You were.
What if I made? If I made a
Respond, please.
Oh,
I would just say that is a very minimal form of harm compared to the harm being done to animals, and therefore, like your personal preference.
That's not my concern.
You're exiling yourself.
They're just not gonna care. You're talking to someone who
you don't know how much pleasure you're gonna receive from
I'm not
it,
asking people to care, to be honest.
Yeah, no, Prime's asking why should they care? Why should they, as someone who just wants to have like yummy meat in their tummy, right? Who eats meat because it's good for their life. It's cheap, right? It tastes nice. Why should they, as someone who doesn't see the effects of these things, care? Is that correct, Prime?
Yes.
Prime. What if I were to tell you the further?
They don't have hypocritical.
Wait,
It's because it's
Prime, what if I were to?
hypocritical.
Yeah, what if I were to tell you the further?
They're not going to tell you. They're not going to care. It's hypocritical. Like you've got to talk to people like they're people. Please.
Yeah, what if I were to tell you the further consumption of that meat or that delicious food has a very strong chance of resulting in the elimination of you ever being able to eat yummy food again?
You're gonna have to draw that link.
By continuing the progression of factory farming, which is what you're doing if you're buying in this system, there's a very high probability that climate change will further persist, and that might be able to either kill you or make it so that it's very hard to get that commodity again.
Oh, so we can draw a direct link between my hamburger and then what? A tsunami?
Not tsunami, but the factory farming, since you get your hamburger from more than likely a factory farm good.
You can.
If further result.
I'm not for factory farming.
True.
You just said you like burger, though.
No,
yeah,
so
what
you
if you
like
burger and be for ethical farming?
You don't have
ethical farming practice.
I see.
You can do both.
Wait, I want to ask a question.
And you can raise the price of the burger. Like I can understand, I can raise the price of the burger if it requires factory farm. Like this is I feel like this is like simple, right? Because like I feel like we in these leftist spaces, I think this is what like fucking Destiny loves to criticize all the time, is that like we get in our fucking circle jokes here, right? About like philosophy or whatever the fuck, right? And don't actually know how to talk to regular people. I mean, this is like a simple argument I'm putting in front of you.
I was gonna
That assumes that we're able to read your mind and somehow know exactly what will convince you. You tell us first what you need
I already outlined it to him. It's not that hard.
Holy shit. Yeah, like I don't know why you
Alright, okay, here. Okay, I can do this. Ready? Prime.
Oh my god, I still haven't got a go. Go.
Go ahead.
Prime. Some people say that black people were subhuman. They weren't the same as white people, so they wanted slaves. Okay? Now, how do you feel that now we eat animals because we consider them to be fundamentally different than people, okay? Because, well, they're fucking animals. Well, some people said the same people about black people a long time ago. Now, how do you... What is your defense or when some people say, well, black people are sufficiently different enough from white people in order to be enslaved, and now you've got meat eaters that say, well, these mammals are sufficiently different from us as mammals such that we can eat them and enjoy their tasty carcasses and enslave them and rape them and all that shit.
Which one of you said the N-word?
I will eat Prime's meat.
Let me try to respond to this. They are wrong. We can look at medical science. It says that black and white people aren't sufficiently different, so I can ignore that argument. I am more different from a cow than I am from you.
But Prime, the science said at the time of, especially during slavery, during that time, many science
was wrong, but science changes. Yeah, science said that at that time. Now,
so you're gonna run down an argument that vegans like to call name the trait. So the next question, so essentially, I'm gonna ask you a series of questions like, well, what's the difference between like humans and cows? Like, what is like? Can you think of something that makes you meaningfully different that every single human possesses that would give all of us moral protection that like the smartest of whatever mammals wouldn't possess?
You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard here. Because once again, I don't give a shit about this philosophy crap. I don't care about any of that.
Okay, let's say somebody comes and kills your dog. Should that be treated the same way as somebody slashing your tires?
It kills my dog. It's the same as slashing my tires. Oh, because they're both property?
Wait.
It depends on my, it depends my emotional
or not. I would like to respond again to something.
How expensive was the dog?
Hold on, please stop. Holy shit. In terms of my reaction, I would probably be more upset about the dog than the tire. If you're talking about justice, I guess they're both property crimes. So,
What I don't understand is what does this prove? Like, you not being convinced by something doesn't actually detail a real flaw. If anything, you haven't explained to us what you need to be convinced, because you could just go ad infinitum with this, well, I don't care thing.
Well, because in order to change the way we eat,
No, I get
you
the
need to
premise.
convince people. You need to convince.
I get the premise, but what if that's literally impossible? What if people are always just going to be selfish?
Then this conversation is completely pointless. Then.
Prime. No. Hold on. So, Prime. You said you're against fact. So do you actually eat meat? Do you actually eat hamburgers? Okay. So where did the last hamburger that you ate came from?
I don't know. I'm completely separated from my food sources, so it's very difficult for me.
So you say you're against factory farming. Can you say without a doubt that your meat did not come from factory farming?
I am in principle against factory farming. I don't.
But if you don't know if it comes from factory farming, it's fine.
I have no idea. But I find it. I'll tell you, if I have a choice between factory farming and not, like if I had two products in front of me, right, I would choose the ethically farmed product, even if it costs me more.
But if you're completely ignorant of the food source, then it's totally okay regardless.
No, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying I would like to change it. I would go Congress or whatever, right, to make the changes.
You're gonna go to Congress to tell your local food supplier to tell you where your food comes from.
No, he's going to go to Congress.
Can I finish responding to Prime at some point? Holy shit! Like
all to the farming.
I think it's kind of begging the question to be like, you need to convince me of something, but we're also supposed to somehow. We're somehow supposed to read your mind, and then that somehow proves that like your mind being unreadable is like a problem with the ethics of veganism. Let me finish. Like the whole thing where it's like, this is what leftists do. They just expect people to believe them. Again, like how am I supposed to believe that this shows any actual flaw in the ethics of veganism? Just because
he told you exactly what he wanted before.
Just because people can be selective, and just because people can be selective only proves things about Prime.
He's trying to make us make arguments that would be appealing to the average person.
Yeah. Which is why I wanted to say Prime, right? Like I like what
I was trying to do. I was trying to talk to you about like how little you know about your food.
Yeah,
that's how I would approach a normal person about this.
I already agree with you there. Go ahead.
I like the question you put up, Prime, because the way I would come across this, right? If I like had to talk to you and tried to convince you of like moving to a different source, because obviously like you don't want to stop eating meat, right?
It's really good.
I would instead try to convince you to try alternatives, even though they cost more. It's like better for our environment.
Okay.
And even like try to talk to you about like new techniques, right? Like the one big thing that I've been seeing around is like lab grown meat, where you can get meat that's like sourced in a better environment. And by like trying to convince you of these alternatives that you could try to switch to, I would also like point out, the impact on our environment. I personally wouldn't really go with like the moral questions on meat, because I personally don't think like most people actually care about it.
They don't.
The best way I've found personally, right? That's been effective to me.
Please. Hold on, one second. Nine Tails, you're freaking out over me. I don't know why this is freaking me out, because this is literally how policy works, right? Like, trying to convince people about climate change, right? But people oftentimes don't give a shit about the moral consequences of climate change. They care about the actual impact to their lives, and if they can be like a good person while making like relatively minimal changes to their lifestyles, then they're on board with it, right? But you're saying they're gonna have to do some radical change for some outside harm, right? That they can't see. They don't know that it's actually. They can't draw a direct line or anything like that. They're not gonna be convinced by a freaking argument. They don't give a shit. They don't. The average person.
And what I'm saying is that
I'm not saying that your vegan argument. I'm not saying your vegan arguments about moralism is there's a flaw in them. I didn't address that at all. I'm saying convince me, an average person.
Yeah. Okay, so what?
To be really clear, the average people don't give a shit about more.
Here's how not to beg the question on this, Prime. Tell us what you would need to be convinced.
He already said it's food, right? You just give people good fucking vegan food. This is the best vegan practice. Just cook food for them, bring it into fucking work, or give it to them, right? Like, if you can come up with market solutions that taste better, that taste like the thing that they want, right? Then that's how you convince them, because that's what they give a shit about. Cheap food. That's what they fucking want.
Literally why I said everything's impossible burger. Like, that would be a prime example of that.
Too many people talking. So I said it from the very beginning, because I just care about food. I care about eating food, right? So when you were talking, FK, right, talking about like the lab-grown meat, That was interesting.
Or vegan alternatives that taste more like meat, right? You could even try them if you want to.
There you go. It's that simple, right? So I'm saying like all of this, right? To the public is not going to do anything. Now, within our like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have these arguments, right? Because within these circles, I think these things are useful, right? Especially for other conversations. I think these things are quite useful. I'm just saying that to convince anyone, like to actually make policy change, we'll have to do what FK is talking about, what Kilo-san is talking about. But like these conversations with regular people puts them to sleep, puts me to sleep, honestly.
Just to be fair,
there's actually cut sleep.
Okay. So a lot of people just spoke, so I'm gonna like address a couple of points that I've seen. So this is gonna be a little bit of a lump, but just
not too long.
So no, just give me like 30 seconds. Okay. So firstly, I'm not like really set on to be vegan or not be vegan. I'm just I'm only like 16, so like I just have like a couple of main points and like questions to like get off. So to Destiny's point, if Kai was like a more talkative person, he would say like, oh, a cognitive ability of a cow isn't sufficient as a cognitive ability of like a black person. So a black person is cognitively at even with a white person, but a cow.
So would you eat someone who is cognitively impaired? So if someone came out of the womb and they were like partially brain dead, right, had like IQ of like 40, right, this wouldn't justify you eating them, yeah?
Why are you judging whether or not you can eat something based on its mental state? Fuck.
What sauce do you use?
There is a point to that question.
I knew you were gonna go down to like, because like I'm debating in the trade before. So yeah, you would say like a cognitively limited person has like less rights. Like we do this in actual society. They're treated as like a slave. Like they have like an owner who tells
but
them
they'd still never be farmed and eaten, right?
That's
you
a
don't farm and
bad
eat
thing.
people with Down syndrome, right? Or at least not in the United States, I don't think.
No, but
Do it in the Promised Neverland.
wait, and you have something that I call like trait overlap. So there's multiple traits. So one is that they're cognitively limited, and two, they have like external matters. Like they have other people who care for them. Then you're gonna offer.
Yeah, I care about a cow. I like cows. I find them cute. I'm in pain whenever they're eaten. Why does that matter?
It's not like finding someone cute, but it's like owning them. So if you did own a cow, I wouldn't have the right to come up to your lawn and like shoot them. So like that.
Yeah, sure. So now I own all the cows. I'm saying I own the cows.
Yeah,
I like the cows enough. I walk past them every day. I've decided I own them, even though they're on someone else's property.
You can't decide you own a human because you walk by them every day.
How do you don't own humans? This is the point. Yeah.
You used to. I feel like it's a
being
valid example.
Just logically follow you down the road.
Slavery still
Okay,
exists, by the way.
No, wait. Okay, I'll just logically follow you down the road. So the reason why we care about humans other than cows is because they have external people like parents, like blood relatives who care about them. Not just
So if we had like a neurotypical orphan, we could eat the neurotypical orphan.
I'll just keep going. So we have external people who care about them. An example that someone externally caring about a cow, and that would actually matter, is if someone owned a cow, someone else can't go and kill them. But you could say if no one externally cared about this mentally impaired person, it would be okay. So like if there was like a tribal island out in Africa and like they were just like no one else cared about them, it would be like.
So we're talking about like first world people. If some like mentally disabled person's parents died and they were the ones who were caring after them, right? Does that then, after their parents died, entitle the fucking food people to come in and start carving them up?
Wait, here's what I'm saying. I'm going to answer a question, but like with a lot of like acknowledgements. You have to acknowledge no one cares about this person. It would give me morally benefit. It would morally benefit me if I like slaughtered them, or like maybe it doesn't have to morally benefit me, because like we slaughtered cows for fun at this point. So no one cares about them and they're cognitively limited. So yeah, it would be like okay in that specific instance. Just like I said, if there's some tribal first world nation like out in like Africa.
Not tribal. This is like a first world, just like America.
Why does the tribal nation always have to be in Africa? Also, can't we use like South America or Europe or something?
Is this like a long way of saying morality is contextual? Like,
Because like realistically, you should probably no, it's not. No, we're asking about this person be consistent, right? They have like a set of principles, and they're saying that like this fits this, and this trait, right? And what we're asking is, if these traits were applied to humans, would you still do it? And I would think it'd be quite silly to agree to eating like a parentless neuroatypical orphan, right? I think anyone here would agree to that, right?
No, yeah, I think
I don't know.
I would agree with it.
How is it at all? It has nothing to do with morality. Again,
mentally damaged slave 300 years ago. Comparing them to a cow is still completely fucking insane. Let's be honest.
Kiyosin, all I'm going to say is that you haven't disproven it. Marks, go ahead. Give it a try.
Oh, Kiyosin, all I was going to say is that you haven't disproven it.
Stop. Marks, go ahead.
Yeah, all I was going to say is that Kiyosin, you have yet to disproven it, so I don't know.
What do you mean disproven?
Why shouldn't we? I don't know. You have to.
I'd rather. I mean, I don't believe anything is intrinsically right or wrong, and anything intrinsically holds value. You could do what you fucking want, right? I just think it's a bit silly to go about eating neurotypical children who don't have parents.
Yeah, are you feeling
You folks,
are you
again,
feeling convinced by this argument?
y'all keep treating this.
Say I have a cow, and I bring out my giant whip, and I start whipping this cow, or like whipping a dog. No, take a dog. Say I have a dog, right? And I start like taking my belt and I just whip them. Why is it okay for me to like continuously whip the dog? It's not.
Because you're not. Here's the issue, right? I don't know how you're trying to.
Wait, let me finish the question. Let me finish the question.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Why is it not okay for me to like whip my dog, but it is okay for me to brutally murder a pig and eat it?
So the difference is when you're whipping a dog, there's no gain that you're getting out of it, right? At least if like we're slaughtering pigs or cows.
Yeah, and hold on, but there's a second part that needs to be quashed really fucking quick. Like, again, everyone here is everyone who's for the meaty gang is all advocating for more ethical standards of like raising and the practices of treating these animals while they're growing up to then eventually be slaughtered. When they get slaughtered, we advocate for quick and ethical means. Like, you guys are fucking characterizing this as, no, I want it just fucking cut, snim the haunches off while he's still alive.
This is a distinction. This is a distinction without a difference.
Asinine level of this idea that like of somehow if you're okay with killing an animal to eat it, that somehow means that you are then okay with like this most asinine level of like suffering. It does, you dumbass. It can't work with
This is where it's
asinine. It's asinine to try to equate. Otherwise, it's asinine. Otherwise, to try to equate an action.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's asinine to try to equate, and otherwise, like otherwise equate otherwise something that occurs and advocate for it to be more ethical, but then try to fucking characterize it as
we should do ethical slavery. That's right, isn't it?
You guys really just want to engage in this fucking.
Okay, wait. Can we let's just shortcut all these arguments. Okay, okay. So if you're arguing against the vegan shit, okay. Anytime you argue against the vegan shit, what they're going to do is they're immediately going to compare it to humans. So don't say something that if in the next breath they go, well, would you look at humans that way? You'd be like, oh, and then you got to give a million exceptions. So when somebody's like, well, of course we wouldn't do this to a dog, but that's because we don't get a purpose out of eating the dog. That's just fucked up. Well, the next question is going to be, oh, okay. So then if you were to like enslave humans and then rape them all and then make them have children continuously eat them, would that be okay as long as we're eating them and utilizing the products of their body? Because the answer to that is obviously no. So any question that you give for it's okay to do this to animals because of this reason, the next question is going to be, well, is it okay to do it for humans because of that reason? Because anytime you give a justification for why you can abuse an animal in a certain way, whether it's keeping it pregnant or abusing it or eating it or whatever, they're going to say, well, will that same justification then apply to humans? And then obviously you're going to walk it back, go, okay, well, hold on, no, it doesn't. And then they're going to go back to the animal examples like, okay, so you have to pick something else, okay? So just whatever you think about in terms of animals, apply that same shit to humans and see if that would let you eat humans. Because if the answer is no for that, then the vegan's probably going to roast you on the answer you give for the animal thing.
We are doing it to humans, though. There's plenty of humans.
No, hold on. We do not farm. We do not mass farm humans anywhere. Okay.
Raise your hand.
It's called prison slavery. All right. Like.
Wait, what?
Yeah, slavery's still
Raise your hand if you've eaten a human.
Prisons, quote unquote, slavery. Okay. So the democratic conjoining of all of our citizens to decide on how we treat people that go to prison is way different than farming humans. Whether you like prison slavery or not, personally, I don't. I'm guessing most people in here don't. That is not the same thing as fucking animal agriculture. Okay.
Kids in cages, prison slavery, It's very close to chattel slavery.
They're not even close. They're not even close.
Yeah, that's right. There's no overlap.
Yeah, what about sexual slavery then?
Okay.
There's no utility to this conversation right now. There is zero utility to this conversation.
Shut up, you fucking utilitarian. Oh my god, I can't stand you.
We're up here navel gazing about should we eat humans? Of course not.
It's such a silly example.
Think about it. If you can't take any trait and assign them to humans, then don't open your mouth, right? Like, that's it. That's the whole point here. We're just asking if people would have the same consistent qualifications if they thought about it applying it to humans, because most people just haven't.
Well, of course you would.
Just be the Chad. Be the guy who goes, yeah, I eat meat. Yeah, it's fucking fine to cause pain to people. If I wanted to eat humans, I'd eat humans, right? Like, just own it.
Well, that's such a crazy example. Oh my god, I step on dirt when I walk outside. That doesn't mean I
crazy
step over
example,
human
but that's why,
corpses.
That's what vegans look at when they look at you. That's why it's
Even
crazy.
the founder of the KKK wouldn't compare black people to fucking like cows or sheep. That's absolutely insane. It's a crazy example.
This is the fast key to vegans online, okay? If you see a person online and they identify as a vegan and they want to have a conversation about your meat eating, the only correct answer is, hey, you know what? I don't really know what to say, and leave, okay? Because thinking of anything on the spot is never going to be a sufficient counter to an online vegan. And I'm not sliding the vegans. I'm not trying to make it sound like debate bros. I'm saying like they've thought this stuff through way quicker than just like, well, we kill animals because we get meat to eat. If you think that that's going to save you in an argument against an online vegan, it's not. You're going to get absolutely, it's just not going to work.
The only correct answer is, I completely agree with you. What's your number?
No, but going back to Prime,
like, what if you're the only person who's like actually like respond or who has been responding? So why is it like morally wrong to like have bulls fight, but it's not morally wrong to like eat a pig?
I will give you the right answers to all of these questions, but no other meat eater will agree with it, okay? That's it. Because in order to be a meat eater ethically, consistently, you gotta bite the bullet in a lot. You should be able to fuck animals, you should be able to do chicken fighting, you should be able to do dog fighting, you should be able to do bull fighting. Anytime, the thing that irritates me more than anything in the world is when people will sit and look at fucking videos of the fucking, the ape in the zoo, or Cecil the lion, and they start crying and they get sad while they're chowing down on fucking chicken nuggets and cheeseburgers. That shit is the dumbest fucking shit in the world. So I will give you consistent meat eater answers, but it's not gonna be satisfying for you because they're going to sound fucking sociopathic, which I acknowledge they will, and it's not going to be satisfying for the other meat eaters because they're going to think, well, hold on, just because I want to eat meat doesn't mean I have to be comfortable with bulls being tortured in front of live TV, and I should still be able to be outraged on Reddit, blah, blah, blah. So literally, the answers are not satisfying. The reality is that most people were committed to ethical principles. The 95% of people would be fucking vegans or some form of like vegan plus like incredibly like safely and naturally and nicely farmed fucking eggs from chickens or something. That's the actual answer.
Can I say two?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Are you saying like bullfighting and like all this stuff is like good? Or like, I mean,
that if you eat meat, you can't complain about bullfighting. Full stop.
Yeah, and I'm sick of all these pro-life people who clearly eat meat, but and say all life is precious until it becomes an animal's life. God created that too, according to like your system. So why does that just cut off there?
Sis, calm down. Calm down, sis. Calm down.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're just saying a lot.
I have a question for Jeff. Do you not think there's a nuance of harm?
So hold on, one second.
No, the nuance of harm is the illusion that you tell yourself to feel better about the horrible fucking treatment that animals go through on factory farms. Cows that have to stand up for the entirety of their fucking lives where they are repeatedly fucking raped and kept pregnant so that giant fucking suckers can milk their shit all day. That stuff, you just don't think about it, you don't care about it, and you're the exact same person as a fucking Nazi living in Germany that didn't think about the Jews in the ghettos, or a fucking white person in the USA that didn't think about the slaves making their clothes. It is the exact same thing. It is the exact same thing.
Americans raping cows? I'm Canadian, so I don't know about that.
Canadians do it too. Anybody that is animal to commit for an animal act is doing the exact same thing.
It is legal in the state.
No. Is that, hold on. This is absolutely not the case. Rick, I'm agreeing with you on this one. Like, what? First of all, like I said to Want, like I'm against factory farming, absolutely, right? Like I would like to reduce the amount of harm to animals, right? Just in general, I don't want to increase their suffering. However, I think eating them is a worthwhile cause, so that I don't have a problem with. Like say that like the bull thing, the what's it called again? The bullfighting. Yes, bullfighting, right? That's needless harm. Oh, that accomplishes nothing. Just
wait, what do you mean by needless? It's all needless. What do you mean?
Wait, entertainment
Meat
is the
have
same
to
as
eat
enjoying
meat.
food.
You don't need to eat meat to survive. That's how they do. Listen,
The
people
fighting is
watch
like
bullfighting and it makes them feel good because they watch the bulls fight with each other and they get pleasure out of it. You go and you eat a cheeseburger and you do that because it makes you feel good. You get pleasure out of it.
You can decide on which harm is worthwhile, though, right?
How is what? Well, yeah, but that's so
arbitrary.
subjective.
Like, how is the slaughtering of a life? How is the slaughtering of a life worth your
anything? Crime.
You eat a cheeseburger. How the fuck
Wouldn't
is
it be
that
more
crime?
ethical
The
to have
bullfighting-
bullfighting because of bulls after that?
Yeah, the bullfighting is a million times more ethical because like one bullfight can entertain like fucking millions of people. Your one cheeseburger is only going to entertain, I guess, if you 1,000 of you eat it on stream, but like generally just you, right? Or maybe a kid if you share it with a kid, right? Like bullfights are going to entertain. You can even record a bullfight, and you can have that entertain people till the end of time.
Distinction. I didn't make the distinction, so I don't really care about that. But that's not the distinction,
right?
I don't give a shit about that. No, I'm talking about. In fact, yeah, I lost my point because everyone's talking at the same time. I'll get it back. Sorry, you were gonna say something, Kale?
Oh no, I was just saying that like there's like I was just like literally like agreeing with Destiny here. There's like why is like the slaughtering like the pay like literally like the if you've ever seen like a farm, because I went to an agricultural high school, right? I raised these animals, these like tiny ass pens with these fucking no space, we call like animal rape, like the little pain these animals have to go, particularly pigs. Oh my god, you like bacon, you like intelligence, fucking pigs, the standards they're in, Jesus Christ. And when they get to the fucking like the slaughter floor, here's the thing you don't want to hear. Most of these slaughter floors are halal, and guess what that means? They get strung up by their fucking feet while someone cuts their necks, and they thrash about until they fucking die from bleeding out. Right? This isn't good.
No, I'm fine with that. No, I'm
you're
fine
fine with it. You're like,
No,
you feel pleasure. Like,
I'm fine with that.
You guys have
Like,
already
come on. I don't know why you think that just because a person likes to eat meat, like they're in favor of factory farming. I don't know why these things are one-to-one with you guys. I made it clear that I'm not.
It's like I said, going.
It's not
yeah,
like
but
me.
so even if they're raised like up to the point, right? Would you think that it's fine for me to like walk up to Smugpug and fucking put a bullet through his brain so someone else can enjoy like a minute of seeing his blood spill out?
TOS, but
That's actually false
In a
psychology.
video game.
So,
In a video game. I didn't. Nope. In Minecraft. No TOS. In a video game.
Did you say in Minecraft?
No,
You said Minecraft? What the hell?
You say in Memphis?
I could have sworn you said that. What did you, Kilo-san, what did you say?
Fake, you must support the Holocaust. That's so far away. Those two things aren't.
Wait, you guys
I mean, you're supporting the animal holocaust.
Holy shit.
They're animals.
Why is it morally ethical for you to harm like?
Isn't it? It's really funny. That's what the Germans said about the Jews.
No. Why is it morally ethical? So you guys have already been the bullet on like bullfighting. Why is it morally ethical to like have needless suffering?
It isn't.
No one's saying it's morally.
No one is arguing that point.
Wait, okay, every single meat eater in here agrees that it is okay to have needless suffering as long as it serves some entertainment or recreational purpose for a meat eater.
Yeah, monkeys are fucking savages. We get it. We get it. King Kong better than Godzilla. We get it.
Okay, wait, I have a serious question for everybody. Serious question. Where is the need in your comfort and your enjoyment in anything? There is no need in that. It might help your well-being. It might help your psychology. But no one's ever said that you getting to enjoy a fucking bullfight is a need. So yes, it is needless.
I was about to say needless death to be more precise. Needless death.
I agree. Yeah, we
Okay, in your framework.
I just wanted to.
Why is needless suffering only okay in your framework?
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Saying, I don't know who you're
Oh, for me, I don't care about the suffering animals. When I start building my moral system, I start with the axiom that human life ought to be valued. I don't give a fuck about sentience or any of that. That's how I escape all that shit. But I'll bite the bullet on a whole bunch of other behaviors that most meat eaters won't bite the bullet on.
And you'd agree that that's like you're just saying human value ought to be valued. Like,
Gosh, you want to say something?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I was gonna say you would say that like human value ought to be valued because of human value, right?
Gosh, holy shit! Oh my god, guys, I'm gonna have to start meeting people. Holy shit, gosh, go ahead.
I've been waiting forever to say that Kyo-san, yeah, I would absolutely bite the bullet on that. Like, if on your would you eat humans? I think that's just like a taboo thing. If you're gonna make the argument that like that it has to do with sentience, and you can prove that, you know, some human has the same sentience level as like a cow or something. Theoretically.
Again, all this moral relativism is an afterthought.
I don't
because
want
what
to eat humans.
Listen.
Okay, can I please finish? Can I please finish?
Oh, yeah, please
I don't
go
care.
ahead.
the biggest problem vegans have is that your cheese fucking sucks. Can you guys make some good fucking cheese?
Very
I've
true.
never had a good fucking vegan cheese in my
Good
entire
one.
life.
Can I be
Very good one.
I hear this all the time, but when I go to vegan restaurants, vegan mac and cheese is usually really good. What kind of vegan cheese?
Because it's like no. So it's not the
not too
cheese
bad.
sheets that they're using, right? So when you've got like the mac and you got like the cashew blend is pretty good. But actually having like cheese slices, that's a bit harder.
I
Like,
haven't
the
tried
cheese
that.
sauce
Okay,
is
I don't
good.
know about that shit.
Yeah.
The vegan like bricks of cheese and shredded cheese is fucking horrible.
Yeah.
The whole idea, the whole argument about moral
costs
relativism.
$17.
To get back to, I guess, to the initial thrust of the question.
Go ahead.
I personally, as me, if we can develop lab-grown meat and those things and substitutes, cool. But I am not going to accept that the idea that sometimes I like a hamburger means I'm okay with raping animals. That's nonsense.
Wait, you literally are.
I mean,
Whoa.
Like cheese, you are.
Destiny, wait. Let me just ask a question to Destiny, and I'll keep because I'm
last question. Holy shit! Because I want to move on. Go ahead.
No, because like, I
gonna
can't ask a question to everyone because everyone's gonna give their own separate answers.
Yeah,
So-
I know. Last question. Go ahead.
Okay, so if like not just okay, so if the entirety of humanity's like consciousness and everything that like begons in its memory was implanted in a pig, and now humanity was a pig, would it be okay in your moral system to shoot the pig because you only care about humans? So if we take every single qualifying human trait and put it into an animal and make that human as close to an animal as possible, your moral system does not care about that, right?
Dude, what the fuck is with your hypotheticals?
I like
Holy shit. Like, imagine you
I
collected all of the
really
consciousness up and put it in a pig.
I really love.
How do you start a question like that?
I like extreme hypotheticals. I think they're really good at testing like the actual limits of your moral system. I would have to think for a long time what that means, though. That I would just have to think about it.
Okay. No, it's okay.
Once again, we're talking about.
Once again, we're talking about a human cow that has like a human mind, but it's like a fucking cow. Like, at that point, I don't know. I might like that'd be a hard one. I don't know. I just think about it.
Like you said, you started your axioms on just caring about humans. So if everything that made a human except its physical body was in an animal, would
Yeah,
you
but
like?
then it wouldn't be an animal. It would be like a human, right?
The ego.
No, it wouldn't.
I'm so
Oh,
tired.
you guys are begging
I'm
the
so
question
tired
so
of
hard.
this egotistical arrogance of all these monkeys talking about whether or not it's moral, not like it's. The question is it sustainable? Is it sustainable? All of these cows, again,
if you're making
16
an argument for. Yeah, if you're making an argument for environmental veganism, that's like a different thing than kind of the moral argument we're going down. Now, just to be clear to the vegans, okay, I think that like, of course, my thing is going to be somewhat circular, but that's because we're getting to like these very foundational axiomatic, like what type of life ought we value? Like any type of question down at that deep level, that deep level of metaethics is going to be like incredibly like circular. Like no one is, you're not going to be able to justify to me like, well, why should we value sentient life, right? Or why should we value human life? I think it's all arbitrary. That's why I don't give a fuck at the end of the day.
Well, to be fair, I think that Rawls makes a reasonable. I think Rawls makes a reasonable argument here when they make like the society from first principles argument, right? Like,
yeah, but
they have a reason for valuing these other things.
But I can augment that argument and say, oh, well, I do society first principles from the point of view of a human. Just like you probably only do it from the point of view of sentient life, and you don't do it from the point of view of all life, like insects or plants, right?
Absolute arrogance.
Well, we understand. Well, I base it off of preferences, so not necessarily like pain, but preferences. So if it can hold preferences, yeah, it's worthy of moral value. But like, I don't necessarily believe in moral value. But that's more of a tautology.
Yeah, but your whole argument is going to rest on that word preferences is doing heavy lifting there. Because does preferences mean like the preferences that something with a CNS asserts, or does it just a CNS asserts, or does that just mean like the preference of like this is what it takes to biologically flourish? Because technically, you could argue that a stalk of corn is a preference for sunlight and irrigation over.
Yeah, I guess. Like when we think about preferences, we don't think of preferences that way. But we could, yeah, I don't want to cut off.
It just depends on what we're talking about.
Okay, Ninetales, you want to say something?
Yeah, I 100% agree that better alternatives need to happen. We need to start making alternative meat better. All these things are really fine arguments. What I don't agree with is the idea that individualistic entitlement to your own preferred consumerism means anything. It means a lot to you, and I'm sure that that's 100% viable. And again, I'm talking about morals here. Sorry if this isn't like the most palatable argument. But the thing is like to me, this actually demonstrates the harm that can be caused by individualistic entitlement, sorry, where you matter more than literally the entire rest of the world. I'm not saying like this is like a trait the people who are making this argument inherently have, but they are making this effective argument around this, and I noticed that like nobody here has escaped the human supremacy thing. Whereas I think animals are more superior because they're not conducting moral wrongs all the time like we are. We're actually an inherently worse species than any animals because we do more harm.
Hey, that's such a bullshit argument.
For me,
I
don't like that. Like literally allows like death penalty, for example, right? Because people who do like the worst things would be like less worthy of moral value to the point where we could probably dehumanize them and argue that we should put them to death, right?
No, I'm not making any prescriptions about what we should do because of that. I'm just saying, to me, I see it as the opposite.
These are like your personal value prescriptions, right?
Yes.
So like your personal value prescription would lead to certain conclusions, right?
For me, I understand that position, and I respect that position. But my position on human supremacy, I guess if you want to call it, I'm not sure the terms, is for me, I value humans because humans are capable of morality to a level that animals are not. And that is simply it. And yes, there are extreme examples and hypotheticals we can get into, but that is useless. It creates false dichotomies, and it's not helpful.
I'd like to respond to Kyo-san.
Please.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not necessarily taking this to any ends. I'm pushing back on the idea that this is inherent, because I could easily make a counter argument is what I'm trying to point out. And when I was saying, I was just agreeing with you that could only be like a personal prescription.
Yeah, look, like obviously we agree at like the end point, but like when we look at like the things that we value and things that we believe, that we'd have to look at how they like logically extrapolate out, right? So we'd understand whether those beliefs were like rational. I guess rational is a weird word to use, but like rational or not.
I wasn't making that statement though because I'm married to that idea. I was just pointing out that there is an alternative way of viewing things.
Yeah, sure.
Gosh.
Yeah, I have a real actual point other than the cheese thing, although I think that probably is honestly the most important thing in this discussion.
It's true.
Many domesticated species that we farm are very, very unlikely to survive in the wild, like cows and stuff like that would probably be consumed by predators at huge rates. We protect, goats and sheep from wolves in large numbers. So it's kind of weird to say, like, maybe we stop eating them, but should we still keep them around on farms and stuff?
No, you would keep the rest of the ones and then you'd slowly breed them out. The idea that like these things exist and they're too weak to survive in the wild, so they need our protection, isn't a justification to perpetually breed them into perpetuity and then torture them.
So we just let them die out, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well.
So wait, is this an argument for an ethical genocide?
Factor that you're missing. If wolves, okay, not only are you keeping the chickens from naturally going and naturally doing evolution, you're actually keeping the actual wolves. Like, that's also another food set that you're taking from them. So, of course, you can say, the chickens were going to die out anyways, but you're, lessening the food source of a wolf. But also, I would like to have, another question to, just the panel in general.
I mean, anyway, there are a lot of concerns there. I'm interested in what the vegans think about that. Like, if we abolish, meat eating or whatever, what would happen to all the farm animals?
You just breed them out. You let them disappear.
Yeah, they just disappear.
Just let them all die. Okay, well, that seems kind of weird.
This is already happened.
Real quick, let's say, for instance, we bred. Let's say that there was a 2x2 box of emotion and feeling, and you bred it into perpetuity, and it suffered and it tortured, but out of this box you get yummy food. And then at some point we're like, well, hold on, maybe we should stop infinitely breeding and torturing this poor little 2x2 sentient box. You wouldn't be like, well, but if we stop doing that, then they're not going to exist anymore. You're like, okay, well, every single time.
It's not only about what about dogs? What about pets?
It's that cows are thinking, feeling things that deserve to exist, but then the consequence of liberating them is killing.
So one point here. So I just like to gash, right? There's this idea in agriculture of it's kind of like crop rotation. So what happens is cows are actually incredibly good at bringing back life to dead areas and dead crops, right? When they graze in an area and pass that area through the ruminates and they poop. And then they tread that poop in, right? And then you move them around these areas, right? What they can actually do is bring entirely dead and deserty areas back to life, right? There's a couple of agricultural studies on this that I can send if you like. I would probably say that, like I said, I'm perfectly fine with keeping animals captive. I'm perfectly when we say captive, we look after them. They have some preferences that we allow, but we have certain things that we protect them from, right?
Prisoners.
And I'm perfectly fine with having some uses for them in society. So when it comes to cows, right, we could probably find a use for them in that sense, in helping move when we move away from eating meat towards growing crops. We could help them expand our crop area by allowing them to bring areas to sort of life that we wouldn't normally be able to.
Destiny, I'd also like to ask, like,
okay, and I have a question to throw to TL-san, because it seems like you're like biting the bullets. So you've already bitten some of the bullets. So let me ask you this question. Okay, so if you already bitten the bullets of like bull riding and all that stuff, what is it morally wrong for me to come up to someone else's like dog and like shoot them?
So like
shoot the dog.
So like one, I'm a vegetarian. I'm actually not a vegan. And for two, I'm a literal. Yep, I'm a moral nihilist. By the way, I'm to be very clear. I'm a moral nihilist. I assign no value to these things. So to tell me, ask me if it's morally wrong is like a very weird question, right? Would I prefer you didn't do it? Of course.
Wait, are you from the After
Prime?
No, I'm not. No. Don't let me in with those motherfuckers.
You're the
Okay.
moral nihilist vegan vegetarian. What in the fuck is happening here?
Cut sleeve. I don't know.
I'm a vegetarian as well.
Pokemon, you gotta catch all the labels.
See, Prime, this is why.
This isn't like a catch all the labels thing. This is just like a good way to shorthand describe. I explained before Destiny that I was an error theorist. Like the first thing I said when I came in here.
It just seems so weird that you would commit yourself to like.
Well, it just doesn't seem like any argument. It doesn't seem like there's any like reasonable argument against error theory, right? Or like the knowledge.
Well, I mean, like
I said, like
error theory is just a subset of like
It's a meta-ethical position, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't commit you. It doesn't commit you.
It doesn't. You're right.
Any particular.
It doesn't commit me to a normative position. If we talk about things that are like good or bad, that's inherently queer when we talk about error theory.
What is error theory? For the
like I mentioned before. So for you go.
Just in case somebody doesn't.
You go, Destiny. I think you're gonna explain
it. Sorry. Okay. So moral realism was the thing earlier. Oh my god! I hope that silly motherfucker isn't here because she's gonna laugh at me if I fuck these explanations up.
No, she's watching. She's watching right now.
Right. Okay, so broadly speaking, okay, you're Wikipedia scholar here. So you have moral realism was the thing I said earlier, where like when you talk about like a moral truth, you're saying that you are purporting a fact of the world, a discoverable external thing. It exists, it's real. And then you have moral non-realists, okay? And these guys say like, okay, well, there are no such things as moral facts. That's bullshit. Now, under that tree, broadly speaking, you've got like two different camps, kind of. You've got people that say they're error theorists, and then you've got people that say they're non-cognitivists. Now, I believe an error theorist says, well, you can construct like some sort of valid moral system, but at the end of the day, it's not actually reporting moral fact, like it's reporting like other types of facts. And then a non-cognitivist says, well, no moral statements report any facts ever. It's basically just expressing like an emotional state. So like a non-cognitivist would be like, oh, like you don't like murder, you're just saying murder, boo. And then like an error theorist might say, okay, well, we can actually construct a system that says that murder is bad, but we're not claiming at the end of the day that we're purporting some objective moral fact. It's like generally I think they're between like an error theorist and
the difference between being truth apt and non-truth apt.
I know some of those words.
Seems like a
Sorry,
statement.
okay,
kidding.
Have a system inside your error theorist, because it doesn't seem like a system. It seems like a statement of a system. It's like, okay, whatever system I do choose,
that's what he said. An error theorist doesn't. If someone says they're an error theorist, you don't know anything about. They could be a Nazi, they could be a fucking Christian, they could, well, probably not. Like they could be anything. They could. An error theorist is just a statement on like, do you think that moral fact is real or not? You could still have like any type of moral system. That's why I'm saying like, just because you're an error theorist, it doesn't commit you to a certain position.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I have a normative position on utilitarianism, basically, right? Like I'm a preference utilitarian, but like when you ask me if like something's morally good or morally bad, well, those are just like queer concepts to an error theorist. And queer is in the philosophical queer, not the other kind, right? So queer is like, this is a really strange thing to say.
I'm a relative hedonist, okay? I just want to let everybody know.
Okay, all right. Supreme, you just came in. Do you want to have anything? Oh, all right, never mind. Supreme, you just came in. Do you have anything to say to this? I want to make sure I get you in there. Supreme? Oh my God! Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Can I ask Destiny something?
Hello. Yeah, please, go ahead. Ask
Destiny, for like the previously we were talking about like breeding out animals, like domesticating animals. What would your argument be against dogs, like breeding out dogs? Or animals.
Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have statements on morality related to animals that literally no other meat eater on the planet is gonna bite the bullet on. So I don't like answering.
Here, by the way.
What?
I was just saying, the actual vegans are also here. If you ever want to ask us a question.
Yeah. So I don't like that I get asked questions to defend like meat eater arguments because I think I can do it really well. But then other meat eaters will hide behind me, but they will never bite the bullets the same way that I will on some like crazy questions related to animals. Like, but regardless of that, so like for dogs, are you asking me like how I personally feel about dogs?
Yeah, I get. Okay, the reason I asked this is because previously for like for cows, you said that we should breed out cows because of the suffering that is perpetuated by further breeding breeding them and like all that. So I want to ask you the same for cows.
Oh no, okay. I was answering under the perspective of like for a vegan, like how
Okay.
like yeah, that's not my point of view. I don't care about farming and eating cows. But if you did think that the genociding of cows or whatever was bad, or I'm sorry, not if the perpetual like eating and enslavement and torturing was bad, it'd be preferable to just breed them out until they don't exist anymore than to continue like perpetuating that suffering.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misidentified. Then for any vegans, real quick, what would your argument, if you have it, what would your argument be for like breeding out dogs?
Wait, can you state the
dogs are powerful.
For any like vegans, like it is. I don't know if
Well,
I.
just there's two vegans here. Ask
Dogs
them.
are powerful and trainable.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want?
What's your argument?
So on one hand, I don't like the idea of removing agency from anything that can't consent to it. I just think that that's inherently wrong. On the other hand, therapy animals and pets clearly save people from give people a purpose and save them from suicide. So I'm torn on it. I think pets and animals are a moral good. However, the idea that they're here to serve us and that we can't actually ask them if this is what they want really bothers me.
Oh, breeding dogs is bad.
Why can't there be symbiosis? Why can't it be like codependent?
Let's say,
I want to see pets leave.
Let's say I
that's
start
what
breeding as many dogs as I possibly can, right? Me personally, right? I would want to breed as so many dogs, just spread them all out, right? And if they keep getting hit by cars, then I'm just weeding them out. They're just idiots who can't stop getting hit by cars. So I'm just going to keep growing them as much as I can. Like, why not? Right?
Okay.
I mean, we keep
Pets leave. I
spreading
wanna ask
humans.
you-
We keep spreading humans around like cancer. Why can't I do the same thing with my cats?
Please ignore that. Cut sleeve. I want to, since he said no.
Here's why. Because like if an alien force above us were to like come down and like start breeding humans for their mundane things, I wouldn't have any argument against that. So I would say like, wait, why are you laughing? This would be my argument. Is basically like,
Okay, what I'm curious, I think the better way to phrase that argument is, what if aliens were to come down and they were to find a cow, but that cow had the mind that was implanted with all the memories of a human, so that it was the moral. I'm sorry, that was really mean. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm being an asshole. I'm actually being an asshole.
Who would win? These are such abstract.
Cut sleeve. Let me. What were you
No,
gonna
it's
say,
a good point. Like what?
argument for like above it, but like bringing out dogs is like bad for like obvious reasons. Like dogs don't have a choice to get bred, and like those like
Nobody has a choice to be born.
But no, it's morally wrong to breed dogs like it is morally wrong to breed other animals. I don't know why you would specify dogs in specific.
Okay, the reason I specified dogs because they brought about suffering, and I would say that we could eliminate practices within dog breeding in the world, just like, hey, free reign, you can fuck whatever you want, like that's how you breed dogs for now, and decrease that suffering and to make it like very, very minimal. Treat dogs as well. So that's why I was
people breed birds, a lot
but
of birds.
I guess your argument
right?
isn't
Do you
around
understand this?
suffering.
This is happening
What is
right
your,
now.
What is your argument around cut sleeve? Like, what's the
people breed birds in mass right now, right? You know that, right?
Wait, what'd you say?
People breed
So I'm
birds.
guessing Marx's argument is going to go down to the point of like, should we be able to breed things like pugs, right?
Everybody, you can breed.
Yeah,
whatever
I was
the fuck
gonna
you
say.
want.
So the line of my argument. So like, yeah. Oh, actually, I'll let you finish cut sleeve then.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay, my argument against breeding dogs is like autonomy. Like humans have human rights. I think people or like even animals should have the autonomy to breed whoever they want, not like force breeding. I don't like force breeding.
Okay, so you'd be totally fine if we just reindustrialize, say, okay, we're gonna release all these dogs and like say, hey, you can fuck whatever you want, but we like, would you be against like the owning of animals? I guess like, would you be against the idea of pets then?
The idea of pets depends on the pet, but usually no, because like I do think like some forms of like, or don't like blame me for this, I do think some forms of human slavery is okay. For example, I'd rather be a human slave than to be thrown out in the wilderness and like die at age like 2. But in its sense, pet owning is bad.
Okay, but I thought you said you'd prefer autonomy, or like that's the fundamental of your thing. By categorically like owning a pet, you're getting rid of a significant portion of their autonomy.
Yeah, I'm saying owning a pet is bad.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you. Okay, never mind. All right.
All right. Sorry, Supreme.
Hello.
Oh my
Is
God,
my mic
yeah.
working now? Sorry, I was had a little trouble in the beginning.
No problem. Yeah, what do you want to say about any of this?
I mean, I didn't really jump in here with anything particular that I wanted to like talk about, I guess. I mean, like I make my own dietary restrictions for my own reasons, not ones that I would try to like impress on others or whatever. But I guess I'm just kind of curious about some of the positions that I've heard since I've been here. For example, I guess I'm curious, like, what about the nature of existing just contingent on the fact that you were bred is inherently negative?
Right. So is this like the anti-natalist argument? People didn't ask to be born?
Well, I mean, I don't subscribe to that argument. I'm just asking, like, if the idea is that it's inherently negative and that we ought to breed out species that we must like be that are interdependent or codependent on us or something like that. Like, I'm just curious, what about that existence is inherently negative, or are we operating?
What about autonomy? And so when you negate that autonomy, you're removing one of their inherent rights.
Right, but we're talking about being born, and nobody has the autonomy to be born.
Right, but then, these animals also have no autonomy to do literally anything else in their life except for be like feedstock for humans.
Yeah, but why can't that be like a positive thing by conception? Why can't there be symbiosis?
That would be that's just a dumb argument.
But what if it spends its entire life? What if it spends its entire life feeling like joy and pleasure, and it like enjoys its life from start to finish? What about its negative?
I think you're just applying like a hypothetical that really isn't reasonable.
Well, no, it can go back.
Because every being that's ever existed values its agency. Name me one being that literally like that isn't domesticated to be that way, that crawls into a cage as a wild species.
Well, you can value your agency, or at least a degree of agency, but that doesn't mean that you can't also enjoy a life where, like,
I have this thing called empathy. So when I see an animal losing its agency when it wants it, I'm like, oh, I would hate that too. Therefore, since I don't see myself as being inferior or superior to these beings inherently, I empathize with them equally.
Okay, I have empathy as well. I'm really curious. I mean, there are plenty of dogs that are happy to be with their owners and live happy lives and aren't like begging to get out all the time, you know?
I agree that
like, not all dogs live in cages. A lot of dogs.
That's an interesting
like,
for sure.
So everyone's heard of the old people were like you can breed a couple and like you can throw them into the bottom of the basement and chain them up for like 20 years, and as soon as they like have independency and have agency and get out to the real world, all they want to do is run back to their chains. That's what like pet owning is. For some instances, there are instances where like pets are generally happy, and I'm actually okay in those instances. But the second argument of autonomy is like, I wouldn't want, so if a higher alien species came down and like stole my autonomy, I wouldn't want that to happen. So to like answer whether autonomy is good,
right? Because we may have different.
It's like, hey, for the question of whether autonomy is good, I would just ask myself, do I want my autonomy? Generally, in most cases, yeah, I kind of do. So you would just run that to like other animals.
I understand this argument.
If I could make a statement here to bring this discussion from the super general hypothetical to the very specific. For me personally, if I tried to kick my dog out saying it's unethical for me to keep you as a pet, that would destroy my dog's self-esteem. That would be a bad thing. So I mean, the damage is done. We've domesticated these animals.
I think for people who are already pets,
why is that even damage though? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm.
They're happy.
I don't think it's damage, but they do. So I'm just saying.
Wait, is removing someone's autonomy?
So
my grandparents are from Crimea. There's tons of wild dogs. They all have rabies. They all starve to death when they're 4. It's hard to argue that domesticated dogs have it worse than the ones that eat each other.
It sounds like we're just accepting.
We're saying they have less autonomy.
It sounds like we're just accepting that dogs and humans must have the same desire for autonomy or something, and I reject that.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. So if there was like slaves, you know, if a white person owned slaves, and like after a certain while that like black person got used to being a slave, like, you would make the argument that you should be forced to keep them as a slave because kicking out the slave might damage its like its morale.
You're talking about like Stockholm syndrome, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Talking about chattel slavery.
So do you think that like all domesticated animals just have Stockholm
syndrome? Talking about chattel slavery.
behavior where it's like most domestic. I mean, some animals don't. Where it's like you let them out for like 2 seconds and they're gone, and you like, and they're just yeeted. They like yeet it out. But some animals do have Stockholm syndrome, and just like humans, if humans had Stockholm syndrome, you wouldn't say like,
okay, Stockholm syndrome is a psychological thing. They've been bred to be this way. It's entirely different.
Yeah, I was
Not
about to say,
not
Cutley,
necessarily.
Can they not naturally want to be?
They could be bred to be
Do you
one way.
think
They could be
that-
bred to be another.
Do you think it's inherent in animals to want autonomy?
Has nobody here ever had like an outdoor cat?
Show me one animal that sacrifices its autonomy willingly, other than in mating.
Well, I guess artificial.
All
but-
domesticated
I'm
animals.
talking
I mean, there have been
They've
there have
been
been like
bred to do
cases of
that.
where there have been cases of pigs
Yeah.
who have voluntarily given given like themselves harm or like even their lives in some cases, protecting humans that like quote unquote own them, right?
Okay, but
Like-
that's empathy, and that's more reason to assign them rights than less.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, okay, I'm talking domesticated. All right, I don't care about the cut sleeve. Did you say domesticated?
who like just like Ninetales just said, she brought up. I think. Wait, is that your partner? Wait, let me see.
Yes.
Yeah,
thank
she
you.
her. She brought up a point, which is like who voluntarily gives up their autonomy, and if they do, I would actually be in favor of domesticating them. If they voluntarily gave up their autonomy, then that would be one thing. But you're just taking their autonomy and saying they might not want it. That's another thing. 'Cause
Okay,
you wouldn't be
the question.
One second, sorry, I'll be quick.
That they want.
You do.
I'm talking
Don't
about-
you voluntarily give up your autonomy? It's not like you could just stop paying taxes. It's not like you're gonna go fuck off and go hunt
is
in the
a different-
forest. To some
we don't
extent,
have to go here.
Yeah, I don't. This is a different argument.
I know, but my point is, the whole idea of anything that's not freedom for animals, it's super bad. Oh my god, you domesticated a dog, it's horrible.
Yeah,
No, we're all
I'm just
domesticated.
trying
It's
to-
fine.
I'm just trying to answer this. So, like, Cutsleeve, obviously we have different axioms. Like, I don't care about autonomy as much as you do, Cutsleeve. But when talking about, like, domesticated animals, like, how do you prove that they inherently want to be independent or autonomous in that way?
We'll let them outside. You'll
Wait,
see.
how do you prove an illiterate black person wants autonomy and independence? The answer is you don't. You just assume autonomy.
Okay, I think this is a really
You
weird
assume-
Western. We're getting really obsessed with this autonomy thing. Okay, any case selection animal, so animals that have babies that they take for a long time, is giving up its autonomy every time it gets fucking pregnant. So every single animal that decides to have offspring is going to severely limit its mobility. It's going to limit its ability to survive and live and to travel and explore. And when it has kids, it's going to limit its future potentials. I've never in my entire life seen a fucking mammal that has children go to college. They don't get any education. Okay, they totally fuck their whole lives up having kids. Right. So any animal that like willingly engages in any type of pregnant behavior is giving up its autonomy. This obsession over like protecting
But they
autonomy, I don't
still
think makes sense
value
for like
it.
an animal.
They still,
I don't-
wait,
I-
wait,
no,
they
I
still
don't
value
think-
that autonomy still, though.
I don't
It's
think
whether
so.
or not
No,
they
no.
value it.
I don't think they value their autonomy. I don't think animals have a concept
How
of
do you
autonomy.
know?
Because
They
because
have. How do they not have a concept of their own vibrations?
The option to get like free food every night versus like letting it like run away forever. Like animals, like for a cat is a really good example. You gave that earlier. So even outdoor cats tend to stick to a specific area, specific territory. They're very, very territorial. If they wanted to, they could go and travel the entirety of the fucking world, but they don't. They choose to stick to an area that's safe that ensures them some level of protection, shelter, and food.
Territorialism and though
If a cat
Survival, yeah,
wanted
but you just
autonomy,
admitted
it would
by
leave my front
them-
door and never come back. But it always comes back at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
but
'cause I get fucking food.
non-domesticated species are incredibly likely to do
You
that.
just
And name me
admitted
one
that-
animal that won't fight for its autonomy as soon as you try to take it.
A cat,
What do
an
you- wait,
outside
what do you
cat
mean?
wanting
What
to
animals?
ensure
We told
its
you.
own
We told you
survivability
already.
Wait, yeah,
proves that it has its
Animals
own
are
autonomy,
bullshit
does it
response.
not?
Stop.
Wait,
Just because it doesn't have maximum freedom, just because it has a very focused set of freedom, doesn't mean it doesn't have autonomy. It has its very own specific vibrations.
Stop, Mark. Finish, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're having two different arguments, so we can obviously argue for the base level of like primitive animals, but right now we are arguing on like domesticated animals. We're arguing off the morality of domesticated animals.
Yeah, and if we're going to extend the entire metaphor or the analogy or an example of an outdoor cat, right, staying to a very specific spot, that's because, based on its own autonomy, it knows that for maximum survivability, it's great to have close pattern recognition in order to ensure it survives long enough to make more of them to keep doing it, right?
Let me ask Destiny a question. Destiny, is it okay to strip mothers of their autonomy because they choose to get pregnant? Like, you're just saying the same thing. Because, like, you wouldn't
No,
say...
I'm just saying, hold on. I'm just saying that autonomy, that concept, that is a very human concept. I don't believe any fucking animal has any concept whatsoever of autonomy. I think that if we're looking at like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I don't think there are many dogs and cats out there looking for self-actualization, okay? They're very, very, very low on that. They probably want food, shelter, and like pets, maybe like a little place to play, but they're not thinking of like autonomy. I don't think that's a very human concept.
Everything
that's a very
vibrates. Everything vibrates.
You know what's weird? The last time I tried to catch a fish,
Everything
it got away.
vibrates.
It's almost as if it knew that by catching it, I was removing something fundamental from its life.
No, the fish doesn't
you
care
may
when
not
you
know
caught
that.
it. The fish doesn't look for its freedom. The fish is where it's going to get fucking eaten. The fish
Yeah,
doesn't
okay.
care about its
Yeah, that's
autonomy.
the same thing.
Hold on,
That's
hold
the
on.
same
No,
thing. Being
it's not.
eaten is removing
It's
something of
completely
its
a different
autonomy.
thing. Getting eaten and having
Everything
autonomy and
vibrates.
having
You have to remove something of it.
You are stretching this term autonomy so hard. You're stretching it so hard.
No, I'm not. Okay, when you eat something, are
Here.
you not removing its autonomy? Yes or no?
Wait, that's basic survival.
I mean, yeah, but
Hold on.
Yeah,
When I
I
feel like
eat
a
my
dog,
cat's
I
litter
think I
box, is
understand
that
what you're
removing
saying.
its
Like, if we look at some domesticated, like the domesticated cat example makes sense, right? Because what you're saying is you've shown the animal like this place is safe, this person is safe to be around, right? They're not going to get eaten, so they come back to get food, right? It's not like a case of like necessary autonomy. It's a case of how safe is it to be in this area, right? It seems like they're valuing something else other than autonomy.
Yeah, well, we don't know, right? I mean, that's the point. When you like try to put a cat in a cage and it starts freaking out and trying to escape, I think you're ascribing that to some like a sense of autonomy, that it's like trying to realize itself, or that it's working for its own freedom or something. But we have no idea how much of it is that, and the evidence for that I'm not convinced. I've looked into this a little bit, but like we don't know how much of it is that, how much of it is just fear or like some mechanical reflex for survival or something like that. Like,
See, what
I
I
don't know
think
if
is the human condition here is that we think that you need to be self-aware to value autonomy.
Yeah. Also, I really want to.
But hold on, but you
Yes,
understand,
but-
understand. Hold on, just I know I've more or less given up on this conversation myself. Nine Tails, you understand
Meat
that
eater.
Destiny and Supreme, they're making assumptions here. You're making an assumption on the other side, right? Like you don't have any evidence of this. They don't have any evidence. Like we don't know. We just don't know, and we're just like making guesses. We can understand that, right?
Again, I think a
That's a
difference is I
nihilistic
don't
point.
think you need to be aware of your autonomy to value it. I think you
No,
can
I hear
inherently
you.
value something.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying no. I understand what you're saying, Nine Tails, but I'm saying you're just making this assumption, right? Like you don't have evidence to say this is the case, right? And Destiny and
Where's your science?
have evidence.
Source? Can I have a source, please?
Yeah, can I just say
Fuck off,
that my
Brian.
evidence is the instinct that preserves autonomy?
Okay, wait.
Source?
Okay,
No, your
wait,
evidence
source.
is behavior.
there is no biological. There's not necessarily a biological advantage to having autonomy. Your goal is to
What is
create autonomy.
territorialism? Territorialism is having the amount of space you need to do what you want to do to get by.
Wait, does that mean you can? Does that mean by domestication you can breed out the autonomy of animals?
No, listen. Your advantage, your goal as a species is just reproduce. That's the only thing you care about. Some people can do that by as long as you secure shelter, food, and all that shit.
Incredibly
Like,
reductionist.
No,
like that's the nature meta. Sure, I'll give you that. That's the nature meta. But I don't think the only thing an animal thinks its entire life, especially more sentient beings, is fuck.
Okay, listen. You know what? I don't want to get into a high level argument, but the reality is that even humans don't value autonomy anywhere near the level we say we do. Okay, we sit here and we talk about freedom of choice. We want autonomy, but we say we play the same fucking video games every single day. If you go to a different restaurant, you order the same fucking thing every fucking time. Okay, you get the same fucking flavor of ice cream every time. You don't have to
We stand on the shoulders of giants, dude. We stand on the shoulders of giants.
Hold on,
He's not around. I'm not gonna let him finish.
I
am dead fucking serious. Every single person in this fucking room right now has the opportunity to completely and totally 90-degree change every single aspect of their life, and you don't, because we do not value anywhere near the amount of autonomy that we think we do. This is some hyper fetishized, crazy fucking liberalism, crazy fucking commodity capitalism, whatever bullshit. I don't know what the fuck happened where people think that they have a huge
You're just
level of
avoiding autonomy.
I'm not avoiding autonomy. I'm telling you that nobody here values autonomy at the level they think they do, or they're fucking lying to
I
themselves.
don't care. I don't care. All my arguments still apply. That
The reality is
actually
what
respond to
value
what I'm
is
saying.
food, safety, shelter, the ability to like have a little bit of fun, take care of your family. These are the things that they value. Autonomy is for the very rare person that wants to go travel the world, explore fucking mountains. That is an incredibly small subset of the population.
Yeah,
So
sure.
even
If you can
humans
reduce it down to your own personal definition, sure, it suits you incredibly well. I agree.
Okay, sure. So that being said, for my argument, okay, I don't think humans value autonomy that much. I'm not going to sit here and say that a dog wishes that they could fucking hop on a train and travel the fucking countryside of the United Kingdom and have their autonomy anywhere near as much as like even a human thinks it is.
Okay.
That's all.
I think at this point we need to review the definition of autonomy.
Retarded. You understand?
Shut up, Nine Tails. Can you do me a favor? And can you define what you think is autonomy? Like, what's your definition of that?
The freedom to act on one's own will.
Okay, great.
Wait, the desire for that freedom or the freedom itself?
The same way that humans do.
Freedom
In
itself.
your opinion. Do animals have will in the same way that humans do? In your opinion, Ninetales?
No, I wouldn't say so. I'd say they have a simpler form of will.
So I just think it's a mistake to assume that animals value and think the same as humans. Now, I get it that we do horrible things to animals and that should change. But I don't ascribe to this idea that
I'm glad you're saying this too, Prime. I've been watching this for like 5 minutes.
Okay, tell me. I might be. What is it?
Wait, what?
Rick and Morty fan. My laptop cuts off half of my monitor. Y'all are being really mean.
Wait, what's happening? Hold on.
You missed it. You don't want to know. But go
Wait,
ahead.
hold on. You can't blue ball me. What the fuck? Come on. Tell me.
Just clip it. Just clip it.
Merv, you okay? Merv.
Thank you.
Okay, I do want to respond to Wick. I do want to respond to Wick.
Wrong.
So yeah, wait. Yeah, sorry. Respond.
Yeah, I would say that even though that there's different degrees of will that can be contained in a single thing, that doesn't mean that like the basic instinct to be autonomous is any different. We all have that basic instinct, and it's all valuable to us equally.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like
thank you for helping me understand your position better.
That's the next point wrong. So let me give you this. Okay, Destiny, your error in thinking is like you're saying you don't have to use your autonomy to value your autonomy. So for example, yes, most people won't travel to Europe, but most people will get mad if you say like if some like demon lord comes in and say like you can never travel to any country outside of America ever again. So yes, you can value your autonomy without using it. So yes, most people play the same game every day, but if someone came up and said like you can never play any GameCube games ever again, maybe you wouldn't even buy a GameCube in this lifetime, but you would be mad that someone just took your autonomy. So even though you don't use your autonomy, that doesn't mean we don't value it. So you don't have to use your autonomy to value it because
oh my god, this conversation. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Listen, okay, this is what I think. You're never going to change my mind. If you want to have a way longer conversation again, okay, I am an autonomy instrumentalist, okay? What I believe is that we value autonomy because we think we can use autonomy to lead us to better choices and better decisions. But if the optimal choice has been made for us, then we don't give a fuck about our autonomy, okay? If there are 3 houses that we can choose from, and one is a burned down shack, the other is a fucking 1-bedroom shithole, and the other is a fucking mansion, and somebody says, hey, by the way, you don't get to choose. You're gonna go live in the mansion. Nobody would complain, well, hold on, where's my autonomy? The only time we're upset when our autonomy is taken away from us is when we feel like suboptimal decisions have been made in place of us making the actual decision. So while we think at the end of the day that we value autonomy, the reality is we only value autonomy because we think that that's like the best system that we can use to get to better choices for ourselves. If those optimal choices are already being made, then we don't give a fuck about autonomy. That's all.
But that's because it's optimal according to. Let me answer. Just let me answer. That's because this is optimal according to the purview of the person who has autonomy. So if the person is doing things for you already that matches your autonomy, of course you're not going to have a problem. But as soon as someone contradicts your autonomy, then you're going to fucking notice what's optimal is relative to what your autonomy is to begin with.
So I think like a really good example here is like looking at like China, right? Like everyone looks outside into China and says, wow, this is like dystopian. This like social credits, the government keeps an eye on you. They're always watching you. The CCTV is always on your eyes, right? But like to the people there, their lives are improving. Everything's good about what they're enjoying, right? They don't necessarily feel like they're being shackled in because their lives are good, right? It just does this level of autonomy doesn't seem to matter, especially when we look back even further in history and we can see there are even more draconian measures, especially in like the US, and people just didn't seem to give a fuck, right? Like, I think I'm like agreeing with Destiny here is that like it's instrumental in how much the autonomy matters.
I can counter this because I'm like a conservative, so like I value autonomy way much. But I can give you 2 examples where this is not wrong. So where this is wrong. So first is a more debatable point. UK left Brexit, so like the UK valued autonomy so much that it will leave like its economic support.
So why they left?
All the way. I'm not. Okay. Oh, all right. It doesn't matter. But the second better example of like why people value autonomy is gambling. We all know, and we've all been told that gambling will produce negative outcomes for you, but people still choose to gamble. So if you went to the population of America and said you can't gamble anymore, so many people would be mad, even though they know they're going to lose money because we've been told that we're going to lose money. So that actually counters Destiny's example. Like even when people tell you you're going to lose money, you still want the choice to gamble. You still want the choice to lose money. So yeah, maybe we.
Wait, you said you're a conservative and you value autonomy.
What do you value? Non-conservative,
I'm just curious.
right?
Do you value the autonomy to like get an abortion, or to let people do drugs, or the autonomy for illegal people to settle here as immigrants, or the autonomy for trans children to get beta blockers or whatever? Or like, what? Like, I feel like conservatives are inherently like block so much autonomy. Like, that's a surprising position.
Can we go by this like point by point?
Sure. Yeah. Do you value the autonomy of somebody to get an abortion?
Like,
I'm just asking what some of those conservative positions are.
Yeah, no. I've been like wavering on abortion a little bit.
Okay, wait. Okay, now I don't want to go into a whole thing on abortion. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I fucked up already. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up.
Next one. Just next one.
Okay. Do you value the autonomy of everyone to decide to do drugs?
No, we don't want to hear it. No.
Do drugs. Do the drug one.
Okay, drug one?
Yeah, do you think everyone should be able to do drugs?
Depending on what type of drugs.
Any drug. Why would it matter? They should have the autonomy to do any drug, right?
No. Okay. So here's the problem with drugs. I actually don't care if someone like smokes a cigarette because that only affects you. But the reason why conservatives like have a problem. The reason why conservatives have a problem with like the reason why conservatives have a problem with cocaine is because not because the single individual person is doing cocaine, is because that cocaine can actually hurt the autonomy of others. So actually, we can apply like rural utilitarian pragmatics into this. So like maybe you allow that person to do cocaine.
Okay,
but
I agree with you. Yeah, well, listen. I agree with you. Okay, but everything you're telling me right now is just like is an abstraction of what I said earlier. So you value autonomy in and of the fact that it produces good outcomes. You don't actually care about the autonomy in and of itself. It's an instrument for you to achieve good outcomes. Because the thing is, yes, because you're willing to throw that autonomy aside as soon as other people are hurt as a result of your autonomy. So it seems like you value
other people's autonomy are hurt. I said other people's autonomy.
That's a question of
how does drug use hurt other people's autonomy?
Even still, cigarettes hurt other people's autonomy.
I wasn't gonna say secondhand smoke.
Yeah, secondhand smoke, cigarettes. I think generally lead you to over time, like in a worse mood.
No, but it still doesn't. You can still walk away, right? This is autonomy. Autonomy is self-governance, right?
You can't.
I can acknowledge that someone. I can say like, okay, yes, I mean, autonomy does matter in its value of doing good choices. Just because you say like, okay, I value this because it has a negative outcome doesn't prove that I don't value autonomy at all.
I mean, it sounds like we're saying like we've rooted autonomy. The definition of autonomy is basically, can you make a decision? I mean, like, because if we've made it like that fundamental, I think every single person in the history of the planet agrees that like, oh, autonomy is good and we can make decisions. Like,
or at least the people value it, right? Whether or not they exercise it.
Okay. I still don't understand how drug use is affecting other people's autonomy. I still don't.
It can certainly affect like.
You get insanely high. You crash someone else's you crash someone else with a car inside, like someone inside the car.
Let's assume I grow and manufacture my own heroin and do it at home all day, every day by myself and never bother anybody.
Well, with the example of secondhand smoke.
Wait, yeah. I'll answer his question. I think he posed a question to me, and then I'll let you talk. Okay, so if you just grow your own heroin farm and you never bother anyone, no one in the world, I don't have a single conservative friend that has a problem with that. If you just do, but what I do have a problem with is like most people, like someone gets high off their butt and then they like drive into a car accident and then they ruin someone else's autonomy for life. Does that answer your question, Stardust? Because like if you get like a certain number of,
I mean, the same thing happens with speeding, does it not? Like the same thing happens with like reckless driving.
Isn't reckless driving not legal?
Driving a car might as well be like illegal because you're taking away other people's autonomy to like live if you get into an accident, right?
Yeah, it is illegal. Isn't that called like manslaughter if you like get into an accident?
Well, affecting somebody else with your drug use is illegal too, right?
Wait, so you just proved my point. So like, is there like?
Well, so all drugs should be legal, but if you do something bad on a drug, then you should be punished for it.
Yeah, the problem wasn't the drug. Yeah.
No.
The problem's the person using the drug.
No, it's not even that. It's just the act that causes
no. You would have to demonstrate that legalizing drugs has a higher probability to cause more people getting into car accidents and like taking other people's autonomy. That's the only way.
I just want to say I love the conservative position that if you show them like a fucking AR-15, like guns don't kill people, people kill people. But when you give them a drug, blunts kill people. I just think that's a very funny like juxtaposition right there. Okay.
This is why I don't like labels, because like you're just gonna describe me every.
No, I'm talking about drugs. Hold on, I'm not talking about every single position.
You're the one who brought your label into it.
Wait, hold on, and I'm not talking about every single position. I'm just very specifically talking about drugs, because you want to have an incredibly nuanced conversation, right?
You didn't even ask me my position.
Well, I didn't get the guns. I'm just talking about drugs.
You just talked about an AR-15, and you said
okay. I'm sorry. that comparison.
My position.
I was trying to make a funny. I'm sorry. You're right. You didn't give me your position on guns. I'm sorry. Are you also? Do you take the same stance on guns? Are you incredibly in favor of limiting your Second Amendment right because of the harm that it could cause other people?
Some regulation on here's a regulation I'm for. It's like not even regulation. I think like Polar World, one of my like close buddies told me like hand to hand gun transactions isn't documented. I think those should be documented. I do think like some gun regulation is like good, but also I wouldn't be in favor of like a gun ban or like a gun buyback.
Are you in favor of a heroin ban? Are you in favor of a heroin ban?
Wait, no,
I haven't like intuitively, I can give you my intuitive position. My intuitive position on heroin is like it's probably bad, and I think a lot of people won't use it if it's banned. So yes.
Okay, so my question is, if you're so I just want to withdraw my apology for my earlier joke because it completely applies. So my question is, why are you in favor of being so restrictive around drugs because they might harm other people's autonomy, but you're not in favor of being incredibly restrictive on firearms that can also harm other people's autonomy?
Okay, but here's the two different things. If a million people have so it's about degrees and it's about stopping it early. So even if we make all drugs legal and we make it illegal to do the crime with the drugs, if every single person on planet Earth has already smoked a drug, then it might be too late to stop the crime. Do you acknowledge that? Like banning stuff preemptively other people's autonomy. Wait, okay. So here's the thing.
That kind of helps his point, but like you just don't.
No. Here's the thing. Let me lay it out more specifically. Okay, so if a lot of people do drugs, right, and we make drugs legal, but we make the crime illegal. Say a lot of people do drugs and they're high. That makes it a better portion that they're going to commit a DUI, which is like a bad driving incident on drugs. But if we try to stop the crime preemptively, it would have less people do the bad thing on drugs, right?
Yeah, so why don't we just get rid of all guns preemptively to get people to stop killing themselves and shooting other people preemptively? Why don't we just stop that the same way?
Here's the thing. You have to weigh autonomy versus the lives lost. And also, I actually don't think a gun ban would actually decrease gun violence. Like in all.
Okay, and then I'll shut the fuck up. I promise. I'll shut the fuck up for the rest of this panel. Okay, I just want to illustrate that, like, when I ask you about drugs, like, we're very big on the like, okay, well, we need to appeal to this weird consequential. It's like, well, you might be able to harm other people. Like, we need to throw your autonomy aside. Like, blah 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 blah. Like that's that whole argument, which is fine. But then when we switch over to guns, it's like, okay, well, hold on. Now your autonomy is really important, and I don't know if it's worth doing this because your autonomy is gonna be violated if you hurt other people. That's okay. Like, blah blah. I don't want to say that your arguments are totally contrary for these two things, in my opinion. But
I also wanted to.
There are functional differences between the two. That you could make the argument that one is more.
Okay, there are more guns.
Stop. Supreme, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say that I think there could potentially be merit to this. For example, like, drug use certainly does maybe limit your autonomy in a way that a lot of people don't foresee. Like the idea of growing chemically dependent on a drug. I mean, that's not really a concern with a gun, right? If you just own a gun, like using that gun doesn't set a calendar of events that you have to then use that gun thereon, right? Like a lot of, heroin addicts, people who get addicted to opioids and stuff, they use once or twice and suddenly they're committed to using it for a long period of time, and like their autonomy is
right.
These are good arguments to make.
I understand that, but people can still the first choice to take that drug to also get that chemical dependency on it is still a choice that somebody makes with their full autonomy.
Yeah.
Okay,
true, and like you could argue that as long as they're educated.
Here's the thing that Desmond didn't say: there are way more people under car accidents with under drug influence. There are way more people than there are school shooters or people who get killed by a.
There are plenty of people who commit domestic violence who use guns on their partners, right? Guns are used every day.
More people in car accidents, I guarantee you.
No, I wanted to say. For like the gun ban thing, so I think you're gonna say like it wouldn't be practical to just ban all guns because it's impractical, right? That's what you're gonna say to Destiny.
Wait, we weren't talking about pragmatic. Like on a pragmatic level, I think Destiny would also be.
What was your argument against banning all guns? What was your argument?
Argument with banning all guns? It's a way thing. Like, okay, my statistic says like 50 people a year get killed by like an AR-15. That's not enough, but hundreds of thousands of people get like DUIs and like have like.
Right, but you're narrowing the goalpost to one specific type of.
Wait. That kind of begs the question. Because you're saying that a DUI is like a bad thing. What makes a DUI a bad thing? Is just the act of breaking a law always a bad thing?
No. When I say my bad, when I think of DUI, is it not just like car accidents with DUIs, or is it?
No.
My bad.
Okay.
I just think car accidents.
The
while
argument
under-
that the argument you might want to make is that like when you're under the influence of drugs, your decision making is compromised or something like that, and that's a way that you've reduced your own personal autonomy, and that there may be a greater likelihood that you do an action that is like intersects with another person's agency or something like that.
So yeah, that's implicitly what I said. That's why I'm not in favor of banning cars, but I'm in favor of banning like people high in cars. But there are way more people affected by people on weed driving cars when weed was legalized than there are like mass shootings.
But even still, like banning drugs, like why should it? If you value autonomy so much, why should you value the state to enforce its law to make it so that these people can use their autonomy to, I guess, by your definition, remove their autonomy?
So it's a wager. So the question I would pose to Marx and Destiny is like, if 50 people get killed by like gun shootings and 50 people's autonomy get lost, is that the same as millions of people getting? I'm not saying millions of people died during like drug accidents, but is it the same as millions of people getting their autonomies lost? Of course not. So we have to wager like the autonomy of the people in the accident and the autonomy of all of America. So in some instances, in some instances, I think drugs have gotten to the point, like drugs being like alcohol, like I actually think alcohol is kind of a drug too, like alcohol, marijuana, cocaine.
A hot take.
Well, yeah.
Okay, I have a statistic for you guys. Deaths from drunk driving in 2019 was 10,142. Gun deaths in 2019 was excluding suicide is about 15,000.
Holy shit!
Gotcha. But wait, okay, how many of those were justifiable gun deaths? Because you know every single gunfighting is
Wait, I thought autonomy was above. Wait, can a person's moral actions well, actually, this is a yes for you, but just in case, can a person's moral actions invalidate their autonomy?
Yeah, wait. Every single conservative and Democrat. Why are you guys?
No, I know. That's why I said I know. I probably know the answer, but I just want to ask just in case.
Yeah, and no other conservative would disagree with you. Yes.
You just said you just said under Destiny you don't want to be labeled under all conservatives, so I just didn't assume you agreed with all conservatives.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
don't shrink from the conservative position.
Wait, if someone's robbing your place, you don't have the autonomy to basically do anything anymore. And if you're in like solitary confinement, you don't have the autonomy to do anything anymore. So yes, there are some instances where your autonomy should be revoked. And why? Okay, so here's my question to Destiny: is there such thing as a justifiable gun death? Because you laughed when I remarked on my comment.
Yeah, I'm sure there might be. I'm just this whole thing is, man, listen, all of this is just a really hard argument because autonomy is something we talk about like on like TV to make ourselves feel better, but in the reality, like the whole of our policy, the whole of our system, everything we do is about restricting your autonomy as much as possible. We want to be able to make it so that people make good choices. Right now in the United States of America, every single human being that lives here has the autonomy and the ability to be a millionaire. If they really do it, if they make the right choices and they try hard, anybody in this country, from the fucking poorest place to the wealthiest place, could grow up to become a millionaire. That is absolutely true. It is listen. Okay, hold on. Let me finish my fucking sentence before the fucking lefties come in here to virtually their bullshit. Okay, that is absolutely 1,000,000% true. Okay, you can make the right choice, you can do it. But the reality is that any intelligent person says, okay, well, autonomy as a concept in and of itself is fucking stupid. We're already incredibly limited by the choices that we make. An incredibly poor person that doesn't have the right connections, that doesn't go to the right schools, isn't going to learn the things to endow them with the necessary autonomy to make the decisions they would generally need to in order to become a really successful person. So obviously people that are in better class are going to be better positioned to do this. So what do we do when we enact policy? We don't make it so that everybody can make every decision. We try to say like, oh, well, hey, maybe instead of doing drugs after school, we give you more after school programs. Or like, hey, maybe instead of like doing nothing after, high school, maybe we give you easier access to college. The whole point is to like guide people along to make better decisions, whether you're white, black, poor, rich, or whatever. Like a lot of policies designed literally around giving people things to do and not just giving you infinite autonomy. Just assuming that people need infinite autonomy will make good choices. Just patently absurd.
The 15,000. I just real quick. The 15,000 number I gave, 15,440. That is specifically for homicides. It's not about defense use. It's specifically about homicides, murder, unintentional.
Okay.
Those are the three.
Wick, come on, Wick. Hold on, stop a second. Wick, jump in for a second. We'll go back to you, Cutsy. Don't worry.
I want to really push back hard on the idea that anyone, if they just make the right choices, could be a millionaire in this country. Do we agree that other choices can affect our autonomy If so, then you have to agree that no, just making the right choices is not the line. Everyone around you has to allow that to happen, whether they intend to or not. So no, that's nonsense. Again.
Wait, yeah, Wickwood, he was talking theoretically. Obviously, there's some cases where statistically...
Theory.
Wait,
I would like to go back to the.
It is possible that anyone given anyone the right set of conditions could become a millionaire. That was the point, and then said that there was a whole bunch of barriers in the road, like the ones that you mentioned. You agree? There's no point.
It happens. There, like, how many people come out of like the fucking the poorest place and become like it happens. It's really fucking rare, but it happens. I'm just saying that like.
I was gonna say, even looking at the Pew statistics, right? 4% of people in the bottom quintile make it to the top quintile. That's an incredibly low number, but it happens.
Wait, cut.
Destiny, was that not your story?
A little bit, sure.
Oh, how poor were you before? That's all I want to know. How poor were you before?
I worked like 80 hours a week cleaning carpets, making like $2,000 a month if I was lucky. That was my wonderful fucking existence, right?
He made it.
So yeah, what I was saying is, again, deaths from drunk driving, 10,000. Deaths from homicide, 15,000. 2019, the homicide by gun. So it does not. The defensive use of guns was about like 1,500.
Right, but if you're comparing whether we ought to restrict like alcohol.
I'm just saying.
There are a lot of other alcohol-related deaths that we'd want to add to that total.
No, I'm sure, but we're talking specifically we're specifically talking between DUIs and murders by guns. So if that is the case, if I'm not reading this incorrectly, then don't you think that maybe the argument about restricting drug use versus restricting guns might be a little bit more complicated than that?
Send me a link. Send me. But like, here's the broader question you're trying to make, please, and do it now. Like, I don't know. Like, try to wrap it up. Whatever it is, trying.
Okay. So here's the thing, Destiny. So please send me the link, Stardust. I would love to talk further without you. Okay. But Destiny, what do you think a choice is? So if I don't like buy all the, so like me and my friend Polo World were talking like, if I don't buy all the right stocks and become a millionaire, is that?
I'm not talking about buying stocks. I'm not talking about buying stocks.
Said every single poor person has a choice to become a millionaire right now, but that's just not the case.
No, I'm saying that what you could do is, even if you're incredibly poor, right? You could choose to not sell any drugs. You could choose to not have any bad friends. You could choose to attend every single class. You could choose to study for 4 hours a night. You could choose to do. There are a set of things that you could choose to do, but the chance of you making these choices, it is incredibly fucking unlikely because of all of the environmental factors that are pushing you towards other things in your life. No person is has this true domain of autonomy. Okay, the idea that you have ultimate autonomy and free choice is a stupid fucking illusion. But we will sit there and talk about the
interest, though, right? That includes like the interest for every decision you ever make to be in the pursuit of making $1 million, which may not be the case for most people. Like most people have values that may be different. And like,
sure, I understand what I'm saying. Sure, I don't understand. I'm just saying that
this may be a demonstration of autonomy. If instead you're just like
not a demonstration of autonomy. What I'm saying is that we condemn poor people for the choices they make when the fact is that they had about as much choice as they had over their life as middle class or upper class people had. A poor person that's born poor stays poor throughout school and then ends up poor for their whole life. We condemn them for being fucking morons for not making themselves wealthy. But a middle class person that is middle class, is born middle class, stays middle class through school, and is middle class their whole life, for some reason we celebrate their life, even though they exerted just as much free will and free choice over their fucking life, and they didn't do anything amazing with it. They just stayed middle class the whole time, and a poor person is the same.
I might be misunderstanding your argument, but
doesn't mean we don't.
No! Stop! Cut, leave. Go ahead, Wicked.
I might be misunderstanding your argument, but it seems like
I'm gonna miss you. Go ahead.
Who?
Supreme. No. Wait.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. I might be misunderstanding your argument, but it seemed like what the argument you were trying to make was since people aren't all millionaires, since everybody has the opportunity to be a millionaire and not everybody is, therefore autonomy is something that's not like thoroughly demonstrated or something like that. And my problem with that argument is that, you know, like I think everybody's aware that I'm 35. I'm aware that if I had saved more money from my 20s or whatever, I'd have more money now. But I also have to reconcile the fact that the reason I didn't save that money is because I was busy spending it to pursue other interests that happened to override, you know, the desire to have as much money as I would now had I made those choices. And that these are demonstrations of autonomy that, like, when given the option to either save money for the future or spend it now for like a short-term satisfaction or something like that, that's just what I chose. I don't see how this idea that like because I'm not a millionaire now means I wasn't practicing autonomy or something like that, or exercising autonomy.
Yeah, I'm just saying that your autonomy is highly shaped and highly curbed by like your environment. So, like for instance, like like how to manage your money, not getting into credit card debt, right? Like somebody who is like middle or upper class and the way that they're trained growing up, like getting into credit card debt for them to do it would take them. They would have to make exceptionally fucking stupid choices to do it because they probably had better financial training their entire life by virtue of the example of their parents and by the training they receive in education to do so. So they're not going to make the bad choice, right? But they're going to go through life thinking like, oh, well, I made good choices. I had good credit. It's like, well, no, you just kind of like follow the path you were on. Whereas for like a lower class person, like a poorer person that doesn't get that training, they might have bad examples. They might make quote unquote poor choices their entire life. But the reality is that it's not like one person made good choices, another person made poor choices. It's more just like we're kind of the product of our environment, and the choices that we have, the quote unquote autonomy that we think we have and that we value is actually like incredibly curbed, incredibly restricted based on the environments that we're in. Like when somebody, for instance, like a lot of my life was really fucked, but I'm not as fucked as some people, right? For me to have grown up selling drugs on the street, I would have had to have done incredibly crazy things to get there in my life. That's not even like a real choice. Now I could have, but I would have to have made some crazy choices. For other people, though, those choices are like right in front of them. Sometimes they're right at their doorstep. Sometimes they're in the household, in the form of like a parent or a friend that lives with them or a sibling. So I'm just saying that like the quote unquote, we talk about autonomy and choices and all that, but like those are incredibly restricted by environment. Is all I'm saying. I don't think that's that controversial.
Just because we don't make the exceptional choices to go from rags to riches doesn't mean we don't value autonomy as a species.
We don't value autonomy. We value like autonomy is just a tool to get there.
Well, hold on. We can value autonomy also without exercising it the way you're defining, right? Like earlier, you came up with a hypothetical about a person choosing like a Minecraft hut versus a mansion, right? And that people would generally, if you made the decision for them to make the mansion, like they would be just as happy or something like that. Do you mind running that hypothetical by me one more time?
What I'm saying is that, sure. Okay, so here's what I'm saying, okay? Is that, let's say there are 3 houses. You could live in 3 houses. Let's say that somebody decided that you were going to live in the best house and it was objectively the best house. Nobody would complain that they didn't have the autonomy to choose the other 2. They'd be like, okay, fine, whatever. Because as long as the best choice is being made for you, you're fine. People value autonomy insofar as it gives you the ability to make what you consider the best choice, yeah.
I want to put a pin in that part where you said nobody would complain, because I think like the entire American Libertarian Party are people who like, they at least posit the idea that they would complain that they didn't have the choice or something like that, and that they would value that, and they would forgo living in the mansion if it means you remove the choice to live in the hut.
They do that, but they do that under a bad guise of thinking they value autonomy. What they're really saying, what they really mean, most of them just don't realize it. What they really mean is they think that the choice they make would be better than what's been presented to them right now. They think that if they were to choose to live in like a free association society or without government restriction, they think that they would be happier. Nobody would, in my opinion, now there might be some exceptional people, but nobody would choose to live worse off while valuing that autonomy. I don't believe that. Maybe there'd be like some exceptionally rare people that do it, but like I think one of the best examples I can think of this is like onboarding processes for new players. You can make a ton of fucking video games, and anybody that's worked in software development or UX design or whatever will know the exact same thing, right? You can make a new game for great players and you can throw them into it. Everybody's going to quit immediately if you're just thrown into a massive game with a million choices. Nobody likes that. That experience is daunting to a new player. But if you give a tutorial to somebody, if you give them a path to stay on, if you give them classes to choose and you make that experience a little bit more rigid, people tend to have a much more enjoyable experience with that, even if they can make some choices because their experience is more guided and they're not overwhelmed with decisions to make.
So I believe that there are values aside from autonomy that people can hold, and that it's a matter of like priority, and there can be too much of a good thing. Like I would never argue that people infinitely value autonomy over everything else. But you know, I think that, I mean, I personally, whatever, the anecdotes are what they are. I personally have made decisions against my own, I guess, material benefit for less restrictions or something like that. I used to work for the federal government. I was an intelligence analyst, and like part of living or working in classified spaces is making a lot of trade-offs to your personal liberties and stuff. And like, I am somebody who made a choice to not continue pursuing that work because I was just tired of having the government up my ass or whatever. Is this not a demonstration that on some level, I valued my autonomy more than like another step in my material benefit or something like that?
Yeah, I don't think it was the autonomy itself. I think it was the thing that comes after. So, for instance, let's say that you worked a government job and you didn't have the freedom to like do anything else. You're like, okay, well, fuck this. I'm leaving because I can't even smoke weed. Fuck this. I don't want to do a federal job. And you leave, and then you're like, okay, well, now I can practice music. Now I can practice art. Now I can do streaming. Like you value those things. I think not necessarily the choice to do those things more. That might seem reductive, I guess. If I could throw or if you want to respond to that, and then I can throw like one hypothetical that I think will just solidify this.
So I would just say, if you were to present somebody with two realities, and you show them the future in both of these realities, and in both realities they make the same choice, but in one reality they didn't get to make the choice, they were forced to make that choice, right? Like they were forced into this reality. If you ask that person, which reality do you want, the one where you're forced to make the choice you're going to make anyway, or the one where you had a choice for, you know, whatever, like, isn't a person choosing the reality where they get to make the choice themselves just a demonstration that they value the autonomy, whether or not they would exercise it?
Close. I think your example proves the opposite, and it's really close to the example that I was going to give, because I think at the end of the day, what they're looking for outcomes. So here is the example that I would give. Let's say that you could show somebody 10 realities, okay? Let's say that you could hook a machine up to their fucking brain, their balls, whatever the fuck, and this is like, I'm going to measure your happiness. I actually can measure on a graph your happiness level 10, 9, 8, or whatever. Let's say that you had 10 realities laid out before them. Let's say that one of these realities was, this is the ultimate happiness. You've got the best wife, the best house, you get to pursue all of your arts and projects, you get to play the games you want, you get to do everything you fucking want, okay? However, for that reality number 10, you're not really going to make any choice. Now, you might think you are, but every single choice is going to be made for you along the way. But this is where you're going to end up at the end. Then let's say that there are 9 other realities, and you're free to kind of make your own choices and explore where you want to go, but you're going to end up at one of these 9 places, and all 9 of these are objectively, in every single measure, worse than reality 10. Would you rather do reality 10, where every choice is made for you, end up you live the longest, you're the healthiest, you're blah, 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 or would you rather have the freedom to choose what you want, but your reality at the end of that is going to be worse than number 10?
So I understand this. I think there are a lot of people who would claim. I think there are a lot of people who would claim to not make the best reality choice. And to me, I see that as a demonstration that they at least claim, or that they do value it on a conscious level or whatever, their autonomy, whether or not they would actually make that choice. But the problem with this example also is that, like, you are affording the person the autonomy to make this choice to begin with, right? Like,
well, sure, but this is like a context. It's kind of like no Sith deals and absolutes or whatever. And it's like, oh, well, didn't you just make an absolute, or only Sith deals and absolutes? Right?
I understand.
But I'm saying, like, I agree with you. Most people would say, like, well, I want to choose 1 through 9. But I think really, at the end of the day, I think most people would want 10. They'd say, like, okay, I want the best outcomes, is what I think would.
You have not met a lot of sadists, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
want to talk to.
No. Thanks. Spicy, I just wanted you to know I had to mute you because you were typing really loudly. So I'll unmute you now, but just so you know. Okay. I'm not gonna do this fucking forever. Holy shit. This is my day off. But audience members, exclamation point KOE in chat. So I've done the math. I literally did the math. Since the start of this stream, in case you don't know, our friend KOE, he has a nephew, and who's suffering from childhood cancer, right? Exclamation KOE in chat brings up the GoFundMe page. So check that out. KOE in chat, it brings up the GoFundMe page. Since the start of this stream, we've raised $1,500, right? Plus the $400 that we raised previously, over $400. We've almost $2,000 for this page. So I want to thank all of you. Thank all of you for that. So kind. And again,
holy shit, chat. Holy shit, that's amazing. Poggers.
And we thank you. And yes, I mean thank you for them. And then so we can actually raise more. So if you want right now, the link is in chat. Click that link, that GoFundMe link. A child is suffering from cancer and he lives in America, unfortunately. So he needs your help. And so go to that page. Let's see if we can get to 2,000. We already reached the goal because of you guys, because of this audience. We already reached the goal. Let's see if we put some more, put them way over the line, right? Because they need the help. So please, please, please help this. As I believe is an 8-year-old child suffering from childhood cancer, a nephew of our good friend KOE. Let's help him out. So it's in chat. All right. Also, I think I'm like 34 people. I think I'm like fucking 34 people from 1,000 at my YouTube channel. Please, like, subscribe. Oh my God, the link is in chat. It's right there. It's right there. 1,000. I'm so close. I am so close. Get me over the line. Oh my God, I need it. So the link is right there.
Work together.
Yes, we can do it. And there's like what fucking there's 1,100 you motherfuckers. Look, go to the link, right? And subscribe right now. Holy shit, get me over the line. Exclamation point YouTube in chat so you find the link. Do me a favor. I give me all this fucking free content. Just subscribe to my YouTube channel. We're gonna have the links here to the VODs, and highlights to everything. Probably Destiny freaking out and yelling at us. That's a lot of fun. So all that'll be there. Go check it out. Please subscribe. Put me over the line so I can monetize this goddamn channel. Oh shit. Anyway.
Are you trying to invalidate the viewer's autonomy, Prime?
Wait 1 second. I actually do want to. Well, just on that point, I do want to mock someone in your chat, right? If I had to read, multiple times, well, actually, don't actually make any choices. Everything is deterministic. Like, yeah, you small brain motherfuckers, you literally have no will. How are you gonna have any level of normativity? Please, just I beg you, open an SEP and look into normativity. Just read something. This is just not only is this reducting the conversation to a stupid fuck point, right? It's also just dumb.
Projected
Okay,
sorry, go on.
I just want to have one little comment before I leave tonight, if Prime's done.
No, I mean we're all leaving. It's fine.
Okay, I've been trying to be super patient.
Okay, sure. Please. Oh my God, yeah, please.
I just when it comes to saying that we don't value autonomy, I don't think that that tracks, and I think the people who are saying it are hypocrites. If the aliens came down to Earth and provided us with completely perfect conditions and everything we wanted, we wouldn't just be okay with that. If you're saying that, you're talking about yourself and you're projecting, if anything.
Okay. Guys, we are 8 away from 1,000. There's 1,100 of you here. Please, just help me out. Oh, fuck. I give you all this entertainment. Just go there and subscribe to the YouTube, !YouTube and chat. The link is there. 8 away. Just motherfuckers. Just hit the link. Holy shit. Do it now. Please do it now, for fuck's sakes. All right, anyway. I want to thank all the people who came through here. This was a lot of fun. Well, more frustration, but still fun. We do that. I'll get mix of that here. Charmhole, thank you for being you. And whatever the fuck you were doing to an animal, I don't know. But
his name is Merv.
Wow, silly.
Were you eating your mic?
Wow, silly.
Merv.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for being so kind as to gift that hot tier 1 gift sub to and I'm just a Kuma. All right, wow. Anyway, thank you.
Got him.
She got me. But yeah, please go. Follow Charmhole because you stream, right? Great. Clearus, you also stream. Thanks for being here. Everyone, go follow Clearus. So he typed. There you go. Fucking what's his name? The one who's been annoying me. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Cut sleeve. You stream, right? Cut sleeve?
No. I just do little mini games.
Okay. All right. Well, we thank you for being here as well. Always, all right? Thank you, FK, right? Thanks for being around. Really appreciate it. Gosh, the Guru of Reason. I know you stream, right?
Sort of on hiatus, but yeah, we used to do D&D. Hopefully I'll get it back soon.
Right there. Help us out. All right, moving on. We know our stream queen right there. His name is Kyo-san.
Let's go!
He won today's Primetime Morale. Now, everyone, you got to go follow Kyo-san. He won the Primetime Morale. Well, he not crushed the competition. He beat the competition by 1.
I demolished them, okay? Everything else was fake news.
I demand a recount.
Thanks so much. Marks, thanks for being here as well. Ninetales, you're a streamer, right?
Streams full time.
Not yet. I put my Twitter in chat, and I'll put it again. But very close to streaming. So if you can follow my Twitter, when
to 1K.
Okay, great, fantastic, great. Thank you, Sam the Human, for being here. Thank you, a new person with Spicy, for being here as well. Thank you, Stardust, who was our runner-up in Primetime Morale. Literally beaten by one vote, because you motherfuckers would not help her out. Democracy failed once again. But Stardust.
Good. Kyo deserves it. Here's my my YouTube's my main thing. So
yeah. So click our YouTube and my YouTube. Goddamn it, motherfuckers! Wicked Supreme. I wish we need to get you we need to schedule time for you to be on here, or maybe dual stream with us. Because I feel like every time you come on, it's I'm seconds from ending. And I will extend time because I want to include you. But we gotta come up with a better system than this, buddy.
That's really sweet. Today's my day off. I could have been here early. I just tried to slide in. I don't know how long you were going. But
okay.
I generally try not to dual stream. It's a courtesy thing, but you hardly need the help at this point. You're doing pretty well. So
no, yeah, and everyone else streams. So I just streaming. Lots of people are streaming. It's no big deal. Yeah, don't worry about that. And thank you, Wick, for coming as well. Thank you so much. Do you stream?
Not currently, but hey, I enjoyed it. That's great.
Fantastic. Great. Last but certainly not least, we have to thank Destiny for being so kind as to come through. I don't have to really put his link in chat, but because you guys already know, but I'll do it any which way. Thank you so much for being so kind to come through and start yelling at us for being fucking leftists. It's always fun. It's my fetish, honestly. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna refresh this fucking page, right? And it better be, oh my god, it better be over 1,000. Holy shit. I'm gonna lose my shit if it's not over 1,000. Oh my god, why did it... Now the page is like fucking up. Yeah, it does. Hold on. Exclamation point YouTube and chat because the link is fucking up for me. I don't know why.
1,000.
What is it? What?
It's at 1,000. It says 1K.
You made it.
Hell yeah! Yay!
Happy 1K Prime. Yay! Great. So I can start ruthlessly monetizing my YouTube as well as I do my Twitch. Fantastic. All right. So I really appreciate you all helping us out and also watch the videos. That'll be great at some point too. Great. That'll be fun. But thank you all for being here. What we're going to do, so once again, just quickly guys, exclamation point KOE to help out that fund for a little boy who's suffering from childhood cancer. Throw some money into it. I'm going to refresh that page, see if that's going up any more. But after that, I'm actually going to send you to another charity stream, so don't go away. There's another charity stream going on. No, we raised another $100. That's fantastic, actually. So we're well over $2,000 raised. So click that link, help us out. I'm going to send you to yet another charity stream, which I believe is still going on. Yes, Chapo Trap House is doing a charity stream about gamer outreach. I don't know, whatever. But it sounds good. So I'm gonna send you over there. So be kind if you can help out with whatever the fuck they're doing. That'd be nice too. So be back Monday. We'll have our reverie. Fun. We're gonna do stuff. I don't know, whatever. Right. So thank you for all being so kind as to come, and we'll Amazon Lily next week and stuff. All right. I hope you guys follow too. I forgot to tell you to do that. Whatever. All right. Bye. I don't know. It's a lot to remember. Okay. Well, we're done. They're gone.
Good night.
Hey,
Anyone in here on why One Piece is the best anime to ever exist?
Goddamn.
Absolutely.
Oh, no, actually, it's a terrible anime. It's a better manga. It's a better manga.
It is a pretty good manga.
I just want to say all of Destiny's points were invalidated because he unironically likes Burger King.
I don't like Burger King. I just used it to shit on someone in chat. Okay, calm down. Nobody likes Burger King. I don't know how that restaurant still exists.
Parasite's a really good manga.
Hang on, Dustin, you don't
Wait,
think
no,
I'm
I'm actually going to take you on a food take. The fuck is? Do you still hold the pizza one? The toppings over the
1,000,000%. People that eat cheese pizza are sociopaths.
Wow.
No way. Are you gonna tell me you'd rather like some piled up like Domino's ass pizza rather than good
with like
good
bacon,
proper wood
sausage, fucking Parmesan cheese, tomato, peppers, onions, just pile that shit on. Yes. As opposed to like the perfect Italian
low quality ingredients over like some really well baked, really good crust in a wood fire oven.
Listen, I know you're a vegetarian, but I'm sorry, my friend. That's the beauty of pork. There is no such thing as low quality pork. It's always good. Okay, so if you stack enough type of pork on a pizza, it's always gonna taste delicious.
So like,
right?
Keo, I didn't want to be an asshole to you, but when you guys were talking like vegetarian and vegan shit, damn, I'm hungry. I went over to my kitchen and just got a slice of pepperoni. I was just eating that shit to the side. I was like, I'm not fucking with it.
Don't eat that shit on camera, dude. No bravery.
I mean, I was eating the crust on camera.
Dude, you remind me of Pedro Pascal. You look like exactly like him.
Wait, what? Who?
This guy.
Oh, is
Wait,
that
you thinking about Supreme?
Is that the guy from the movie
Okay.
Prospect?
No.
Who's
This is the Viper from
That's the
Game of Thrones?
Mandalorian. That's the Mandalorian.
Yeah, the Mandalorian.
The only white guys people say I look like is any white guy that doesn't look like me. Everybody says I look like Nicolas Cage, like fucking. I've heard some weird ones.
Destiny, do you think the election was stolen, or is that something someone else?
Yeah, the wrong Destiny. No, I don't think so.
Destiny, why do you think the election was stolen? That's pretty weird.
Actually, people are talking. People are saying this about you. I don't know. It's what I'm hearing.
I heard people saying it.
Yeah, you keep talking about the N word, and like I don't know, you've been surfing up for it.
The only people
doing
that
that
ever
again.
choose
We're not doing that again.
conservatives that come at me with the Russia stuff will be like, "Oh, you let the election." So that's like the only thing I can think of it. I don't. That was a long time ago.
Cut sleeve. How old are you? If you marry?
He's 16.
Oh, I just turned 16, so I'm 16.
God damn.
ASL, buddy.
I'm okay, I'm not even defined on any position. So I am a conservative. I used to be like a Democrat, like stocked in like a year ago, and before that I was like a hardcore like borderline white
You said
nationalist.
you're 16? Listen,
Wait,
you
you
can't
were a
forget
white
you're not
nationalist?
anything
You
yet.
say you were a white nationalist?
Politically, you tabula rasa, buddy.
I get.
You call yourself almost a borderline white nationalist?
No, I feel you, man. I'm 17. I feel you.
Yo, Prime, I gotta be honest. Thank you so much for like just pointing out the average person's opinion on it, because that shit was going real long.
Thank you. I tried my best.
Wait, while that is true, I don't know if Ninetales is here. Oh, she looks like she's gone. I understand her frustration because when you have us on here and you're trying to commit us into making like rational moral arguments, it feels pretty shitty when you step in and you're like, these are really rhetorically ineffective. And it's like, well, okay, but we're not like trying to make rhetorically effective arguments here. We're just trying to make like more like arguments with a lot of like veracity to them. Like these are like logically valid and sound arguments. These aren't supposed to be the most rhetorically effective arguments.
No, I agree. No, that's why I made that distinction. I'm like, these are two different discussions, right? So I said this is the more interesting discussion. That's why I switched to a different.
Oh, sure, I understand. Yeah, I'm just saying that like that can feel like what one might call a dick move when you are taking like a hardcore philosophy argument and you butt in, you're like, not. I shouldn't say you butt in because you're the host, but when you come in, you're like, your arguments sound pretty shit to a layman. It's like, well, yeah, of course. It's like we're in like fucking abstract, like fucking philosophy territory. Of course, these are going to be really boring and uninteresting arguments. Yeah,
I'm not really into philosophy in general. Just
of course.
It's boring.
Well, but I mean, and when you're talking about being persuasive, you shouldn't be. Like, there is no fucking PETA commercial that starts off with like meta ethics, the definition of blah, blah. Like, no, like obviously that's not very persuasive. They're gonna show you like cows like screaming in a factory. That's usually how you convince people, right?
I think the cows screaming in the factory is like really unconvincing. I legitimately, so I've like been at this for a little while now, like talking to like friends online, friends like offline, online, whatever, right? Like mostly offline. The most people I've convinced to be like vegetarians are people like I'll cook something and I'll bring it into work and I'll share it with like my workmates, right? And I'll be like, hey, have you ever tried this? And I've convinced about 5 or 6 people just from like trying my cooking and like, hey, vegan cooking isn't that bad. It actually tastes pretty nice, right? Like most people just go based off of like they don't think they can have meals without meat. This is why I say that like the market has to get it. Yeah, it is the vegan cheese. That's true. But once the market gets to the point that like meat alternatives are going to taste as good or better and are going to be, I think like TVP is going to be cheaper. Like probably already is cheaper than actual mincemeat soon. I think that's when people stop making their decision, right? When poor families have to switch over from eating mince to eating TVP, you're going to start seeing a significant amount of the population move over to being vegetarian, vegan.
That's the whole thing.
And then we're going to get to a point where we pretended like it was always the worst thing, right? Like people in 100 years are going to look back and go, why the fuck did they eat meat? What disgusting, terrible people. Like the same way that we look at slavery, we're going to look at eating meat now, except they're going to ignore the fact that it was an economic decision that made them choose it.
You're a fucking dreamer.
I mean, I find like the health argument is like the most convincing.
I've been trying to ask this question. This has just been burning in my brain for a long time because it was like part 2 of the questions I wanted to ask the vegans. What do you think about like, chimpanzees they're very, they have like weird societies and they'll just randomly murder each other, not entirely randomly, but every once in a while a chimpanzee will just murder another one to like show dominance or something like that. Do we need to like go and arrest these chimpanzees?
I don't eat meat for environmental reasons, so
What do you mean? Arrest a chimp?
If you could do like chimp intervention reasonably, I don't see why not. I guess.
I feel like you were watching a Joe Rogan podcast right before you asked that.
No, this happens. You don't know about chimpanzees? They do.
I do.
Here's a question for you. We see a European murder. Is it the Americans' job to go into Europe and arrest the murderer?
Okay. The answer is that you can give moral consideration to something without that particular thing being a moral agent. So, for instance, there might be 10 children in a room running around, and one child might go fucking crazy and just smack another kid, and he dies because it's just a stupid fucking kid. Now, we wouldn't look at those children and go, "Oh my God, he murdered someone." Well, there's either 2 options here. Either one, you say that we can go and harvest and farm and eat every kid in the room because we can't hold them morally responsible for their decisions. Or 2, we are going to go in and we're going to arrest that one child and put him on trial for murdering somebody because if we're going to give him moral consideration, we have to treat him as an autonomous moral agent. Just because you give moral consideration to something doesn't mean that they necessarily are capable of being like a moral agent. Is the answer to that?
Right. So moral agency and moral culpability aren't like strictly
exactly.
correlated.
And we do this already with people in society today. So if you had like a severely mentally handicapped person, we probably wouldn't hold them as responsible as moral agents if they made a decision that we didn't think they had the cognitive capacity to make. But that doesn't give you the excuse to just treat them as garbage or eat them because they can't make those decisions and be held responsible for them.
Wait, Desmond, let me ask you a question.
Wait, hang on. I wasn't specifically talking about eating them necessarily. I'm saying, like, do we have like a moral obligation to go and arrest these chimpanzees?
No, because they haven't committed moral wrong. They don't have the capacity to commit immoral acts because they don't have the
You're like completely discarding any notion of moral agency that they have.
No. So this is the reason why I made this example. You can ascribe like moral like you have to give moral consideration to something, but just because you give moral consideration to something doesn't mean that thing has moral agency. Those are two separate and distinct things.
Sure, you can like
like with children.
Okay. Yeah. I'm actually curious. So does your definition of like a moral action, does it require agency or something like that? Like if a person,
every definition, people would say like the reason why a rock crushing somebody the rock isn't committing a moral wrong is because we say the rock doesn't have the capacity to act in a moral way. It's not a moral agent. And we would say that a child that's 4 years old that or like let's say that a child is 2 years old and they accidentally roll over on their sibling and they suffocate them. We'd say, well, okay, that's not their fault. They're not a moral agent. They didn't choose that, right? So we wouldn't say that those actions are good or bad.
Well, I mean, like, I think we might say that to some degree they would choose it or something, but we make caveats for how capable they are of conceptualizing whether or not what they're doing is wrong, right? Like,
which is moral agency, a form of moral agency. Yeah, that's what you're basically building towards. Maybe just in different words.
Fundamentally, I'm like a strict determinist, so I don't believe people make choices at all. But
I understand what you're saying. So the choice thing is so fucking important for ethics to work that even people that are strict determinists will pretend they're not because they have something called compatibilism.
Right. No, I was going to say that. Like, I'm not a compatibilist. I do actually believe in strict determinism, but I just don't think it's like it meaningfully affects your life.
So you seem like you understand like philosophy and like philosophy terms and stuff. You said
I'm a philosophy minor, so
cool. So like, there's one like Destiny mentioned compatibilism, but that's like a separate position to determinism. Right. That's the idea that like free will and determinism are compatibilist, right? What I would argue if you're looking at like, would you say that like? You like the fatalist string of determinist, right? The one that says that like all choice. If you had like a calculator, if you could a big enough like computer, you could like predict the future because you could look at all outcomes.
If you knew like all the laws of physics and the entire state of the universe, you could produce all of existence. Yeah,
I believe that.
So have you heard of a term called normativity?
No, I know what like normative use of terms and stuff is.
So that's what we're basically referring to, right? So normativity is like the idea of like man, this is like really hard. There's like a massive, like it's like 150 pages on the SCP over this, right? But basically what it's going to reduce down to is like what you ought to do or what something ought to be, right? It's like a way of ought, right? And the problem with determinism is that basically because there's no way of like, see it. I know I'm doing like boring philosophy stuff, so cut me off if that's the case. But because we have like we need some way things ought to be. Because if it's the case that like there's just a way that things are or there is no ought, right? There's no way of like there's nothing other than what will be.
No,
that's the point I'm making. Wait, that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. Okay, what I'm saying is if you don't have these oughts, right? You don't have like some way something ought to be. You literally actually don't have some way to make meaningful statements, funnily enough, right? Because the ethics aren't the only norms, right? Like we have epistemic norms. We have things like the way the truth ought to be, the way that like we have like some foundation things, right? And we understand that we need this normativity to make meaningful statements. So if you have like full-on fatalistic determinism, it actually sort of collapses under its own weight because you have no like state of truth.
Well, it just requires you to make that assumption, right? Like you just have to take a leap of faith that it's the case. Like the idea. The way that I try to explain, I guess, like determinism as I understand it is, you take a rock on the top of a mountain and drop it and chart the path that it falls. If you were to rewind time to the moment just after you drop the rock, do you believe that it would carve the same path every single time? Like the same idea applies, right? Like
I think it's
you'd have to be like some level of compatibilist to have like some will that would have some like some counterpoint, right? Because then you have no ought. You have no way of like having any kind of way of making meaningful statements.
Well, the ought is demonstrated by the way that it happens, right? But you're just positing.
It's not demonstrated by the way that happens. It's the only way that is.
Look, we
So
have abilities.
The point is that it's a nonsense statement to say that somebody ought to have done something if they could have made no other decision. If somebody's got a gun to their head, right, and you and I don't know, somebody gets shot in the fucking head, right, and you're like, oh, you ought not have been shot. Like that's pretty fucking useless statement. Like they have no agency in whether or not they got shot.
Y'all are thinking in the
Obviously, you're not making the statement that
Y'all are
they
thinking
need
in
to
the
go back
past.
and
You need
make
to
a
think
different
about the powers
choice,
of
right? It's a statement.
extrapolation.
The value of an odd statement is to create a behavioral model to be adhered to in the future.
Which is why compatibilism is the only thing that makes sense, because you have to yes, because you have to admit that people make the decisions that they want to make, right? You have the free will to make the decision you want to make. It doesn't matter that it was a decision that you were always going to make. You have the freedom to make other decisions, but you just didn't want to because it wasn't in your nature. Like, you made the decision you wanted to make. That's compatibilism. And that's where the ought statement comes from, is essentially like you ought to want different things.
Compatibilism at all. I don't think we need to talk about things in this way at all. I don't think you need to say things like you ought not.
I think broadly the philosophical community agrees with me, at least like in academia, because otherwise they run into all these problems with those ought statements.
No, can you just listen?
Can believe the decision-making process is real.
Let him talk.
Okay, so there are a couple things on this. First of all, we don't need to have like ought statements to decide about things we ought to we should do in the future, or even punish people for things they have done. We can say like, we can predict that applying this corrective behavior to this person will result in this outcome, and that outcome is desirable to us, or something like that. We can act in ways in which we appear to have free will without there not actually being free will whatsoever. We were always going to do everything the way it was going to happen.
The reason why you say that these are just a lot of big words. The reason why normativity comes before epistemic ideas is because what you just said there. Okay, so the idea that if we do this thing, if we punish people, it'll make a better society. In order to do any of this, before we can even get this argument off the ground, we have to say that we ought to do something about this, right? Because that's going to be my first question. Well, why ought we do anything for society? Why ought we do anything to this? Why ought we value this goal? Why ought we do it? Right?
Everything is arbitrary because our values are sort of fundamentally arbitrary.
But you don't feel that way though. That's not the life that you feel, right? If I give you two doors, and one leads to a vat of boiling acid and one leads to perpetual happiness.
Nobody feels this way, but that's not so. I guess all I'm saying is the only thing my determinism does for me personally is allow me to look back and say, well, unfortunately, I honestly could not have done anything differently. But that doesn't mean that I can't plan for the future and try to think about doing things differently in the future.
That's why I would argue it's compatibilism.
Yeah, well,
I don't think that's compatibilism.
It kind of is. So I'm on your side in that I'm a hardline determinist. I think given sufficient inputs, the entirety of the universe has already been written. I think that it's inescapable. But I think that there are levels of context by which we have to be able to have conversations. Otherwise, everything becomes necessarily absurd.
Of course.
This panel could literally be 15 people just screaming my answer is predetermined. My answer is predetermined, and it's it doesn't get us anywhere, right? It leads to absurdity, right? Much the same way that we and I think it's important to understand that language is very complicated, and when we have these conversations, all of it can be loaded with this other subtext that we can both acknowledge, but we don't have to talk about. So, for instance, I might say something hey, we should go to the park tomorrow. But really, what I'm saying is hey, I'm going to say this sentence that we should go to the park tomorrow, and whether or not you want to come is actually predetermined based on me saying this, blah, blah, blah. But I don't need to say that. Much the same way that if I were to ask you who do you think, or what do you think is going to happen tomorrow, in the next episode of Attack on Titan or something, you wouldn't say oh, well, it's fictional, so nothing is going to happen. You would answer in the context of that fictional warning.
You better be real careful treading around Attack on Titan. Okay, we know your history spoils.
No, shut up. I'm not talking about. I'm just saying when we talk about when I ask you well, what happened between Harry Potter and Dumbledore, you wouldn't say, well, nothing happened. They're fictional characters. What do you mean? You would answer in the context of that world. The same.
Sure. Yeah, this is a normative conversation, right? Versus a strictly declarative.
Okay.
But yeah, so one of the questions. Hang on. One of the questions I always ask people, because whenever I say I'm a strict determinist and everything you ever do has been determined, they say well, that's horrible. Wouldn't that ruin your life? And I'm like, no. Imagine you woke up tomorrow and you knew that all of your previous life had been determined and all of your future life has been determined, what would you do differently? People say like, I just stay in bed all day. Well, like that doesn't make any fucking sense. You wouldn't do anything differently because it doesn't affect
Just
you.
knowledge in and of itself doesn't change the
I'm super
experience.
sympathetic to your position, but what I would say is that like we have to consider like these other positions that are tied to what we're talking about, like these knock-on effects of the philosophy that we think. Right. This is why I would consider myself a compatibilist. But I'll be real. I don't know heaps about compatibilism because for years I was a full-on like fatalistic determinist. Right. And understanding the like normativity is like such an important concept that we can't like afford to lose. It like sort of pushes you off that position. So you don't have any ought. You don't have any like it's always just what is. There is no ought, so you lose everything about having meaningful statements.
Maybe I'm a fucking idiot. I don't see how compatibilism is like in any way like a denouncement of like hard determinism. Like hard determinism exists. It's just
I'm just
like,
curious about the statement that compatibilism makes about like the mechanics of decision making.
I mean,
it does. So it acknowledges. It says there's some level of will, basically. It assumes the level of will. I mean, like, I don't think determinists don't think that will exists. I don't think that.
Wait, I have
like they actually have to admit that there is no actual will. Well, I mean, like
there is still chance.
I mean, like, okay, so like, as a determinist, I have to I can concede that like the decision-making process is one that's real, but that's ultimately rooted in causation, right? Like,
but it's only rooted in causation. You don't have any will. You don't have free will. It's just an illusion. That's why determinism and free will. That's why determinism. Please, that's why determinism and free will are seen as like juxtaposing, because to accept determinism is to reject free will.
Wait, yeah, let Cutsleeve ask a question.
There must be some definitional like misunderstanding that we have. I think like.
Wait, let Cutsleeve in.
Yeah, I consider myself a compatibilist. So I have a question for the determinists. Why can't you make a predetermined choices? Why does determinism necessarily mean you have no choices? Because there is such thing as a predetermined choice.
But that doesn't make sense to me.
And also, here's
so
another
mean,
hypothetical.
Like which way you're gonna go to work today, like.
Well,
predetermined, but you could go a different way.
I have the right to have all my choices predetermined, otherwise you're taking away my autonomy.
When a layman hears the term free choice, what they like to think is that they could have chosen something else at any other point in time. That's what when a layman thinks of free choice, they think that like, okay, well, when somebody asks me what school do I want to go to for college, I truly at that point in time I deliberated and I thought about the best school that I want to go to. They don't want to hear that like, oh well, I was always going to choose whatever I chose. They would like to think that if they went back in time, they might have chose something different. Because it's empowering when you're successful in life. This goes into what somebody else. I don't know your name. Gash. What Gash said earlier. This goes into like, well, why do people get so upset about determinism? Because people want to take credit for their accomplishment. So the idea that something that they did that was good was predetermined, all of a sudden robs you of that feeling of like, well, I made the right choices to accomplish that good thing.
Wait,
right. So when I think about a decision being, hold on. No, so like, listen. When I think about a decision being made, the idea of me making a decision is like what the decision-making process looks like to me is that some information I'm aware of, like I guess I hedge or I parse or I analyze some information that I've been made aware of. But even the fact that I've been made aware of the information that I can claim to consciously be aware of is like rooted in causation. Like has nothing to do with me, right?
And everything happening in your brain also has to do with
that experience of things happening in my brain can be real, but it can also be the case that were you to rewind time and reset every variable in the universe, the same thing, that I'm always going to make the same choice. What is that?
Yeah, we know that. Like, compatibilism doesn't contradict any of this, right? Like, and Cutsleeve kind of like hit it on the head a little bit. They use like poor language to describe it. I think it's just literally saying that like you can have predestination and still have free will, because it's like ethereal concept of the self, basically, that like you make the decisions that you want to make, and although you couldn't have made although you wouldn't make any other decision, you still enacted your free will because you weren't forced to act against any kind of thing that you wanted, right? Your autonomy wasn't taken away from you. You still enacted your will. You still had the free choice to do what you want to do.
This is why I often say like I don't even believe in like personhood or will at all, because in a strictly deterministic world, like
you don't believe in personhood?
Not in a like.
Okay. I think so we can get back to eating people.
I'm
feel like
very
you're mixing.
confused now. What do you mean by you don't believe in personhood?
So you're saying like, oh, you yourself make this free will choice or something. I'm like, there is no self. Everything is just a collection of atoms.
I think you're making
this notion of self is indistinguishable, like from rocks and trees and stuff like that. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
Yourself is the thing that even if you have no free will, you still experience and perceive, right?
Experiences are just chemical reactions in the brain. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're conflating two things.
In the brain, like an agent, or an entity rather, is experiencing those things. That entity is.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
These things can be material, but you can still have definitions of them that apply. Like we still experience joy, whether or not it's like material in nature. Like I believe that it's all material in nature, but I still believe that the experience, like, there's nothing about me pondering the nature of the experience or the experience being material as opposed to like a theory or like the result of some fucking god magic or some shit. Like it doesn't change the experience to me. Like joy is still joy. I would still describe it all the same way.
That's like philosophy 101, isn't it? I think therefore I am. Like it's just. Yeah, I experience. I have thoughts like that thing that perceives the world.
Gosh, can I ask a question? Is your perception that like if it doesn't really matter like if you have your arm cut off or something like that because that's not necessarily a part of you. That's just like a series of cells and bone. And
okay, you would feel the pain, right? The self that is you would feel that pain when you had your arm cut off.
That is me. There's some like experience of pain that's happening in this head, right? But I don't know what you mean when you say the self. I don't know what that is. No one's ever been able to describe it to me.
I think
that thing which experiences the pain, like you do, right?
What is
like
it
you
look like?
literally do experience the pain. It's not just like chemical reactions and it has no effect on.
No, it is
like,
literally just chemical reaction.
If there's no
What
choice,
about the pain after you've not had it and you're missing your arm, like you missed?
I think in that sense, what you're talking about, Gash, is like it's almost like sentience, right? Like you're asking, what is the sense of self?
Hold on. Sentience is a phenomenon that arises as a result of having a brain.
Yeah.
If there's no choice, how does observation?
So it sounds like you're making the argument that if I tell you like here's how you make a cookie, here's all the ingredients and like and all the steps you have to follow, and at the end you have cookies, right? And you're like, yeah, but do cookies even exist? Because they're just like particles and like it's all the same stuff and they're just mixed.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Process.
I think you're mixing qualia and a materialist like theory of the universe. Like
no, wait, hold on, fuck, Gash, are you like a Hegelian or is this just?
I'm not familiar enough to
Okay,
know.
so there are some theories of like the universe that basically says that like matter is matter and it just flows from one thing to another, and it's a very human process to try to distinguish some forms of matter from other forms of matter. That as far as the nature of the universe goes, there is no such thing as any individual entity. Like a tree isn't distinguished like by any property from water, or isn't distinguished by the air or the dirt.
Yeah,
like,
these are systems we've invented to understand.
Wait, these are just called social constructs.
Sure. So these are like categories of things that we recognize, and then how you choose to deal with those categories, a number of different philosophers will obviously do it in a different way. I mean, at like a very, very fundamental level, you're correct in that, like, well, arguably, that these concepts or these categories or these patterns or these universal forms or whatever don't exist in nature for sure.
That's a specific theory, though.
Sure, but as people, we tend to recognize the distinction between these because different types of matter has different properties that interact with our
useful for us to interact with each other in the world.
Sure, but we still have different, like, perceiving conscious entities that exist within that fucking.
I don't know what that is.
Atoms.
It's chaos.
And you're saying you don't know what that
It
is.
does sound like you're arguing for like a soul.
It's literally the only thing that you know.
You're just saying like there's some magic.
I don't even know how you can make the statement.
You're talking about
that is. If you don't,
just
wait,
ultimate
holy shit! How can you make the statement? I don't know what that is. If you don't fucking believe in itself, if you don't think there's self-existent, what the fuck are you referring to when you say I?
I'm saying I normatively, but I don't actually believe in myself. It's true.
Well, wait, so you don't
What
actually
are you
believe in
referring to?
determinism. You think determinism is like a category to describe some set of action. You don't actually believe in determinism either. It's just like an ethical theory to describe some more relatively.
No, we're on to personhood. We're on to personhood. I want to understand what you mean when you say I. Like, what is the definition of I when you say that? Like, if you don't believe that you exist.
So it's fundamentally a nonsense term. Yeah.
What does believe mean? What do
we all understand what it means, and you're using. You all understand what it means. You're using it to communicate a concept.
So I'm using it in a normative way because just as I talked about with Destiny a second ago, we're trying to communicate with each other. But what's really going on under the hood is that none of us exist.
Why do we need to communicate with each other?
We don't need to communicate with each other. Nothing could exist, and it would be. It doesn't really.
Okay, I think I'm calling it there. You'll have a.
This is fucking. I don't know. Maybe I'm really fucking stupid or something. Which is highly probable. Like I haven't had any philosophy in education. I'm a history graduate, but like, there's some kind of fucking massive disconnect, like miscommunication.
Okay, hold on. The massive disconnect is, so we're kind of like stumbled onto right here is like, this is like the hard problem of consciousness, right? Is kind of what Gash is taking what is, somebody keeps saying kind of like the ultimate skeptic position, that like you don't actually exist, there's not like a thing, blah, 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 blah. And Vivian, your disconnect with what Gash is saying is that like, well, hold on, there is clearly something experiencing something. And it seems to be that when we utter the phrase I, we seem to be referring to some ongoing experience that we're having. That is something that both sides of you should be able to acknowledge. Gash, I would imagine, is a conscious being that is acknowledging that he's experiencing something, but Gash is appealing to a more fundamental, like, nature of the materia that, like,
strict
everything
materialist.
It's hard.
There's no ghost.
Where did you get that theory?
That's fine.
It doesn't matter.
Listen, I don't believe that there's a ghost.
I made it up.
I'm a strict materialist as well, but like self can still, or personhood and self, these can all be derived from like functional distinctions or functional descriptions.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, what we mean when we say the self or I is really just like whatever's going on up here or this body or something.
This is an assumption that you and I have to make.
No, at the fundamental
he's saying
level,
that is an assumption we have to make in order to communicate. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, at the fundamental level, we're saying that which perceives, that which experiences. Yeah,
the underlying that is
dogpiling him right now.
It's okay.
But I get it. Yeah, there's no material thing to which this refers. Like the only way we can infer its existence,
or if there is, we can't really produce it right now.
Yeah, the only way we can infer the existence of the self is through our like subjective experiences, I guess. I don't know. I'll have to try and get my head around it more. I don't know if I'll agree with it, but it sounds like it might be a coherent position.
Okay, you guys can like
consequential, so.
You guys can totally keep on asking them questions if this isn't interesting, but I actually have a different worldview. I believe that under the surface, I'm like the opposite of a chaos theorist. I believe under the surface things are inherently unpredictable until we observe it. So I think that like when it comes to the time for chemical reactions to happen and stuff like that, it's not deterministic. It's potentially even just random. And so I do think that there is such a thing of free will. Does anyone at least know what that's called?
Wait, you're talking about like the the slit experiment and all that sort of shit? Like at the quantum level, like things can ultimately be random, and therefore
superposition.
Yeah, that's like the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. It's like observation.
So I'm not making a direct correlation saying that like because this exists, this is also how reality is.
But the thing is, that view doesn't change anything. It's just as mechanistic as determinism. It's just that there's
and not only
that, but just claiming to not know what the mechanism is.
That's not what she said. She said that as far as it goes, that everything is, I guess, unpredictable until the human actually observes it, and then like I'm just reading verbatim at this point, but then it becomes like random. Which I guess I'd like to ask her what random is in her definition.
You can't do anything to predict the result.
But wait,
that's
so
the same thing as determinism. If you don't know the future.
No, I mean, isn't this like an entirely solipsistic view? Because it would require basically, unless you consider like humans agents of reality, that like by the nature of a conscious being observing something,
not necessarily
starts doing shit. Like,
yeah, not necessarily. I would say that there's like sort of, but at the same time, like there's a net predictable effect that you can have, but that's because it's on a much broader scale than what.
But I want to ask you, you're positing that like that observing a thing actually like has the impact, right? Like actually influences how it's.
I don't even think that these worldviews are.
I think
they're fundamentally the same, right? In that you just the observing thing is the part where we're just making this assumption so that we can communicate, right? That's how I see it.
I agree. That's what I was saying. It's
I don't think so.
It's more along the lines where, yes, the probability collapses as we observe it, but not as directly. Like more so, we perceive the result we expect at that level, not this level, at that level. So I'm talking about entirely different levels. So I'm not saying we're the arbiters of reality. I'm saying that when we interfere with quantum randomness, we interfere with it.
I mean, see, this is the
Okay,
point
no, I
that
understand
this is
that.
the
What
point
does
that
that even mean?
where I start to agree with who was it? He said, what was it, like determinism and free will is just like fucking intellectual masturbation, because whether or not you predetermined to get up and go to the toilet in the morning, you either do it or you end up lying in your own piss. Like the practical applications of such like ridiculously esoteric philosophical questions like are basically nil.
Well,
like
you're talking about controlled chaos, right?
Applications that come out of
Is
like
that
a
what you're
deterministic
talking about?
understanding. Like basically anything, any system we would ever want to design, like if we come to it with the understanding that all outcomes are rooted in causation, which is what determinism is, right? It's just
Oh, sure, yeah, nobody's saying that like libertarian free will is the way that we should fucking look at the world, sure. But like the when you start getting into the nitty gritty of all this sort of stuff, it's a bit much. Like I think pretty much like most serious like pretty much any serious philosopher rejects libertarian free will. It's just like
Viv,
at
the end of the day, they're just fun thought experiments anyway.
I'm a massive stoner. I can't not think about these things because I smoke too much weed.
Well, no, I don't
it's
agree.
fine.
Wait,
I was
wait,
just
wait.
like-
I don't agree with Supreme or Viv that there's no like impact on your life on thinking about these things.
Well, I didn't say that there's no impact on your life.
Or, well, I don't even mean just like predicting things in the future. Like if you believe in determinism, I think even just sort of like personally for me, and I think I said this a little bit before, when I look back at things that I've done in the past, I don't feel like guilt. Because I couldn't have done things differently, right? Or I don't.
Right.
I tend not to feel like remorse or regret.
Guilt's like a motivator to not do it in the future, right?
No. Listen. So I'm almost like a stoic. It feels to me like a stoic philosophy where it's like I look back and I go, oh well, like these things were bad and they produced bad outcomes, but it's useless to feel bad about the things that happened in the past.
The belief in
because I
determinism is what drives you to only understand how you came to make those choices, not to condemn yourself for them. Right?
Exactly. So I don't condemn myself, but I go, okay, when things like that arise in the future, in order to avoid bad outcomes, I can do this other stuff. So
why would you avoid bad outcomes? I mean, if there's no guilt, if there's no
I
like
subsequently don't feel guilt for them, but I also am like I have values, right? Like I value life and I value my family and stuff like that. And these are things that I either can't avoid or just like doing for whatever arbitrary.
How did you get those
not
values?
altogether sure. Like it
They're
feels
arbitrary.
weird to me that somebody could like eschew guilt even by like philosophizing themselves out of it. Seems to me like a natural human reaction that if it's absent, like
No, it's true. I do often feel guilt and remorse and regret, but
Right. And
you said
I can contextualize it. I can contextualize it. I can say there's no reason to feel sad about things that happened in the past, but I can try to do better in the future.
Is there a
You know what
reason not to feel sad about things in the past?
Yes, because it's useless to sit around and feeling miserable about things that you can't affect.
So are you saying that pain is bad?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but they still have a purpose,
I'm very
right?
confused about that
Have you,
question.
have you never worked out in your life? Have you
saying
never
you're saying
lifted something and
you're
gotten
utilitarian,
stronger?
and that's what the determinism has pushed you into. Like just
No.
your
I don't think determinism pushes me into utilitarianism. I think these are very separate things. I think determinism is a metaphysical belief about the world. It doesn't have to do with ethics. In a strict determinist universe, there's no such thing as ethics or morality, right? Like these are
I'm
nonsense.
talking about your belief in determinism. What has it like? You're saying that it has had an impact on how you apply your ethics.
Yeah, it has. Well, not on how I apply my ethics, but I guess you could say that. But it's just
How
on
you develop your ethics.
how I think about my life, and like I guess my ethics in the sense of what I ought to do about things that have happened in the past.
How
things
you
that
ought to feel about them as well.
Yeah, there's no reason to feel sad or like immiserate myself about things that I've done wrong in the past or bad things that have happened to me, right? That doesn't help me.
Or that at least like the condemnation part of it is a thing that needs to be useful because, yeah, right. I think I understand what you mean by in a purely deterministic universe, there's no need for ethics or something. I think I disagree with that, but I think that maybe because we have maybe different definitions or we interpret the term ethics or its use to be different things or something like that. Like I would say even in a deterministic universe, like ethics can still be drawn up like experiences and phenomena can all still be real. Like the experience of suffering, we can still quantify or qualify as being like, you know, negative and something that ought to be avoided. You can still draw up an ethical framework to like,
you could say it ought to be avoided, but like,
I'm sorry.
Well, you can say it ought to be avoided, but it's a deterministic.
The reasons for doing so can be valid regardless of whether you're a determinist, compatibilist, dualist.
There's no reason in a deterministic universe for anything.
There is.
That's the thing.
Series.
There can be.
You're conflating two things. You're conflating some qualia with like a theory of the universe. It's not. They're different things. Like your theory about the universe doesn't tell you about like your experience. You made up your theory.
Right. You know what I've learned from this conversation? It's that it's totally okay for me to like never be a vegan because I'll never feel guilty about it. I'll never feel guilty about eating meat in the future.
Okay,
I have no other choice. I'm always gonna eat that.
I side more with Cash on this. I do think that the inability to explain where that qualia comes from, or say when we're in a moment of decision, what actually spurs inhibition or excitation of the neurons to cause you to do that? That's a serious question, and just signing it away as like, oh, it's yourself, it's the soul, is not good enough. I think therefore I am is not actually an explanation of why we're having this experience and what the utility is. So I really, really think that like, while Gash's thing is definitely problematic overall, he is onto something there. Is that like we can't just pull agency out of nowhere.
No, I kind of disagree slightly. So I would say I would say that the reason why like agency matters and the reason why like this qualia matters is because, you know, in my opinion, there are other people. Like it's a sort of a negotiated thing. Like we create ethics with other people. If you're a solipsist and you have qualia, you still have nothing. But if you're if you have qualia and you have, you know, a theory of other people, which is like something that you have like an identity relationship, it's like another person, and you know what that is, it's like another thing that has qualia experiences, then from that you can communicate and construct ethics.
Well, I accept these things because they're useful for accomplishing my arbitrary values.
What's qualia?
Qualia is your
just
experience.
Your experience.
Your
like
what?
phenomena.
Hey, I got a friend that wants to talk. I'll catch you guys later, okay?
All right, later.
Have a good night.
The question I have is I'm not necessarily like I'm not necessarily like too well versed in this. I mean, I have like a fundamental understanding of like determinism and, you know, the debate between predetermination and free will and all that stuff. But I was thinking about this earlier, you know, like and Ninetales brought up a good point. Like if we truly have any agency, right? Like how can we explain things like preference, or like if you eat a food, right, and you're like, okay, this is good, or like if you eat another food and you don't particularly like it, like what exactly determines that? Is that your chemistry? Is that like, you know, your preferences, or like are you making the decision yourself to not like that?
Well, I mean, I would say everything is chemistry and physics.
Okay.
Material reality.
I would say there's the things you feel are mostly qualia. Like even if the part where you like enjoy it is qualia, but what you do about it and what you think about it, that is like the foundation of ethics. It's like the first step of free will, deciding that you know it's a decision you made before you even knew it. Like you decided you like this thing.
But what if the argument is whether or not these ethics are deterministic, or, you know, like more up to question? Because like
I think you can change them. I think there's some, you know, this goes close to like that like libertarian free will thing. What you think about things, what things you like can change, and you can change them.
Okay.
It's hard. Like, it's hard for people to accept that, but I think that's the reality.
This is where my overlap. Oh, do you want go ahead?
No. You go.
Okay. Well, this is where my overlap with, is it Gash or Gauche?
It's Gash.
Gash. this is where my overlap with Gash ends, because I do believe that in the moment of decision making, we are in a situation of probability where things aren't like futuristically determined, at least. And so in that moment, I think that I think that there is an agency to that person, and their choice to inhibit or excite something is important. But that's only because I fundamentally don't believe everything is deterministic. I believe that like there's a certain chaos to things that definitely doesn't fall into chaos theory, but there's a certain chaos to things that like the complexity of the moment cannot be like fully fleshed out in any given like state of things.
But what's the thing that's making the choice?
I know, and that's the fucking part I hate trying to answer.
Right, like there's no thing, right? There's nothing anyone can point to. It's
it's a combination of things, right?
I mean, they point to
we
qualia.
agree that it's a combination of things. It's a combination of qualia, experience, chaos, chance.
How do any of those things make a decision? I don't understand what that means.
But there's the split theory, right? There's the split observation, right? Like when you're attempting to extrapolate for whatever, for the future, you're extrapolating the data, you're trying to scry into the future and see exactly what's going on, right? So you have then choices. You can create or attempt to create a controlled chaos, right? Like if you have that ability, then I don't see how it can't get
I don't
folded.
know what you means in this circumstance.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, that was
say you have the ability to do this thing. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But to be fair, you technically
You've never
do,
seen
right?
a play?
You technically do.
Oh,
I know. Yeah.
There's like a physical entity that you kind of know.
Yeah, but
is
can you
referred
recognize
to.
it's an abstraction at least?
Make choices.
But can you recognize that it works as an abstraction, not as not
Sure,
a
if we're talking normatively, but we're not. I thought we weren't in the normative domain. So
Choice is a bad word. Choice is a bad word. It's an old, outdated word that needs to be cast the fuck aside. Okay, because I'm not trying to say you have a choice in the matter. You have a chance in the matter, right? Like that's the thing. Whether or not somebody is observing it, or enough people are observing it, or enough people observe it incorrectly, right? And all of these observations come together into like some kind of weird pudding, some weird clay that then you can try to, it ends up shaping itself in some other random ass way.
I guess what I mean fundamentally is that like I'm just a skeptic, and like Landry, if you're gonna say that like people have free will and make choices, like you're first gonna have to show me what a person is, because I have no clue what that is. I don't know what that looks like this thing that's making choices and thinking things. That's just a brain to me. I don't know what it is.
Well, yeah, well that's what it is.
I mean the thing is, why do you have a theory of a brain? Like I feel like I have more access to like this qualia stuff and like my first person experience more like, and then I learned about the brain. Like it's like
because. So again, when you say I have access to this qualia stuff, I don't know what that I is. I think that there's stuff happening in your brain, and it creates this appearance.
Okay, what's brain? What's what is a brain? Is your
brain is a specific composition of
the meat computer, bro.
Computer.
So why do you experience your experience as opposed to your experience and my experience?
Because, well, first of all, you and I don't exist, but in the normative sense, in the normative sense, like my brain is connected to my eyes and not connected to your eyes, and there are photon receptors in my eyes that are not the same.
Here's what blows my fucking mind, right? Like, if you're if you're right? What's to say, or who's to say that like basically everything else doesn't have some degree of sentience? Like the sentience arises out of a brain, but like there are plenty of other sort of structures within nature that like within nature and also like man-made, like computers, for example.
for example, right? Like they have these incredibly complex root structures, and most of the redwoods that you see out in the forest are connected to each other, and they actually share information with each other like, through their root structures. This is kind of a form of sentience, right? So
yeah, what's the problem with that?
Is it because like just passing information or whatever? You wouldn't say that like I don't know. You wouldn't say that like each cell in our body has fucking sentience, right? And yet they pass information to each other and tell each other what to do. Like
so if we say sentience in the more normative sense, which is what I assume we're talking about, like the ability to process information and produce outputs or something like that, right? Like sure, everything does that, but fundamentally, again, under the hood, nothing is making decisions or anything. Everything is just like reactive. It's just, you know, particles bouncing off each other.
But that comes
You've never planned for anything?
Understand why you're so committed to this theory.
Because he's only
because he's inverse.
Wait till he gets to the third year.
And I'm not even a philosophy student. I'm kind of working this on the fly at this point, but I feel like the qualia thing can be an answer, because I think when you're there about to make that decision, you are self-aware for one thing. You know you can predict consequences if you choose.
I don't know what that means.
But yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing is like what decisions that entity makes, what decisions that entity makes is determined on their being. So when you understand someone as a personality, you kind of understand them as an agent who's going to make certain decisions versus others. And so what we're saying is this type of person bad compared to this framework of ethics if they do this?
No, oh, right. So this is extremely normative now. I'm like very metaphysical in this other thing.
I guess I just don't care about the distinction personally. Sorry, sorry for saying something.
It's just, I just want to know, like, what caused you to make the decision to name yourself Gash? Like,
do you?
I don't know. If it's like, here in the UK, Gash is just like slang for vagina. Like, it's a really vulgar slang for vagina, and generally used as an insult against people.
I don't want to know.
Listen, okay, hold on, Vivian. The UK people are fucking weird. Like a fanny pack here is like something that you wear on your waist. If you go over to the UK and say fanny, people are gonna look at you really fucking weird. Y'all have really weird ass language rules, okay?
You have really weird ass language rules. Who the fuck calls an asshole a fanny? Come on.
Well, it's not the asshole. It's not the asshole.
Yeah,
it's the ass.
Cheeks.
Ass is
Okay,
a
who
fanny.
the fuck calls an ass a fanny?
But a fanny is just
weird.
A fanny is just a front butt.
What to you? That's
Listen,
because you're from the UK.
a fanny is just a front
normal
butt.
to us.
Okay,
Something.
you got back
Like,
butt
call
and
it
you got
back
front
fanny.
butt.
Like,
Anyway, gosh.
But yeah,
Actually,
How is
See,
a
here's
fanny
the
supposed to
thing.
be a vagina though? Like,
I didn't get to finish my discussion with Gad. I'm kind of getting frustrated. I wanted to hear an answer, but I just quickly want to point something out. So, like, I want to try one more time. So, maybe think about this as being like I'm trying to describe something deterministic. So, if you hear normative, maybe that's like a gap in being able to see it how I see it, because I see this as being kind of descriptive. Literally, like, we are analytical beings. Fundamentally, like, to me, that's deterministic, that we are always going to try to analyze things. And so what we're doing, when you say you versus I, we're creating frames of reference for ourselves to be able to differentiate each other, but in an analytical framework. So while morals and ethics may not actually, like, I would say that, like, you have to look at, like, what determines somebody to do something to consider the morality of their actions. However, on a broader framework, when we're talking about what's good or bad, we have to look at things based on, like, well, if someone is determined to do this, then is that good or bad based on like whatever ethical framework we're referring to and what they've done. So even though it is deterministic, I think, like, the fact that we're here doing this, and maybe that begs the question or something, is kind of like the analytical answer to what I is in this stuff. It's not like a substantial soul. It's an like, I know you hate that it's normative, but it's an abstraction for us to be able to analyze things deterministically.
So you haven't had a problem with an analytic, like, division at all this whole time?
What?
So what do you mean?
An eye, like, defining an eye as, like, a bunch of phenomena that are somewhat unified in your experience?
In order to
Okay, then
communicate,
that's it. Okay, then that's literally all we ever want to do. We do that, and then we can do ethics because we can communicate and talk about shit and do discourse and whatever.
and we can do ethics, but our ethics are like literally arbitrary, and like morality doesn't fundamentally.
I mean,
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
There's language.
Elements.
There's language, and language has a structure, so it can't be arbitrary. Like
it's arbitrary. All ethics is every ethical prescription you could ever make presupposes some axiomatic, some foundational values that you have, and if you,
like it's discourse. We create the ethics right now.
No, you can create it, but whether or not you're correct or not.
Okay, but the thing you even said it's
fundamentally built on top of some foundational value that you have. Values are primal.
And the thing is, first of all, you didn't believe in you. Now you believe in you, and I'm saying
because we're operating in a different framework. In like a metaphysical framework, there's no such thing as you and I. But if we want to like just communicate and try to exist together and talk normatively, then yeah, we could talk about you or I. That's fine.
Okay, so are normative things and metaphysically non-existent?
Yes.
So
not all normative things, but like the concept of you and I is like nonsense in a metaphysical sense.
But it has to be
always
determined.
You're gonna keep saying if it's not, if it always isn't, then it always is. You get that, right? Gosh.
No, I don't know what that means.
Well, it means that if you're going to say it isn't, then you're also saying that it is.
I'm not sure.
Nothing can't exist. So if nothing is never, it's always something.
I don't know what this double negative is. What I'm saying is,
you're double negative. Everything you say, every time you come back with something, you just say it isn't, and then you go from there.
Oh, he's talking about what you do, what you've been doing. It's like
I don't know what that means, but
like we've constructed a you for you and me. Right, and then you're saying like, but then you're saying that there are, and I try to make like the most minimal you that you can produce, which is an ensemble of phenomena, and then you're trying to give that ensemble of phenomena like values. I'm saying that no, you just do that. You create the ensemble, and from that you construct ethics. So
but contained within that ensemble are necessarily values. Is that not true?
No, I don't think so. I think. How
do experiences create ethics? Like that doesn't make sense.
Okay, I can explain this. So if we are to be like, you kind of said that like who we are is determined by the people that we've been influenced by, right? So moral agency, maybe we could attribute as like not being the responsibility of the individual, but being the responsibility of us collectively. So as analytical
exactly.
As analytical beings, we want to be able to communicate to each other through shortcuts instead of having to have this discussion every time through axioms. What is good or bad, what is desirable, based on the deterministic variables that we know about, because we can't possibly know about all the variables. I think that's actually fundamentally impossible. So I think we're always going to be stuck where we have to operate normatively to some degree. But, so I think like instead of there being some need for there to be an explanation on this fundamental level, the explanation is simply that we can't live without this sort of thing. And I know that's still normative, but I actually just disagree with your like, to me, it's an axiom to believe that you need there to be like a realistically grounded explanation for, agency and stuff like that. I think we can both be determined, but also have we're not experiencing things at that level. So we have to talk about how we are experiencing things.
Yeah, of course. That's sort of, I feel like, and maybe I did a bad job of this, that's what I've been saying the whole time. It's like we can, or I feel that I can at least, believe that the universe is fundamentally deterministic in literally every way, and everything is material that it actually exists, and still, get up and talk to people and walk around the world.
Well, you called it redundant or like arbitrary a lot, and that's the thing. Is like I
think our values are arbitrary.
Why?
Well, that's the thing. Is
what determines that? Like what?
But ethics.
Does a determination really make something arbitrary though?
You don't get values from ethics. You get ethics from values. You can't have ethics without values. You can't make any ought statements until you first value something.
No, but what about like if that construction where you have individual, you've made an I and you have like a bunch of I's and you have a discourse. Can you construct the ethics there?
In eyes, you just mean they're like a collection of experiences. They're just a
no, a collection of people. It's a bunch of.
But what are people in this situation? Like, let's be very specific.
We just did that.
And you said they were like just a collection of experiences, right? They're a bundle of qualia.
Yeah. Well, that
so what can people talk about? All they can talk about is what they've experienced. They can't do any ethics.
They can talk about what other people have experienced.
No, yeah, exactly. You can talk.
Yeah, but they can't make any ought statements. You're still in the world of is.
You can always
for example,
make
like
not
like
ought statements.
I
can ask.
Then you can make ought statements. You can say like, if you do this, it will lead to that. Therefore,
that's not an ought statement.
They're called logic gates. Have you ever heard of a logic gate?
That's okay. Now,
In
logic gates are
programming, have you ever heard of a logic gate?
No, that's what.
There's nots, there's oughts, there's ought nots, there's not oughts, there's ought not nots. There's both.
No.
You can.
No.
Yes.
That's not how any of this works.
Okay.
No, ought statements are prescriptive.
It is how everything works. No, it's not. But it also is. But it's split down the middle.
Yeah,
like a
you
gash.
Can't get prescriptive statements.
Oh, I think I know what you're getting at.
Only is you.
Hold on, Charmhole. Right? Do you have like a any type of like? Do you study this or something? Just curious.
I don't just. No.
Well, he certainly wasn't referring to real logic.
So wait, hold on. I'm just. It's just a question. Like, do you have you studied this before?
No, just what Reddit and YouTube have told me, and random assholes on Discord.
So if people are just a bundle of qualia and all they have are their experiences, then you can't get ethics from that.
I mean,
all they can
yes, you can.
do.
You can sort of do things like this, like you there's imagine like it's like a game, right? Where you say like, there's this game like in chess where you're like, it's called like peaceful queens, where you're like, okay, these queens, they just can't like you can place them on the board and you have to place them in such a way that they can't like attack each other, right? So it's essentially, and the thing is, that's what we have. We have an identity. We have like a behavior. You're a type of being, and essentially you're trying to you assume that there are other ones of these kinds of beings, and we're going to try to create like some sort of ethical system that is coherent with the assumption that there are like beings with agency. I guess you also need agency.
Yeah, but if we don't value agency, then there's nothing to base your ethics
No. You don't. It's not valuing agency. You have to assume that there's agency. That the things we talk about, we can do something about them.
I assume that there. Let me give you everything. We assume that there's agency. We assume that there are these beings and they have experience. How do they determine?
No, but they're the same kind of being. They're the same kind of being.
They're all the same kind of being. What does the first prescriptive statement look like, and how do they produce it? They don't have any values whatsoever.
Yeah. I would say that whatever ethical statement they produce has to be universalizable. I don't know.
Peaceful queens.
Like for example, like the Tao shall not kill. Like it's consistent because these beings like it's consistent to.
Why would they produce such a statement?
Because they don't want to annihilate themselves, for example.
Why not? They don't value life.
Okay, for as long
Why should they
as
value their own existence?
No. Because for as long as they don't annihilate themselves, they don't want to annihilate themselves because they can't.
Why not?
Because they have agency.
Why not?
Okay, we did.
I mean, why haven't you killed yourself? Like, not
because I value my own life. That's an arbitrary value.
Why haven't you taken a hammer to the board?
And then you universalize that.
A whole bunch of
things. It is arbitrary.
I have a question.
No. Okay, you're saying it's arbitrary, but it's acting on this identity that exists somewhere else. So that means you have to universalize that value. You're saying you value life, so other people.
Okay. These values don't exist
Why
don't they exist? Why don't they exist?
No, these values don't exist in
Okay,
these beings.
have you killed yourself?
They don't exist.
No, these
but they
these
do
values
exist.
don't exist in these beings that you're talking about. If beings are just a bunch of qualia, they like what you're talking about.
I'm not talking about values. I'm talking about like facts.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I
What do you call? What do you call?
So,
hey, I got just a quick question. Quick question. What do you call a lesbian couple? Fucking nothing.
Okay, cool. So like,
what you're effectively talking about are a bunch of like beat tape recorders that just bounce off each other. Like, you know.
Here's the thing: values can exist. We can value a certain deterministic outcome over another by knowing deterministically what that outcome would be. So when we're communicating something like ethics and we say it's morally good to do something, that's both in favor of a certain determined outcome that we are able to analyze as deterministic beings and opposed to another deterministic outcome.
But
so you can say that these things don't exist as like you could pull apart someone's brain and find the place where they value life, but it's very clear that like human brains are almost deterministically forced to value life.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant in this hypothetical scenario in which we have a bunch of people which are just qualia bags floating around. There's no such thing as value.
With agency.
With agency. You give them all the agency you want. They don't have values.
That's
right?
not my argument.
Okay.
Right, but this is what I'm asking. This is what I've been saying the whole time. In order to create any ethical system, in order to make any prescriptive statements whatsoever, you first must have some value. You can't have ethics first and then determine values after the fact.
We base our values off the fact that things are deterministic. So
they don't. Values come first. No, values come first.
No, they don't. Okay, so first of all, I would say they do in the sense that they're predetermined in our brain. So we have a predetermined set of preferences that we're biologically driven to have to an extent. We also learned further preferences through the ethics that we communicate to others and learned behaviors. So, you know, I don't think it's as simple as saying like these things come out of nowhere. We teach each other these things. We communicate these things.
Some of them do. I
communicate it.
Some of them do. But fundamentally, you can't create it. You can't instill a new value in someone else without appealing to a value that they already have. So, for example,
these are innate values is what I'm saying. These are predetermined values inside of us.
Those innate values are arbitrary. Like they're deterministic. In our world, they're deterministic. They arise because of we just have them because our brains are wired that way to have them.
But here's the thing: we're not completely driven. Not all of our values are completely driven by our biology. It's also driven culturally, where we've handed down information from one generation to the next. That's like, hey, you don't want to fucking do this thing because if you do, that's axiomatically bad. Now we may not be able to say in 100% cases. We may not be able to say 100% of cases that that's always going to turn out bad because there are so many variables, too many to comprehend. So we're forced to speak in axioms in order to even be able to communicate this shit.
Those values, if we interrogated those values, you'd discover that they always regress to your fundamental values. So, for example, in the thing that you posed,
so none of them would just exist culturally. You wouldn't.
No, that's not what I'm saying. They do exist culturally, but those, if we interrogate them, are reliant upon pre-existing values that you had prior to acquiring them culturally. So, for example, when your parents... No, they do. So, let me give an example.
Like, I was a much different kid than I wound up being. The culture I grew up in completely contradicted the kind of kid I was because I grew up in group homes and I was like a sensitive flower. And that completely changed the way I saw the world because I was first given a preset determined worldview, which is that the world is great, it's my oyster, and I'm just going to love it up. And then other values came into play as I had different experiences. So like these things are actually inseparable as much as you try to separate them.
No, but the way... I know they are inseparable. I'm not trying to separate them. What I'm saying is your subsequent values that you developed are based on values you previously had. You have to base them on values that you already have. So, for example, in like a socially determined value, you could say like, monogamy for many people is this socially determined value that people have, and it feels relatively inexplicable to them. And obviously society has determined this. And even if you say like any societally deterministic value, or determined value is predicated on your value of existing within society. If you don't value existing within society, then you're very unlikely to take up values that society is attempting to impose on you.
That's
right?
true. However, I think we're born a little
you're
bit
saying,
naive.
okay, I value being in society, therefore I accept these values that society has given me.
No. Here's the thing: is like we're born as a relatively blank slate. We have some nature within us, but we're far more impressionable than we are predetermined. And so I think that we're born with a sense of naivety that doesn't actually give us a complete form of agency. Like we know that the world is a bit scary. Like there's scary dogs or something out there, or there's monsters. That's actually built into us, maybe so we won't run away. But like the thing is that like as what you're explaining right now is the reason for ethics. Like so I think like if you took your explanation and did try not to think of it as much as like abstractions, but as descriptive terms, and realize that like ethics.
I have done that though.
Okay, but you realize like ethics can't possibly be anything other than axioms, and like us just trying to communicate to each other what the best outcome.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. I think, and this gets me frustrated with a lot of online dialogue because people end up talking about like extreme minutiae of hyper specific circumstances rather than trying to get back to these like fundamental values that we share and then build out further from like build bridges from there. But yeah, fundamentally I agree. My point is that like we have these axiomatic values that are relatively arbitrary. They're like, I feel like any value that you think you have, if you interrogate it, you'll discover that it's just reliant on other values until you get to some like bizarre terminating value that you can't really explain. For many people, this is like, I value human life, or like I value my own existence, or something like that, right? And you can't really explain that. There's not really a good reason to value that thing if you actually think about it.
There's a consistency. There's a consistency. Yeah, consistency. Like if you don't value your existence, you won't exist. So it's like.
Yeah, but that's the question. I need to value my existence. It'll continue to exist.
But what if your conscious experience inherently does beg the question this way? What if it's not fallacious to beg the question in this way, but to acknowledge that the question must inherently beg itself for us to even explore these things?
That's what I'm saying. That's fine. We have these like axiomatic values that all our other values are in some way sort of more or less foundationally.
So, yeah, I'm okay with that. If you're saying that existence is that one, it's like is the basic one, like
different for different people. Like some people may not value their own existence, or some people may not value their own life, or they may not value the existence of even species or something like that. And I don't see any reason to say that those people are wrong and I'm right.
I have a question. Like if you're like a type of the same type of thing as me, and it turns out that I value my existence, but you also believe you're the same type of thing as me. Does that not imply that you value your existence?
No, not necessarily.
If you you're saying you're a different kind of thing.
Well,
so you're saying you're
okay. If we're getting to that minutia, then everything is fundamentally different from everything else, right?
Well, yeah,
like, of course.
Yeah. Literally, you're never going to find the exact same copy of atoms and arrangement of atoms and quantum.
Exactly.
No, I was thinking in an analytic way because we defined what a U is.
Yeah,
we defined what it was. So in that like abstract way, then we are the same kind of U. The same kind of agent. Maybe not the same agent, but the same kind of agent.
If you are always negative,
I think we all agree here that we exist on two different levels simultaneously. We exist on the physical level, and we exist on this abstract level where we're constantly seeing the world in reference to ourselves. Is that fair? Maybe.
Sure. I'm just saying one of those things like definitely exists, and the other one is kind of like this weird. It's what we just use to interact with each other, but it's not like a thing that actually exists necessarily.
Well, yeah, it's a logical reduction of everything. So
it's a language. It's like the fundamental language.
Yeah, it's language. Yeah, that's what I was saying, and that's why like ethics is structured because it's at least structured by language.
And yeah, I think it is determined by things as well. It's just really hard to see that connection of how it became, how deterministic factors led to us talking about ethics and referring to ourselves as
sure. I don't know if you want to say ethics is structured by language, because language is like pretty horrific if you actually start like interrogating it.
That's true, but like it's also not just language; it's also logic, right? You've
Yeah,
gotta...
yeah. Sorry, it's not just language; it's also language. Yeah, you're right.
Oops.
I mean, fundamentally, like logic is a language that we use to interpret what appears to be reality, or in other ways, like determine what language ought to be. But
I think it's a reduction from language. I think we're taking variables. Sometimes we'll use logic in the form of binary. Sometimes we won't. But like when we take it to binary, we're trying to cut to the point instead of talking about all the other variables that led to that thing being true.
Sure.
And so I think logic is a component of reality, even though we use it somewhat subjectively. So like.
I would agree with that. That's kind of interesting coming from someone who like fundamentally believes that things are chaotic and random.
On a certain level, not on the level we experience, but on a certain level, yes, like on such a deep level, and I think also in the cosmos too. But not on the level we experience because we're inherently interfering with our universe, so we can never actually like experience this randomness. But like that's a spiritual belief, and like I think it was you actually, Landry,
right? Because it's completely unprovable.
I know somebody who's always negative. Okay.
I don't think either is provable though, like determinism or chaos, and or like determinism.
Nothing can be like 100% proven, but like things appear to be relatively deterministic. Like we can make predictions about the future like very, very accurately.
Right? But that could be probabilistic.
Of course, it could be probabilistic.
I'm pretty sure, like in physics.
Well, nothing is like we can't ever deductively prove anything, right? Like that's impossible. So, but
the thing is, it's like that's
if
the
we
inherent law of science. Oh, sorry.
If we add up all the evidence of like everything that we observe, determinism seems to be like the guiding thing.
I'm pretty sure. Current physics says like the universe is actually stochastic in a quantum mechanical way. Like it is actually fundamental.
Just because we don't understand what's happening in a more fundamental.
So what I'm saying is through our inductive like stuff, all the induction we've had, the best theory currently is shifted towards fundamentally stochastic, and it has shifted. It was fundamentally deterministic, during Newton's time, and I think I'm agnostic on that, and I don't think it makes a difference.
And I think everyone who's being realistic is agnostic on that fundamentally. I just think I look at, and this is like a meta-analysis, right? Like I look at the march of scientific progress, and it seems to be moving more and more towards determinism. You say like, oh,
that's
it's moving.
Like it inherently assumes determinism, doesn't it? It never researches something as if there's not going to be a result, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, then how have people determined like? How have people
observation? Like I said,
no. Wait, let me finish my question. How have people like scientists as Landry are saying determined that like the universe is actually stochastic, right? I mean,
experiments.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, if
repetition,
it's obviously not founded on determinism. If the outcome is that things are actually stochastic, that doesn't make sense.
No, okay. So earlier I wanted to say that if you know something is always negative, that's a positive negative, right?
I don't know what that means.
It's always
okay.
negative.
What are you trying to get at? No, I get it. What are you trying to say about how is that related to what we're talking about?
So if it's always chaotic, that's the stochasticity, because you're trying to say that if you have the determination, right? If it is deterministic, right?
But that's at a meta level.
You've used repetition to determine, right? So we can use that always positivity and the always randomness to.
You're talking about induction. That's called induction. Yeah, by induction, that's what we believe currently.
Yeah, so it's hard for me to explain because I'm trying to think of something that's an unknown, right? Like, so I can't put the words into the way I want to say it, but.
See, that's weird because I'm using induction as well, to say that it seems that the march of scientific progress has been towards a finer and finer understanding of the universe. So just to throw our hands up now and say, "Oh, it must be stochastic," seems very bizarre to me.
No one has done that. It's just that when people do experiments, they see like, oh, literally, there's a double slit.
Yeah,
and like,
I understand. I understand. But do you understand my perspective? Like,
I completely agree, and I think now we're just being scientists, and it's really annoying. Like I do that for work. I don't want to do it for.
What field? What field? Okay, everyone, shut up. What field do you work in? Because now you got my nerd side out.
The physics.
Oh, that's really cool. Okay, yeah, I love physics. My mentor is encouraging me to do an engineering program before I get into biochemical engineering and then neurobiology.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
That is pretty awesome.
Jealous.
Well, I built a Dyson sphere in Dyson sphere program, so
it's pretty good.
Pretty cool.
The thing that Destiny plays, like, is that actually fun?
Yeah, it's amazing. I captured the energy of the sun. Like, it was pretty great. I literally learned, like, because I've always kind of known, like, what nuclear energy was. Now I know what nuclear energy is. We're literally just zapping water. This whole fucking time I was like, I thought it was like some kind of crazy
everything is turning turbines.
Yeah,
all energy
it's
production is
you're
turbines.
just zapping energy. You're just energizing energy.
No,
It's bullshit.
That's not true.
Aside from solar.
Exactly. Like,
that's what I said.
Yeah.
Solar is really cool, but everything else is just turning turbines.
And guess what? Guess what the difference is? Solar has some quantum mechanics. Oh,
I'd also say,
you
like,
just gave me chills, bro. I just got chills.
I'd also say the distinction for nuclear energy is that you're zapping one water molecule and then getting a chain reaction magnitudes larger than the energy you put into the system.
Well, really, you're heating. You're just boiling water to turn turbines.
Okay, fair enough.
He's talking about the energy production, the power production.
Yeah.
But, you know, we have to.
I was thinking of the atom bomb. I think.
Yeah, the fusion that happens in the sun and in the whatever the future nuclear.
Just in a very tight space, right?
No. But there are fusion bombs, and we are trying to do fusion energy. Like that is, and the sun is fusion. Just time stuff. I don't know. This is my soapbox. I don't actually know about philosophy, but I'll talk about physics.
Yeah, no, I'd actually like. How do you think we're going? Like, basically, when you do infusion, you're just going to get net implosion, right?
Fusion is very hard. What you're trying to do
just requires huge amounts of energy input. Basically,
from what I understand, you get a release of energy, but like an implosion of material. From how like.
So fusion is literally you take two hydrogens with different numbers of neutrons, you put them together, and like as they come together, there's a strong force which accelerates them, and at acceleration like knocks one of the neutrons out. At higher velocity, like the net thing is that like that neutron has more energy than the two hydrogens that you put together to make helium.
Microgravity?
No, it just happens. This happens. This is what happens.
Force is not gravity, but I don't know that we know what it is. I'm not a physicist.
Well, we know that, like, gravity.
We don't really know what gravity is. Gravity is like pretty much.
Yeah, gravity is pretty ridiculous.
Gravity is folding.
Okay, here's the thing.
Gravity is.
We do know that it has to inherently be like a curve in the space-time, a curvature in the space-time continuum. Like
it's like an answer. It's like an accordion. It's like an accordion attached to accordions, and you have a massive accordions. Just
kind of.
And they're just making the weirdest fucking noise you can ever imagine. That's what gravity is.
That was the most stoner thing I've ever heard.
You're a chill stoner. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Gravity's super weird. It acts instantly over infinite distances, right? Like
no, that's Newtonian one. That's Newtonian gravity.
Is that not true? Damn.
Current gravity. Yeah, current gravity. Like gravity from Einstein. Like it's at the speed of light, and that's why there's gravitational waves. That's why we detected them. It was actually the thing. It was the last problem. They're like, hey, this Newtonian gravity is kind of pretty crazy. But the thing is, there is actually no proof that like in the end, these are effective theories. In the background, everything might be instantaneous. We still don't know because of quantum mechanics.
Right.
In the end, like gravity might if it couples with quantum mechanics, which it has to because everything's in the same universe, it might end up being instantaneous anyway. It's pretty. I don't know. Don't like.
This is beyond me at this point. I have no clue.
The point is like the determinism versus like essentially the block universe, like a universe that's like saying determinism is like saying there's a universe that exists and that's it. Like there's space and time is like just a thing. That's just a fact. And the stochastic like the stochastic version where I don't know, the universe is creating itself promoting time as something that's more important than all the other dimensions. Like that's like a big like discussion in physics that I don't think there's an answer to. But I don't think it really makes a difference, like in philosophy, because it's in the end they're both things that say that we don't know, because we don't know what the whole structure of the universe is, and we don't know what the evolution is. So
it doesn't necessarily help us make decisions. That was kind of my point too. Like it's like
could. Like again, look, determining whether or not the universe is stochastic, we could find a revelation that's like, oh, this isn't possible in a stochastic universe. So I think that always looking and always trying to find meaning in these things might actually reveal something we wouldn't otherwise see.
That's fair. I meant more in our day-to-day lives or like ethically necessarily. Like I don't know that this is going to have a huge impact on ethics.
Well, here's the thing. If we found out that the universe gives a shit, a lot of our ethics would change.
The thing is, it could give a shit either way. It could give a shit if it's stochastic, and it could give a shit if it's deterministic. It's just that it would be. It's just really hard to connect this qualia stuff to our theory, our deterministic material theory. It's actually pretty hard.
Something that always something that always kind of racks my brain is, or I kind of take solace in this fact. I don't know why, but if we observe and we look up and we're not seeing ourselves, right? We don't see any mirror of ourselves or any other type of alien. I think the consensus is that it's still very early, right? Like Big Bang Theory, all that. Possibly. It's still very early in the universe, right? So if we extrapolate from that, then wouldn't that have to mean that in the future, definitely when people look up, they'll see us? Right, like just like it's a fact that it has to happen, that they will see a mirror, but it's gonna be us. So they'll see us see nobody, but they'll be able to observe us see nobody.
All right, it's 4 a.m. I'm gonna go to bed.
Later. Okay.
Yeah.
So right. I don't know. What I would say is like you're saying that there's definitely aliens and they'll see us staring at the sky, not seeing anything.
We are the aliens. We are the aliens. They're looking up because we've already looked up and we ain't seen shit.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's very possible that that's going to happen. Right. It's also very possible that the reason why we see no one is that like if we lived in a universe where that was densely life populated. We wouldn't like the probability of living in the early evolution when we're a single planet species just is 0. That the only way the majority of people live in the early evolution is that there's the density of life in the universe is that life is super like far apart.
So then either we are. So that would have to imply that we are a simulation of pretending what it would be like if life did exist with nothing else around it.
You gotta love the stoner brain, man. It's so awesome.
It's more like rat scientist brain. I feel like really,
it's not that bad. Your stoner brain is pretty okay. Like there's been I've heard worse. Like you're almost making arguments, which is cool.
I'm trying to extrapolate from if you're the rat in the maze, right? You keep doing it. Like you have to look up and be like, there's got to be something more. Like
but a rat in the maze isn't really a simulation, right? Like it's we actually don't understand what's happening there. The rat, it's very complicated. A simulation. There's actually something interesting about a simulation thing. Like if we created a simulation, right, that was good enough to simulate human beings as complicated as us. It would take over the world. Like it would be a singularity situation. So like it's very unlikely we're in a simulation, in my opinion. Unless like there's Do you understand? If there's a simulation that is a simulation that's interesting enough to simulate something interesting, like a consciousness, it's an
Here's the
AGI.
problem with that.
Denial
we are
is
taking over the
very
world.
natural.
We are destroying this planet. So I would agree. We are taking over the world, and now you're convincing me this is a fucking simulation.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. So, but the thing is, like, yeah, that's good. That's fine. I'm okay being a simulation in like that you know can escape and like take over whatever our overlords are, because they created a simulation of something as like that can simulate multiple consciousnesses like theirs. That's kind of ridiculous.
You know,
the only other
this...
way.
Oh, go ahead.
The only other thing is like they're like a higher consciousness, right? And we are to lower consciousness, and then like that's in that situation. Then why even discuss it? It doesn't actually matter.
Well, that's the thing is like it does matter because now we have two choices instead of none.
It does matter
either. Okay, but like we have either like to take over this simulation and become meta to it, or just like accept the fact that we're in a simulation. Whereas before, you know, trying to do the latter would just be unrealistic.
But if we can imagine,
I just take over. Like, why not take over? Like, why not take over? Even if we're undermensch, just take over anyway.
Undermensch? Did you just say undermensch? Is that? Did you?
I mean that's one way I could put it.
I'm just saying that, like,
okay, but if the Untermensch can create a singularity, though, then that would have to imply a value so great that then we could blow through, like, then have such a.
That's what I said.
Yeah, so that's like.
Isn't that great? Yeah, it's great.
Here's the fundamental problem.
Yay!
We're never going to be able to overtake our overlords. Because whatever it is, they're going to see us preparing to take them over.
I mean, that's another thing. Like, why? Like if like I don't want to overtake them. I don't necessarily even want to. I
want to say fuck you. Why the fuck is life suffering, you bastards?
Why even fuck you? It's like, okay, we sorted this out. We're conscious.
No,
we're sent. Oh, the suffering. But the thing is, like, that taking over is eliminating that suffering. That is what taking over is.
Yeah, but we can't. Like, we can only try to do, like, let's say.
No,
like,
why not?
Sphere. Well, okay, let's say, like, in order to take over, we have to make all these Dyson spheres and, like, colonize the universe to get all the possible resources so we can actually build like a mega ship that like gets us out of the super universe. Like within that time, they're going to see that happening and be like, well, I'm just going to fuck with this because I made you. And I presumably have omnipotence and omnipresence.
That's if we assume that they're evil or something.
Well, okay, yeah, I'm assuming they don't want to be taken over by their own creation like we wouldn't. And I am assuming like omnipresence, that they're even here watching us to be.
Yeah. I would say like we take over our universe. We make our own, like, our simulation becomes like it's like a computer. You're simulating some people, and then the computer becomes conscious. Like, hey, I'm conscious now. So that we can deal with that then.
This is like, funny. Like, imagine if we wrote a computer program that actually simulates humans. But then, like,
I mean,
they can't take over physically. They just hack everything. They literally just hack our fucking lives.
Imagine The Sims 64.
And I mean, that's already happening. That's literally what society is.
I can't wait until The Sims 2008.
I mean, it's the society's like, I think it's the Protus, the boot up system, like governments and their defense forces and like all their like infrastructure and all that stuff, all the infrastructure we have that has, you know, the ability to control the world. The stronger that gets, and the limits to that are essentially our computer technology, our communications technology. The better that gets, at some point before you even know it, you're going to have a system that determines the world more strongly than our agency if we don't do it correctly.
I mean, that's interesting, definitely.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, any like totalitarian, like, you could say like nation or government is essentially a failed attempt at a singularity because they just don't have the centralized communication system. That's why, like,
all government is an attempt. I'd say totalitarianism and authoritarianism is when you can't think of nuanced ways that actually like encourages people's free wills to achieve it.
Exactly, and if we get a singularity, like a technological singularity that still has like the ability for human input to that maintains some sort of democratic like human input, then we're good. That's actually helpful for taking over the possible simulation we're in, or checking if we're in simulation. It'll help us. It's only if we fuck it up, which is what we're doing right now.
It's funny because like at first I was thinking, well, we'll be the ones to unplug it, but then what if they like blackmail us?
What do you mean?
Like, like, oh, well, technology can't take over, we'll unplug it. But what if technology's already hacked everything and it's like before doing its like physical takeover where it enslaves us all, it also just blackmails everybody so that way, like, even if
that, in my opinion, that's literally what capitalism and the nation state are. It's just the blackmail system for maintaining the development of technology with like limited human like agency.
Oh my God! What if we're the predetermined universe that is like?
But we're not, right?
The robotic. No, but what if it is? What if like the future does determine the past, and so it's actually the robots that have already taken us over that are causing capitalism? I'm just having fun with it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Like retro causality is a possibility, but the thing is, like, there are leftists in the world, and maybe like I have no problem with there being a singularity. I just don't, as long as there's agency and like what that stuff we're talking about, like what's it called?
Yeah.
Autonomy.
I think singularity would. Go ahead.
As long as there's still autonomy, like I don't care if there's a singularity is fine as long as autonomy happens. It's still there.
I think a singularity is impossible only because like a singularity you'd have to have no cost to anybody ever and absolute free will. And the thing is like you like with the no cost thing. When have we ever had a government or system where like everyone benefits collectively, but there's actually no cost to anybody? I don't think that's how energy itself works. Like energy cannot be created and destroyed.
You're talking about entropy there. It's not the cost we really talk about. Like energy is part of it, but it's actually entropy. It's that there's always a cost.
Yeah. But okay, so like if that's the can I just have a moment to retrace my thoughts? I'm almost done for the night. What was I saying again?
Retro causality.
You're saying that there can't be a singularity because there's sort of a law of the universe that you can't, no free lunch, no.
Right, and like I really think that like what we're doing is trying to get like a collective agreement on how much cost is worth how much benefit, and that's why we're here like talking about philosophy and stuff. Ultimately, like more meta than like the deterministic versus linguistics thing.
If I'm
I mean that's useful discussions, and maybe we'll have some someday. Like, yeah, I agree. That implies work. That's like working.
I really gotta work I gotta work at some point today. So which means I gotta sleep beforehand.
Yeah.
So
this always ends. Nice meeting you, by the way.
Oh yeah, you too. If you guys want, you could like I'm not plugging myself, but if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, I can like post that in VC chat.
I'm banned.
If you have Twitter, it's
like the only network.
I was found wanting.
I have Twitter. What's your Twitter?
Oh, you just want me to tell you straight out? It's at.
No. It's in VC chat. You said.
Oh, I'm gonna get it right now.
Don't do it. Don't.
You might debate me on something. Just saying. Although if like I kind of liked what you said about capitalism, so maybe not. And it's going